Good morning, trial junkies. Day 2 of the Aaron Brooks trial begins now, and I see that I have chat working to begin with. I think we have all leg issues fixed in terms of the streaming, and I see Mr. John Robine in the waiting room, so I'm going to bring him right in.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, man. How's it going?
I'm doing all right.
So I saw like you actually decided to stream like 8 more hours yesterday.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to do the same. I think it works out nicely. Part of it is I don't like the wall-to-wall coverage doing it live. I totally understand that, but I like the idea of being able to, let Jeff do the morning, and then later in the evening I'll cover the afternoon session so I can skip through all of the pauses and the BS and just kind of get through it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love that. I watched a couple trials that way, and I actually like watching them better that way too.
Well, it's tough. It is.
I love covering them live too.
It is a little tough to vamp for like the 15-minute like morning breaks and all of that sort of stuff, particularly if there's not a whole lot of serious content there.
Yeah, for sure.
Do we know? Did they have some sort of scheduling order on how long they expect this one to go? Because I can't imagine they have a ton of witnesses.
My guess is 2 weeks. I've built out a trial schedule. Hey, and actually, we should shout out this stream is brought to you by trialjunkie.online, where you can actually go to my website and see all the trials that I have on the docket that I plan on covering.
That is cool. I gotta check that out. I don't have anything like that, so you're ahead of me on the curve there.
Yeah, I'm a web nerd. So. But to answer your question, it's almost super impossible to find out how long they think the trials are going to take until like the judge says it live.
Yeah.
In court. Until he's yelling at one of the lawyers about, hey, we said this was going to be 2 weeks.
Well, that's where that's why I was asking, because sometimes, I mean, depending upon who the judge is and all of that stuff, sometimes beforehand they'll put together a scheduling order where, but yeah, that's obviously not everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. And it just, like you said yesterday, it kind of depends on what they put online too, like how good their website is. How good the court's website is.
Like I said, I need to send them all sorts of information to verify who the hell I am in order to access their docket, which is really stupid to me because they're all public records technically anyway.
Mm-hmm. I found their docket, but it was very brief. It listed the cases for the week. They have a link on the site that says cases for the week, and it gives you a very brief table of the cases, the prosecution team, the investigators, and the defense team.
Okay, so when I'm saying pulling the docket,
you mean like actual?
I mean that a little bit differently. I mean actually having electronic access to all of the filings.
Yes.
So I tend
to come across a lot of sites that have the docket, but you can't actually click on links to the electronic documents.
Sometimes, depending on the jurisdiction, you have to request them because they don't automatically redact. So sometimes you have to request them because they might be unredacted in their system, and so they'll redact them before they release it publicly. But it really depends very much on which state. I mean, for better or worse, I have to say New York has a fantastic e-filing system, and NYSEF, you can literally pull everything very, very easily.
Yeah, I wish they were all like that, man. It would make my life easier.
I mean, even when I was doing the foreclosure stuff, in New York, they have what's called ACRIS, ACRIS, which I forget exactly what it stands for, but it's the city registrar, basically, and it has all the land records for the last, almost 100 years, all electronically uploaded at this point. So it makes it very easy to figure out chain of title.
Awesome. Yeah, that's cool. Hey, so just to level set, number one, Melissa D. Wanted to say hello to you, John, and to the new person. Hi, Melissa.
Hello.
I'm Cole. Very nice to meet you.
This is Cole's channel. He's the important one. I'm just here to entertain people. I'm just the court jester today.
Well, I'm very appreciative to have you here for a second day. And then...
My pleasure. I do have some stuff going on, so I might have to jump out after an hour and a half or so, but I will stick around as best I can.
Yeah, no problem. And like I said, man, you're welcome to jump in and out at the time. We'll save all the hardcore lawyer questions for you for when you come back.
Perfect.
Hi, Mortessa. Thanks for the support. And just to level set with everybody, I was expecting actually a continuation on arguments around the venue change this morning at 8:30, but I'm monitoring it. They have not gone live to the courtroom on any channel yet.
That's interesting because they were a little bit early yesterday, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. And I do have it up on that WFAA because they seem to be more on top of going live to the courtroom, and they have not yet either. They just have their fun pundits talking about it.
Sounds good. You want to go make fun of a pundit?
We can. Let's try it.
We could if we don't have anything better to do. I would be interested to see if I agree with their legal analysis.
Let's do it. And we're test the stream connection. I was on with Cox for several hours yesterday. Man, you don't understand. I'm in YouTube. Uh-oh. Seems to be good.
If you want, I can set up the same thing with law and crime, and if you want, even if I have to go, I can just leave it running for you. It's not a perfect solution, but sometimes you gotta use some duct tape and staples.
Yeah, if we have to do this, try here. Oh. Well, I want to get this up because they're talking about something that looks like...
Which is the local station? Let's see if maybe I can pull it. So this is the WFAA stream.
What are you doing today?
Are you trying to pull it up?
Yeah, I just had to mute for the ad.
Appreciate it. Let me mute and turn off my stuff.
All right, let's see if this works. Yeah, it looks like we had a couple talking heads.
Yep.
We will see if we agree with them or not.
Oh, long time's going live.
Let me pop that to live.
So
we have some volume.
When we're looking at an opening statement, I think you're looking for a roadmap. You're looking for some indicators of
Thank you. I don't know how to do without you, man.
Hey, happy to help.
Very strong in doing that. They provided a story. Some attorneys, they get up there, they provide a roadmap, but it's not story. It's not a great narrative.
Oh, I need to bring it in.
Yeah, you need to bring it in.
However, here I would say that they did a fabulous job.
So, legal expert and former prosecutor.
Well, one, it was a very long story, right? But if I had to chop it down to a few points that if I was the prosecutor, I would want the jury to take away, because remember, how much of that are they going to remember? They usually say that if you get up and you talk in front of a group for an hour, they're probably...
I agree with Knight 100%. For the first shot, that was pretty damn decent.
But I'm hoping, or if I'm the state, I'm hoping that the takeaways were, he never saw
Thank you, sir.
Right? He never mentioned a gun, right?
Couldn't have done it without all you all.
the body cam.
Oh, and Knight, I sent you a DM to let
Play
you
it
know,
over
but
and
I did
over
take
again.
all
We
of
want
your
you to
advice.
pay attention to what he
The
says
Twitter handle is
and
now
what he doesn't say.
at Trial Junkie.
And then you're going to see, and she did something that the defense didn't object to it when she turns to defense counsel and she says, "Isn't that convenient?" or whatever she says. There she's indicating that he says something which indicates
that might be
that
my
that's the
fault.
first
Let me
time he
check
saw a gun.
my audio.
I think that this, and I can't remember the exact language, but it was something along the lines of, I guess we have a gun, or I guess there's a gun.
Let me see. Tell me
after the
if
fact, though, right?
tell me if this stops.
Yeah, because he
once
says
they
put your
enter,
hands down initially.
There you go. And so prosecution wanted
Yep.
to really
Sounds
hound
way
on
better.
the fact that.
All right, so yeah, that's coming through on my
And
side.
we're going to learn
I
about
don't
this
know.
in
Let me see if
trial,
I can do
and
something
I'm
about that.
hoping that they're very good about bringing out these details. But it'll be interesting to hear
Thank you
whether
so much,
or
Maddie.
not it's normal for officers to yell gun, 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 right?
Right.
Because I've had that in my trials where officers, make sure that their partner or whoever knows that this person is armed, right? And they're letting them know. And here we don't have that. So does that suggest that there was no gun? Don't really know. But the state came out very strong.
You mean no gun in terms of her pointing it?
Yes.
Okay, right.
No, whether or not he saw a gun.
Right.
Because this is going to turn on whether or not.
All right, let's start making
Right. Was his belief reasonable?
There
right?
you go. There you go.
But is even seeing a gun enough?
Well, let's talk about that.
I mean, because he doesn't know who that is.
I'm gonna see if I can get
He doesn't
headphones
know
or
who that
something,
is, but
so
remember,
I don't have to
he
keep
has
myself
to have
muted.
seen-
I'll be right back.
Something has to put him in a state of imminent. There has to be some kind of imminent danger.
Right.
So just simply saying that somebody walked up on me fast. Is that reasonable to shoot them and kill them?
I need to be talking, so we don't
Whereas
copyright
when you
it
have
on
a
this.
deadly weapon, that changes things, right? I have to
From a
respond
purely self-defense
because there is a deadly weapon.
standpoint, I would make the argument
So
that
this case is going to turn on that.
if
So
you point
I
the
will
gun,
say that the state
that is
came out
enough.
very strong in their statements, and I hope they can deliver.
I don't know that a
truly hope
jury
they can
would
deliver,
agree with
because
that.
that was
But
it was
I think
a strong opening statement.
from a purely legal
But they
standpoint, in self-defense,
have some concrete details that they have to deliver on, and unfortunately, with Zion, with his testimony.
And we'll get into that for sure.
Yeah.
I definitely want to talk about that. Let's talk. We'll stay on openings for a second, and then we'll talk about Zion.
Morning, Gremlin. Thanks for joining.
Let's talk about the
And
defense.
yeah,
they were
I
going to
totally
waive
get
because they have the
being
option
in on and off. Some people have
their
meetings and
opening
jobs and stuff like
statement
that.
after
So that's awesome.
the prosecution does their entire case, but then the opening statement from the prosecution, they ultimately gave their statement. What do you think about what they had to say?
I think that they came out strong as well. I think that again, they came out with a.
Uh-oh, we're lagging this way now too.
Sorry, that's on my end.
Is it a memorable story?
Fix it
Did you?
early.
We'll be ready to go before they get started.
And I would have been sad to see them waive their opening at that point, or not waive it, but
Sorry, that's my fault. I have way too many tabs open.
So I'm actually very happy that they
that.
got up there.
Because you'd let the prosecution's view
Well,
bake
I mean, in
right?
fairness, you
Yeah.
probably
That'd be
weren't
bad.
expecting the
That would
serious
be,
screen.
in
For
this
R&D.
particular case, yes, that would not have been a good thing. So the defense opening was strong as well.
And I'm kind of part of what I'm doing right now is if you didn't watch yesterday's live stream, or maybe you just want to know all about it, we're kind of recapping yesterday to help you bring you up to speed as well. So what was your sense on, if you had to tell the story of the defense opening, what would you say their argument was?
It sounds like they are setting up the stage for ensuring that the jury understands that he followed protocol. They paid a lot, or they
Yeah, I mean, that's
they
always
pulled
the
out
argument.
the rules a lot, the rule books,
The general orders.
yeah, the general orders. They pulled those out a lot and refer to them a lot. So they're
Yeah.
trying to set the
I actually
stage.
had binders of the general orders
He did
out.
exactly what he was told, right? And then on top of that, in a split second, he was faced with having to make a decision, right? He was looking at a laser being targeted. And here's the thing, it's not only self-defense that he raised in his opening. He also raised
Gotta love
defense
those
of third
canceled
party,
meetings.
right?
Time
His
back
partner
in the
was there,
day.
Behind
right?
him.
Right?
Yeah, he said, and like right behind him.
Yes, there you have it. So in his opening, he raised self-defense and defense of third party as well. So he saw a laser and instantly had to act. So he's going to, I anticipate throughout the trial, making sure he hounds in on
I'll
some
shout
of
it
those
out
things,
one more
right?
time
That he
since
was
I don't get the
following
grift
protocol.
yet.
So I expect
In the
that
description,
during the
and I will add,
cross-examination of some of the officers and
John, not that you
sergeants,
don't already know
they'll be asked
John's channel, but
questions
I'll add is
about,
the
you know,
link
what
in
is
the description.
protocol, how are
But
you
also
supposed
in
to
the
respond, things
description
of those sort, to
is
confirm
a link
for sure
to
that the act is
trialjunkie.online,
reasonable, right?
Right.
where you can
Within
find
what he's supposed to be doing,
a
what he's
schedule
trained
of
to
all
do.
the trials I
It's
plan on
interesting because I
covering,
actually learned something. I guess
as
I
well
didn't
as links
completely
to other
realize that okay,
smaller
so
videos and
James
things like
Smith,
that.
who's
that
the
will-
neighbor, he makes this call asking them to check the open door, you know, and so he asks for a wellness check or a welfare check, but what actually gets dispatched is an open structure call. With an open structure call and with an open structure call, you're supposed to not announce yourself. You're supposed to park away. You're supposed to handle it closer, more akin to a burglary. Not exactly like a burglary, but more akin to it. So how big a difference do you think that makes?
I'm starting it so I don't forget.
Well, so I think that defense kind of got in front of that issue, and that was an issue that I had talked about with people as well. I know a few Fort Worth police officers. Actually, I have a good friend that's a Fort Worth police officer, and one of the questions that I had very, very early on in this case was, what kind of call was that? And they told me early on that it would be akin to a burglary call. And so that right there said, okay, I knew defense was going to need to hound on that. And if they left
she's referring to the open structure.
But remember,
call.
defense also discussed
Hey,
that.
John,
okay.
the judge is on the bench.
Welfare, right?
And on
they haven't flipped over yet?
That
no.
the doors are
but he's on the bench
which is unusual.
Which is unusual. And
all right, let me pull that one up.
I think later he may have given some interviews
and we'll see if he's actually
check,
talking
that was him
or
categorizing the call, right?
what
the
the
police
deal is.
department has their own way of categorizing calls, and that's what we heard.
And I guess we're gonna flip over.
Jury's coming in now.
All right, let me get this switched over then. Give me 2 seconds.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I guess either way. Well, we should probably switch it over because they're going to do commentary through the whole thing.
Yep. All right, hang on. All right, I think that does that, and then we're there. And I think we should be good to go.
Okay.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Request permission to publish State Exhibit 93.
Go ahead, Ms. Stevens.
For whatever reason, long crime still gives me that little like fuzz in the background, but we'll do the best we can.
What do we have here?
Members of the jury, there is some audio issues with the exhibit, so just kind of bear with us, okay? If you need the exhibit when you begin your deliberations, we can get it to you, okay?
God, my office is an absolute disaster. Sorry about that.
Is Monster now? Oh, the Monster now. Oh, I get it. Okay, I'm right there in that blue chair. I'm going to sit right next to you.
Okay, so this is Zion's interview.
I understand there's some stuff going on. Yeah. Well, you know what?
Oh, they have his interview videotaped.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's screwed.
Well, like I told you out there, they remind me of this one voodoo one. And I work at this place.
data scientist turned wannabe YouTuber.
Okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a chance to talk to you again. Yeah, probably ask you a lot of questions just because that's part of my job, but I'm also gonna give you a chance to ask me any questions that you want to ask me, okay? So first, tell me your whole entire name. Brian Dwayne Carr. Brian Dwayne Carr? Yes. Did I say that right? Yes. Okay, spell your first name for me. B-I-O-N. Just like it sounds, B-I-O-N.
So do they have her on the stand right now?
B-A-R-R.
I didn't see her on the stand.
Your age? When did you born? July 25th. And what year were you born? 2011. So let me think. So you're 8 years old, birthday's in July. Does that mean you're in first grade? No, what grade? Third. Oh, I was really far off. And thank you for correcting me.
How hard is it to count up from 5? You're a child psychologist or something in that ballpark.
Right?
How was it going to shop for those times? Where it's close to your house? You said that your aunt picked you up on Friday, so you could go to school that was closer to your house? Where's your house? Where's your house? Do you know what your address is? Yeah, what's your address?
Yes.
I 1203 East Avenue. Okay. And who all stayed at your house with you? Granny and your aunt. Tell me your granny's name. What's your last name? Clark. And tell me your aunt's name. Atatiana. And what's your last name? Jefferson. Okay. And is Atatiana the aunt that you told me about that picture from school, or was that a Atatiana is the one picture from school? Okay. Well, tell me what you else did at school.
Yeah, Maddie, he did fine given what he had to work with. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot to work with here. I agree with you, though.
And so when you went to school yesterday, tell me what you did.
But what's going to happen here is the video is going to show that when he said, I don't remember, or she never asked me if it's important to be truthful or stuff like that, it's going to impeach him.
Yep.
You were on the time? How is that going? Okay. Okay. And did you do something else different than morning time?
It's not the kid's fault. It's just an unfortunate situation.
Terrible situation.
Tell me about breakfast.
And the coaching from the aunt, I think, was extremely unhelpful because it emphasizes the rift between some of the things he said and what they're going to see on the video.
Is it strawberry flavor? Okay. Then you said your aunt picked you up before you went to PE. Tell me what you did when your aunt picked you up.
No, Maddie, I don't think he'll be in the courtroom for the rest of the trial. I think that's very unlikely. I don't know for certain, but generally speaking. So I think he might be still subject to recall.
Yep. And the judge even.
So he's not allowed to see other testimony because he might. I think he's still subject to recall.
So after the speech and your teacher talked to you, then what did you do?
Yeah, my understanding is he's 11 now. He was 8 at the time of the incident.
Yep, that's correct.
you got to be in the fish. What were you doing having in the fish? Well, thank you for sharing that. I feel like I got to know kind of what you were doing yesterday. Okay. And you know what? Something I also talk to kids about, I get to know what it means to tell the truth. What does it mean to tell the truth?
Wombat, that's correct. Well, I don't know if it's based on that, but that was the big takeaway from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think the trial's based on the incident between the officer and the decedent, but this is their only eyewitness. God, this is an audio-visual presentation. You can't turn up the volume? Come on, Court.
Yeah, I mean, the judge called out those audio issues.
If somebody said your name was Zion, is that a truth or a truth? Why is that the truth? I mean, it's just really important that everything that we talk about today, I think that are true. That really did happen, okay? Don't mean when we're talking, we're not going to play or pretend we're not going to make it for you. We're only going to talk about stuff that really did. Okay? So while we're talking, can you promise to talk about two things with me today? Thank you so much. Now, Zion, do you know what day it is today? Are you guessing or do you know? Okay, so you said today's Saturday, and so Friday, you think was the ninth? Okay. And you know what, while we're talking, if I ask you a question, you don't know, it's okay to tell me that you don't know, today you don't have to guess or anything like that, okay? So today is Saturday.
So, and I made a comment earlier about not liking when adults talk down to children. She's doing this to make sure that, again, a child is oriented to time and place, understands the importance of telling the truth, all of that. It is sort of necessary premise because, like I said yesterday, we presume adults understand the consequences of perjury. We don't necessarily assume that of children. It's kind of a higher order concept. So you got to break it down a little bit. So I don't think she's doing anything wrong.
Now, I don't love that she has them in a tiny little room.
I don't particularly love that
without toys or drying utensils. Pretty common to have a kid in when they're doing an interview.
I tend to agree with you.
We talked about how important it is that we're going to talk about true things today, and I wanted you to visit Facebook. Yeah, how has it been going on?
It has been like good, but it was good.
I mean, Wombat, I guess obviously you have the defendant, but he's not going to testify. The victim is dead. The kid was the only person in the building, and we have a neighbor who maybe saw something from across the street, and there was a second cop that was on the other side of the building and didn't necessarily see anything. So what do you have to work with besides that and the body cam footage? I don't know what other evidence there is. Maybe there's something that I'm missing. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's sort of it.
Cross-examination? The other is really the best answer I could have for that.
Very difficult, yeah. And cross-examination is the best way to do it. And I thought they did an effective job, certainly demonstrating that the kid was being coached by the aunt. If he testifies, I'm considering it malpractice.
John said the same thing about Mr. Cummings. No, I agree with you, John. I'm just kidding.
So I'm gonna make sure that somebody's gonna figure that out where you're going to stay, okay? So I don't want you to worry about that.
And the state's only witness is this kid who contradicts himself contemporaneously with the event and yesterday. That's the definition of reasonable doubt. Why would you risk putting your client on the stand?
Yep.
Why would you ever risk
How
that?
long have you been staying with your aunt? Couple months? Okay, and is that your aunt Atatiana that you were telling me about? Okay. Well, you know what, I don't really know that, but I'm gonna try to get the answer to you for you. Would that be okay? Yeah, you were talking about some stuff that happened, and I said.
Yeah, Gremlin, you're not wrong. I did retract that ultimately, but
You talked about some stuff that happened, with your.
Yeah, I was just getting grief.
Did you see that happen with your aunt, or did somebody tell you about it or something? You saw it with your aunt, okay. So.
but my point is the state has literally nothing.
You're under the covers in your aunt's bed? Okay.
And if you
Yeah.
put the officer up, they can bring in all of his prior complaints, his service record, all sorts of stuff that otherwise they can't talk about.
So you said you were under the covers in your aunt's bed. You said your aunt was on the bed too?
What
were you guys doing?
And I don't know what his record is. Maybe it's sterling. I don't know, but I don't think there are very few cops that have no complaints against them.
It's not. Let me pull it up. I have it real quick.
Eight something. Okay. And so when you were watching him playing video games, was it daytime or nighttime?
Oh, does my thing not work on my iPad? Oh yeah.
Do you know what time it is?
Maddie, but here's the problem. It's an officer's word against an 8-year-old child who didn't hear a gunshot from feet away and contradicted himself recently to the events as opposed to his testimony in court.
So 2004, Dean received a citation in Arlington, Texas for assault by contact, Class C misdemeanor.
Okay.
While at the University of Texas Arlington, he was touching a woman's breast.
That's not great.
Nope. And then supervisor concerns in his file include that he has tunnel vision and needs improvement on communicating with public and fellow officers, but no actual write-ups.
Well, and that's the thing, though, is that if he doesn't testify, they can't bring any of that stuff up. If he does, some of it, I don't necessarily think that the essay you could bring in even if he does testify, just because I think that it's too far removed in time and nature. But you can give it a shot, and that's a risk that you run.
Where was your purse? In her room or in a different room?
I just turned my mic up. Chat, please let me know if it's too loud.
So she got her gun and she pointed. Did you see her point the gun? Where was she pointing the gun? At the window. At the window, okay. Could you see anything through the window? Tell me what you saw.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. They are way too close together in this room. This is not a comfortable setting.
Open or closed or something? Closed, okay.
I think we're talking about the gun right now.
Tell me more about the light. The flashlight. Which is one flashlight or more than one flashlight? One, okay. So you think you saw a gun and maybe a badge, and then you saw one flashlight outside the window? Okay. Could you hear anything when you saw the flashlight? Tell me what you heard. So put your hands up. You should wear the covers so you didn't come out. Did you hear anything different than put your hands up? So put your hands up, then you would put your hands up now. And then what happened? Did you see them shoot her? Tell me what you saw. Where was she on the ground? I knew it. Okay. And what else did you see? Besides her being on the ground and you said you saw the glass and stuff?
The distraction can be very helpful.
Toy or colored pencils?
Yeah. Knight, I agree with you entirely.
I'm gonna work on that. I'm gonna work with the people that help kids too.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What's your baby brother's name? Zayden. Okay, where's Zayden? What's your cousin's name? Reese. What's Reese's last name? That's okay. So you said that you saw your aunt on the ground. What do you remember about her being on the ground?
So we're at after she's shot, and maybe I missed it, but I didn't hear him say that she raised the weapon.
You said that made you cry. And
I didn't hear
It
that.
could be the volume on the video.
Yep. It's hard. I have it like super boosted on mine and I still can't hear it. He did say though he saw an officer with a gun and a badge and a flashlight. And he did say he heard him say hands up twice.
Okay, the one you said came through the front door or different? So what happened when she got shot?
I mean, again, if we're dealing with reasonable inferences of sane people, somebody who, if he saw an officer with a gun and a badge,
Mm-hmm.
even if they didn't explicitly announce themselves, generally speaking, I don't think a burglar screams hands up.
That when this happened, your aunt was there, was somebody else in the house? No. Who else usually lives there? And how many friends do you live there? Is Yolanda? Is Yolanda part of your family? Okay. And where's Yolanda now? Is that the grand in the hospital? Okay. How did you know how long she was in the hospital?
Just like speaking to evidentiary value, I don't want to. Sorry, give me 1 second.
So you know that your aunt, are you saying your aunt Atatiana? Your aunt was talking to your brain and she told your brain, say, I can't hear you. How long has your brain been in the hospital? Several weeks now. Okay. When you talked about your little brother, do you have any other brothers? Yeah. What's your dad's name? Do you have any other family that you get to see or visit? In Ashland. In Ashland. Or, okay. And do you know where Aunt Ashley lives? In California? Okay. And do you have a other family? Can you get to visit? Where's the Bulgaria? It looks like Hawaiian, but it's not. Okay. What's the Bulgaria? Correct. And you've been staying with your Aunt Tatiana for a little bit now? Tell me how it is staying with your Aunt Tatiana. It's okay for you? Where do you usually sleep with your Aunt Tatiana? On the couch? Okay. And tell me what your favorite thing to eat is at Aunt Tatiana. So you have taco food? Who makes you taco food? Your aunt does? Okay. And
Nothing else relevant. I was just searching Twitter too to see if someone caught if he said he pointed a gun or not. I can't find anything.
And it's the audio quality wasn't great. I did not hear that.
Yep.
Officer Darch?
I didn't either.
But it seems like the kid said he could identify that it was an officer.
Yeah, he said he saw a badge.
He made that pretty clear.
A gun and a flashlight. But that directly contradicts what he said yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. And I kind of wanted to point out, I didn't want to necessarily speak over because the audio is so bad. Yeah. But you can tell very much in terms of the tone and tenor of the two sets of statements how coached he was yesterday, as opposed to him just answering the questions around the time of the incident.
Yep. Now, if you read Twitter, he was crying because he just doesn't like talking about the situation, and the defense was super mean to him.
I didn't get that at all.
I didn't either. Twitter has a different.
I don't recall him actually crying.
I guess he teared up during the break.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see him cry on stand.
Like I said yesterday, I thought the defense struck a fairly reasonable balance of getting what they needed without, punching at the kid.
Mm-hmm.
But Twitter and I very frequently disagree on topics.
Yeah, me too. I have a feeling you and I think somewhat similarly about that, which would go contrary to Twitter's opinion.
I don't know. Bottom line is, I think that I don't know exactly how they went about introducing that because they didn't have a witness to verify it per se. Maybe they just stipulated to.
They must have stipulated
video.
To. I mean, that's the only way you could do that.
That's the only way I can think that they would do it without some form of witness verification.
You have to have someone introduce it.
Rule of evidence is in effect says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. Once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except for.
All right, so this is just standard admonishments.
If you would
is this the other officer on the scene?
This is my guess. I don't have her on my little character chart though, so.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Good morning. I can already tell you that you're real soft spoken, so if you'll speak up, these folks want to hear you. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Tell them who you are.
Monster Darch, the Fort Worth Police Department.
I shouldn't ask this question, but how old are you?
I am 27 years old.
When's your date of birth?
July 15, 1995.
Where did you grow up?
Glenrose.
I'm sorry?
Glenrose, Texas.
Man, raise that lapel just a little bit.
When did you become a Fort Worth police officer?
I started the academy August 21st, 2017.
When did you graduate from the academy?
April 13th, 2018.
Oh, so she went in straight after college.
Before you were a Fort Worth police officer?
Yeah, she went to college. It's 22, right?
Just in the Glenrose area?
My math right?
What made you want to be a Fort Worth police officer?
Yeah, you're right.
I just have a knack for helping people.
And did you have a particular area that you wanted to work in the area of Fort Worth?
East Side.
Why East Side?
It's just busier. You have more calls, more experience over on that side of town. There's a lot more to do.
Can you explain to us that doesn't know how the different districts are broken up, where is the East Side start and end?
Now East Side starts on Vaughn and I believe ends at DFW Airport. I'm not for sure on that, so don't quote me. And then it goes, yeah, about that area.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you graduated in April of 2018. I want to go through the different training that you received to be a police officer.
God.
Start at the beginning.
Oh, this
You
is what we're
apply to
doing
be a
with her.
police officer.
Yeah.
What's the next step?
Okay.
For me, it took about a year. I don't know for other people. You go through your background, you do your initial PAT test, the physical assessment test.
Let me stop. What is the physical?
This is going to walk straight into the defense's
What
arguments
do you do?
of use of force
So
policies.
it's 2 minutes and 43 seconds that you have to do it under. It's just a.
But I wonder if this is his partner testifying
You
against
run
him.
a lap, you jump a fence, you go up and down 7 flights of stairs. There's a push-pull machine. You run in, you drag 170.
I can't imagine what other reason she would be here if it wasn't.
And then you go and you shoot 12 times with your good hand, or 13 times with your good hand, 12 times with your offhand.
What are you shooting?
A laser gun.
And you said a what kind of gun?
A laser gun.
And so are you shooting live bullets?
No.
And when you say laser gun, explain to us what that means.
Every time you click the trigger, just a green laser appears on the wall.
Think Star
All
Wars.
right, and are there any other
Han
physical
Solo.
components?
During the academy, you run every day.
So no recoil?
All right, so after you have
Yeah,
the
that-
PAT test,
that is a good point.
test, what's the next thing?
You go through backgrounds. Once you're clear.
Well, I
with
think like the
background,
modern training, like laser guns, have some sort of device in them that try to put some test.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Basically, the academy. In total, about how long is the academy?
It's close to 9 months. I know it's pretty lengthy. I can't say exactly how long it is, but it's close to 9 months.
They're gonna hammer on training for an hour here.
Yeah, that's basically what we're in for.
Start the academy.
It took me approximately a year.
So you got that year first, and then you start the actual academy.
And by the way, not for nothing, I genuinely don't necessarily understand why they don't have live fire training. Right, I never understood why that was actually an improvement.
The first couple weeks you come in, you're in plain clothes.
I mean, as long as you're shooting down range, it should be
It's
safe. But
business casual. And it's a lot of classroom. The first 2 weeks you learn a little bit in our control tactics, but not much. It's basically just classroom.
When you say control tactics, can you explain to the jury what that means?
Control tactics are like what you would use to take someone to the ground, handcuffing maneuvers, things like that.
And you said that's not that long, or that's not that much?
You don't do much in the first 2 weeks of the academy. Then they really start bringing you in and getting more involved in that.
And so
I would
after
say
the
yes.
first few weeks of classroom,
Yeah,
what's
that's
the
probably
next
right. But I still feel like it's extremely difficult
I mean,
in
you
a
do the
controlled
classroom the
environment
entire
to
time.
simulate the kind of adrenaline dump that you'd have in the field.
In the morning.
oh yeah, and that question will be asked, and it will be answered that way. Like it always is.
PT or your
Is
CT.
training like the real thing? Not really.
And going and running, things like that. That differs every day, just depending if the control tactics room was open when you first got there or not. we had a senior class above us. So I believe we started out running and doing our setups, things like that. And then we would go into the control tactics room, and then we would shower and then go to the classroom.
And about how many people were in your academy class, would you say?
I believe when we started, it was in the 40s.
And then what else, or what's some other phases that you go through, some other things? It just gets more involved and progresses as you go further. It's like baby steps.
That is a serious issue in many jurisdictions of family court.
Do you learn about the Texas penal?
That's one of the things that I actually always liked about Judge Judy, because she was a family court judge in New York. And she was very strong on the fact that both parents have equal rights to see their kids.
What that is.
General orders is basically just your standard operating procedures. Any call that you're going to go to, there is a general order on it, on how to handle that call, how to approach the call, things like that.
So when were you officially cut loose, or I guess the graduation date? Are you then free to go out on the street by yourself?
It's not. You have to go through a field training process, and that's a couple months within itself. I didn't initially start the field training process right away.
And why was that?
I had a broken foot and had to have surgery.
Look at how you're bringing people together, Cole.
First 8 or 9 months of the academy, are you guys trained about
Love it.
intoxication?
Yes.
And in what way?
We have a red man scenario, which is where someone gets in a full padded suit, and you go in and you work the call. I think they do 3 different call scenarios, one where they're completely compliant, one where they have passive resistance, and then one where it's like active resistance, where they're just not complying with anything you say, and then you handle the situation appropriately.
Why is it called Red Man?
Because they put them in a red padded suit,
Okay.
so that the role players don't get injured.
Okay. And so the people that are
Somebody's
going
gonna call that
in
racist.
that red suit, are those your supervisors or your teachers?
It could be instructors. They usually have 1 or 2 instructors in the red man suits, but it can also be other officers.
And are all 40 of you guys in that scenario? Are y'all in different roles?
No, so they break you up. They'll either, most of the time when you go into red man, you go in alone, and you'll do your
Good for you, Maddie.
alone. They will send in a second partner once you progress further along.
I have a colleague of mine who's sort of raison
They're
d'etre
also within the
in
academy,
Florida
something called
is to
control
try and
procedures.
reform
Explain that to us.
the alimony
We did
laws,
that
because
in the
in
last
Florida
couple weeks
there's
of the
lifetime
academy. It's a
alimony,
week
which
long,
is a little bit
and you
insane
have
regardless of
other
changes of
officers that have
circumstance.
volunteered to come down to the academy and help you, and you'll run calls like domestic.
So
in a controlled
I don't do
environment,
any family law stuff, but I'm a
privacy,
little bit familiar with some of the
things like
issues
that of that nature. And you're just
obviously
learning how
relevant to
handle
it.
the call, basically. They'll dispatch you over the radio. Once you're dispatched over the radio, you go into the tactical village, and once you're in the tactical village, that's when you'll actually handle the call.
Explain to them what the tactical village is.
Tactical village is a mock village. I mean, we have a fake school in there. We have a fake apartment upstairs, a fake store. It's a mock village.
And may I approach the jury?
Yes.
That's kind of cool. I don't know if I've heard that in testimony about training before.
Something in the gallery as well.
Yes.
The mock village.
It's kind of an interesting program.
You guys need a cough drop? Anybody maybe? I have some. Okay, there you go. All right. Okay. You need a cough drop?
I'm okay.
You're all right. All right. Okay. So
By the way, Cole, I think that you've doubled your subscribers and you have almost double your concurrence today. So
We doubled it. I was thinking the same thing a little bit earlier. Thank you all.
And you'll have your handheld radio.
That's pretty
and
great,
They
man.
will actually get on there, and usually they use ocean signs, just because it's not used in the field. They'll call out ocean 211. You're responding to a domestic.
I went in the long crime chat and told everybody to come over here. No, just
When you
kidding.
say small detail, give me an example of the kind of information you'd be given.
You're responding to a domestic at this address. There's a melon inside.
You're too new to thoroughly piss them off.
Things being thrown around.
Yeah.
And then what's the purpose? You then, I guess, are being taken through how you should approach and handle that scene, that type of call rather?
The first day, yes. As the week progresses, you're handling the calls on your own, just to see how you respond to your training that you've received for the last 9 months.
And when does the patrol procedures part come within those 8 or 9 months of the academy?
We did it the last couple weeks of our academy. I think they've since changed it. I know we did ours right at the end.
You said, you gave an example of a domestic. What are the other types of different calls that you are run through in that academy?
I believe we do a traffic stop. We do a domestic.
See you, Amber. Thanks for being here.
Talks.
Thank you.
I think we do a sexual assault, and I'm not sure what else. I can't remember.
Are they trying to expose you to just different types of calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know as an officer when you're going through these different exercises if you're doing them correctly or not?
You're being evaluated at the end of each call that you go to. So say I responded to the domestic in the apartment A. There are 2 officers there, and they will be evaluating you the entire time you're handling the call. And then when you break down after the call, they'll tell you what you did right, what you did wrong, what you can improve on.
What happens if you get, I guess, like a bad grade on a particular type of call or a particular type of procedure? Can you fail this section?
Yes.
Okay. What happens if you do?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I didn't fail.
All right. You passed. Now tell me, is there a part of the academy that's called officer survival?
Yes, it's the week after patrol procedures.
So you said they've now moved patrol procedures not to the end anymore. Do you know, is it more towards the middle or the beginning, or do you know?
I don't know. I just know that they moved it up earlier.
Okay. So tell me about officer survival.
Officer survival is you're still responding to calls. You're still being dispatched like in patrol procedures. It's just a heightened and elevated.
This seems like a pretty reasonable training program.
Why
Yeah,
is
seems
it
good.
important to assess how somebody acts under stress as a police officer?
To know how they're going to react in stressful situations on the field.
Sure. So the patrol procedures, can you tell me about how long that is?
They're each are a week. So patrol procedures a week, and then officer survival's a week.
And can you give me an example of something they would do to mimic a stressful situation for you guys in officer survival?
In officer survival, there's a scene where it's an officer's down and you have to go and like apply a tourniquet, extract the officer from the location.
This is not Aaron Dean's partner.
There's an active shooter while it's happening.
I've been searching for it. Finally found it. This is an expert on training
One of
tactics.
these scenarios you described, so for example, an active
okay.
shooter, is it you by yourself going in and assessing the situation, or are there other people that are?
Wait, their expert is a 27-year-old that's been a cop for 5 years?
Officer survival.
Did I just understand that
I didn't
correctly?
believe it for a second.
A partner.
Okay, that's an interesting choice.
For the most part, when you actually do get out of the academy through field training and on the streets, do you typically respond with a partner?
I wonder if they were struggling to have more senior people willing to testify against this guy.
Exactly my thought.
To dispatch 2 officers.
Why?
Officer safety.
Now, are you, going back to the academy for a second, are you also trained in
Why wouldn't you have an actual
basic
instructor
life-saving
Yes.
as your expert?
And how long is that?
I mean, the Kim Potter trial, they kind of had to do this.
I want to say it's an 8.
Yeah, that's true.
We did it.
The officers don't want to testify. That's why I was like, ooh, is partners testifying against him?
Tell us what that is.
That's our tactical medical unit. They usually go out with SWAT and things like that, or if an officer's shot.
Well, I mean, if they subpoena the partner, there's not a whole lot he or she can do about that. But
officers that are also that have their paramedic.
So there's a particular division or group of officers.
I'm just never entirely certain how this moves the ball forward.
Technical medical training.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you?
No.
But you did go through an 8-hour course in the academy about the basics of that. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you give me some examples besides CPR of what training you received there?
They teach you to apply tourniquets, chest seals, your
Yeah,
basic
Maddie, that's
CPR.
true.
Can you tell the jury what a chest seal is?
A chest seal is like a thin piece of plastic that is extremely sticky on one side. And when there's a hole anywhere in the abdomen, you want to seal it up so that air is not getting.
When you said anywhere in the abdomen, why is it just the abdomen?
Yeah, but AK-47. So here's one of my first questions on cross. How many use of force incidents have you personally been involved in?
Okay. Because the name's chest seal, so
Yes.
that didn't make any sense.
And the answer is going to be not many.
Regardless, it's some kind of sticky device, if you will, that can.
And I actually don't care if she says it's a lot, because that doesn't help her case either. Like, that's one of those questions where I don't care which way you answer. It
Trained on how to do that.
doesn't help your position.
So do you
Yeah.
just carry
Oh,
around a
many.
chest seal on your
Okay, so how many
person, or
people have
how
you
do
had to
have
show?
that?
Okay,
Some
so and this
officers
is
carry
Aaron Beans first. Okay.
in their vest if they have a
Right.
vest. I don't.
Those are the
I have
best
a
questions on
backpack
cross
kit.
when you actually don't
There's
care what
a
their
small
answer is.
bag that we're all issued after the academy. I carry mine in my car unless I know that I'm going on a shooting or a staff.
What's in that TAC med kit?
You have an Israeli bandage, which is a tourniquet. You have a rubber tourniquet. You have a couple chest seals, and you have quick clot and some gauze and shears.
Is there a stress-induced training that is different than officer survival? Is that something separate, or is that included in the officer survival?
The stress-induced training is the entire academy.
Sure.
But the
Ha,
is
hilarious.
officer survival.
At least she got louder.
When you talked
She's talking a little more
about public
confidently.
intoxication, a traffic stop, domestic violence, are there different ways to approach each type of those scenarios that you're presenting?
Yes, ma'am. There's a different way to approach every call.
And is that the type of training you're receiving pretty much all throughout the academy?
Do it.
Are you getting feedback?
It costs
as
you
well
absolutely nothing
about
to
that,
click the
the
thumbs up.
evaluation process?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't even
Are
grip
you
yet.
getting,
So.
I guess, counseled or feedback from the general orders, or is it just from the instructors, or both?
The instructors will quote the general orders, and especially if you mess up, they will let you know which general
That's
order.
all right. I haven't even checked if
So once
last
you go
night's
to the
stream
academy,
was
and then your
demonetized yet.
graduation date was April the 13th of 2018, is that right? Now, after you graduate, what happens?
You graduate, and then you are assigned your first field training officer.
At some point I started-
And you're assigned to a side of town.
You still get your super chats when
Most
you get demonetized,
officers
right?
start 1 to 2 days.
Yeah, the
after
super chats they can't
the
demonetize
academy,
because that's a direct
starting with their
transfer.
FTO.
And yes,
Is
it
there
was.
a
So
in-service
let's
training
go
that goes on
submit a
for couple
review.
weeks between those two?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
tell me
ma'am.
about that.
I'm sorry.
I
after
am now
graduation, there is
18
the 2
and
weeks of
0
service,
on manual
where you
review.
go
Yeah, every
to
single one. Oh, you've
Every
won everyone?
single one.
which is the
That's good.
standard for officers in Texas. They mandate that every 2 years training cycle, you have to have 40 hours of training.
Why
on
what?
these specific things.
Why was
like
it demonetized? Because you.
Yeah, I think so.
Kind of a continuing education.
But yeah, they can't
from-
demonetize like memberships, and they can't
After
demonetize
the
super chats because
in-service
those are,
training, what's next?
those are kind of third-party
After
contracts
in-service,
between
you get
the donor
Field
and me.
training.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
That's,
you
I
are
would
assigned,
suspected
you said
that, but
one officer
it's YouTube,
or
so
multiple?
maybe.
You're assigned one officer for each.
Plus, why would
phase.
YouTube do that? Because they get 30% of it
They
anyway.
get 30%, yeah.
So your first phase is your field training officer, your FTO, is doing everything. You're just watching them and learning how to become an officer in the field.
This is kind of weird because she's
second
talking
phase,
about her
you start
life
with
experience,
First phase, in total, how long is the field training?
which is kind
You
of
mean
more like
all of what?
It's 3 or
4
weeks.
years? Because if it's the
I'm not-
academy is a year-long
I'm not sure
program, you
exactly
entered
on it, but it's 3 or 4 weeks.
in
So if
17.
that- if
You've been an officer
the
for like
first
40
phase,
years.
Where the field training officer's doing everything, about how long does that last?
3 or 4 weeks.
Okay, so I said the entire
I'm
field
thinking,
training
like, if you
process.
qualify her as
The
an
entire field
expert,
training process is probably 4, 5, 6 months.
Alright.
isn't it kind of weird to
So
do
we've
it
got
on
the
just their
academy,
experience?
8 or 9
Maybe they'll go
months.
into more of what she's taught and stuff. but-
Graduate, we've got 2 weeks of in-service, then we move on to field training for 4 to 6 months.
Yes.
I mean, the issue is they're going to ultimately, they are trying to
Field training
basically
officer
voir
doing
dire her as an expert.
Yes,
Yep.
You're watching.
you're watching. You're not even watching.
Okay. When the field training officer, you say doing everything, are they responding to calls?
And then they're going to ask her opinion on
What types of calls?
whether the behavior
Probably
of the
comes
defendant
in
was
whether
appropriate,
it's
which I don't care because I
shooting,
don't consider her particularly
stabbing,
useful.
a robbery.
But
you're
okay.
responding to whatever it is on your side.
Far more on super
Are you able to
chats
ask any
and
questions
gifted
during that
memberships
time?
and all of that. I
Yes.
mean,
You
monetization
ask all of your
is
questions.
it's
That's
spit
the
in the
purpose,
ocean
right?
compared to
Alright.
the generosity of my
After the
chat.
first phase, what's the next thing?
Thanks to
Second
all you
phase,
beautiful people.
that's where you start
Exactly.
taking over. You start driving. You're the lead officer.
This is an
You're
interesting take.
figuring out how to respond.
She kind of does. There is almost like a
Your
resting
field
bitch
training
face
officer's right there next
aspect
to you,
here.
letting you know if you're doing it right. They'll pull you aside, tell you if you mess something up, and then you go from there.
I know that's a sexist term these
After
days,
the
but
second phase, is that another
think it
2 or
applies.
3, or like I say, you said 3 or 4 weeks?
You just got me demonetized.
What's the next thing after the second phase?
That's when you go
Kidding.
into
you have
midterm.
nothing to lose.
And
I
that's
have nothing to lose
2
in
to 3 weeks.
Except
And it's just an evaluation of how you're developing as an officer in those first 2 phases.
And when you say there's an evaluation, is the field training officer that's been with you, the first and second, the one evaluating you?
No, so every phase of FTO, you have a different officer riding with you.
So then who's evaluating you at midterm? Those 2 that have ridden with you so far, or someone?
No, someone different.
Okay.
Thanks, check it.
How is the person during midterm, if there's somebody different than has been riding with you and observing you, how are they able to evaluate you?
Maddie, absolutely true.
They
I was
have a,
fortunate enough to have a number
FTO manual.
of folks who are
and
far more
it's
established
just
than I
basically
am,
checking off the
kind of
boxes.
pop in
Are-
and help out
are
with
they
that
proficient
process. But
in
it does take a
behavior?
lot
So
of
do they
time.
know how to
It's
fill out
not
a
easy.
packet? Do they know the appropriate questions to ask?
So I guess I'm just trying to
That's why I'm trying to
understand
pay it
if that
forward.
person
Thank
hasn't
you.
been with
I was
you
just gonna go
to
there.
answer those questions, to see you do it. Are they
And that's
getting
why I
feedback
plan on
from
streaming
their
8 hours a
FTOs?
day.
They're
I get to
Okay.
0 hours.
You're
How-
answering calls together.
Okay, so the midterm phase is someone different than the first and second, that they're with you for those, how long, how many weeks?
2 to 3 weeks.
Gotcha, okay.
Wombat, no, she was not.
and
She's
then
here
what happens
apparently
after
as an expert witness.
After midterm,
So
you
she
go
knows
into third
absolutely
phase,
nothing.
Which is another 3-4 weeks.
But great question.
This is
It took me
probably a
20 minutes
massive
to-
waste of time.
And you are the lead officer. You should be doing
I mean-
everything on your own by now. You should
But a lot of these
know
come-
your area that you're in.
A lot of these police shootings come down to the battle of the 2 experts.
You should know how to process all of your own
Yeah,
reports,
that's
how to
true.
do your reports, things like that.
I can almost guarantee you
And
the
then
defense
what's
has
after
somebody
the
more
third phase?
experienced.
That's when you go into ghost phase. Usually the officer that's with you will be in plain clothes.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
neat.
They
true.
can wear a
I
uniform.
could. No need for that right
You
away.
don't have to ask them questions.
I
They're
plan on proving myself to
I
all
should get
y'all
around to that
doing
at
it.
some point because a lot of people don't like giving
If you have a
YouTube
question,
their cut.
it's usually
So if they
another
can do it
That's
more
officer
directly,
on the scene with you
yeah,
that
they
you'll
prefer
answer. You'll ask that question too, and they'll answer you, but you're not allowed to ask your ghost anything. They're just strictly there to.
we have to be
evaluate.
careful talking about that
When we
because YouTube
started
doesn't
talking
generally
about
like when you
training,
talk
you said
about
you
the
get
inner
assigned to a
machinations
particular
of the
area
monetization system.
Do you stay in that same area or district the entire field training process?
For me, I did. I stayed in East Side. I know before that they had switched different sides of town, so you could be in North for one phase, you could be in South for the next.
Okay, after field training is complete, the ghost phase.
Look at
will
that.
last
You already got your
6
moderators
months.
grifting off of you.
After that,
Yeah.
You get cut loose.
So, Maddie, I started your
do you have somebody riding in the car?
chat with that earlier. I'll go back and grab it. I
Each
just,
officer, as far
with
as
the
control
bandwidth
is
issues I've had, I don't want to go in the
are they
studio right
assigned a
now.
particular car?
You're not assigned.
But I will, I
It's-
promise.
You take what you get and you hope you get.
Actually, let me see if I can do it on a.
So when you show up,
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's clean.
Okay, all right. So when you show up to a shift, you just go out and hope that there's a car there you can take and
Yes, ma'am.
like I said,
Jolly
all
Rogers,
right.
the answer is nothing.
So when did you
Functionally,
actually
nothing.
get, quote, cut loose?
I got cut loose in, I want to say the later half of September of 2019.
Why does she keep using the term cut you loose?
What area were
Sounds like
you
they fired her.
assigned to when you were on your own?
I was in East Division as an overflow spot for a couple want to say maybe a week. And then I got assigned to Baker Division, where I'd never been. And I was there approximately 2 weeks before the shooting.
And where is
Am I
Baker
wrong that
Division?
cut loose is some sort of
Baker
technical
Division is
term for
from
you're allowed to
8
proceed on your
Boston,
own
and then
without
Lancaster.
direct supervision?
Is that considered?
Oh, you
east
may not
side?
be wrong.
It's central.
I haven't heard it,
So
but
you didn't know that area at all?
No.
I haven't
All right.
either.
So
But
you
if
were in
even if
east
that's
side for
true,
about a week as
that
a
means she's been an
clerk, and you
officer
were
for
in
less than
central
3
as a
years, and this is your expert.
You said how many weeks
Yep.
before the shooting?
Approximately 2
and they're still talking about her basic training, which
And you had really
odd.
only been out on your own for about a month or so before the shooting happened. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Due to
She
your
was involved in an
circumstances.
officer-related shooting a month
Now, when
into
you went
her.
to the academy and you graduated in April.
This is the
of
person that you're
2018,
bringing in as an
did
expert?
Aaron Dean also graduate?
why are they talking about this shooting?
He would have
Am
graduated.
I getting
on the
that
same-
info?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if he went through the same type of training that we just all talked about?
It was pretty standardized training, yes, ma'am.
Do you know what day he would have been cut loose?
I don't.
Would it have been different than you because of your surgery?
Yes, ma'am.
And how? Tell me about the east side of Fort Worth. Describe that area to us. Those of us that have never been there. What's it like?
It's high crime. There's a lot of drugs, a lot of property crime, a lot.
What is the prosecution
If you
trying
think
to
about it,
accomplish?
it's
I am
not
genuinely struggling
Yeah.
with
Are
this.
there other parts of town that have the same type of reputation?
Yes, South Side and Baker Division.
So central, east side, and south side.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So west side and north side, do they have that kind of reputation?
West Side has its own crime off of Las Vegas Trail. North Side, not so much.
And where? Give me some examples.
Steph, you are,
Garcias being
Steph,
north
you are
side?
being very generous in coloring in a lot of the lines for them.
Okay. So had
I understand where you're
you lived up
coming
at
from.
that time you had worked
But you are
in
doing the heavy
the
lifting for the
Baker
prosecution that they're not.
for maybe about 2 weeks or so. So had you actually
Agreed.
worked East Allen area before?
I don't know if that's the
shooting had
conclusion
ever
I would
occurred?
draw
I
from
may
what
have
I've been
answered
hearing so
calls
far.
there. It's been so long ago, I can't tell you for sure that I had. I've been in the area, but
Would
Hasn't
East
been that long.
Allen be in the Baker district, that central Baker
Yes, ma'am.
district? Okay.
it's Baker 15.
And what does that mean, Baker 15?
It's the beat, they're broken up. So Baker Division is broke up into different beats, and every officer is responsible for a different beat.
I don't care.
Give us an idea as far as a beat is concerned. How big is a beat?
They're not very big.
Who cares relevance to the
exact
facts of this
dimensions on
case?
one.
I mean, are we talking about 50
I mean,
miles? or
I was
something?
asking yesterday. I wonder.
No, usually just a couple blocks.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was asking yesterday. I was like, I wonder what kind of neighborhood it was.
October of 2019, had you responded on your own to, if you're cut loose on September of 2019, you're maybe
Wouldn't it be
out for
easier
about a
to
month
just
or so, month
use
to
her to
change.
find somebody from like
Had
the
you
Crime
responded to
Statistics
different
Bureau
types of
and just
calls at that
introduce
point
it
on
that
your own?
way?
Some, yes.
Give me examples of the types.
Like,
of
why does an
calls that you
officer that's
respond to.
been solo for 3
Definitely
years
domestics.
more
The
useful?
city is heavy call load
Just
with
give them the crime
domestics.
statistics.
I don't know exactly what I had.
I know
responded
not
to on
every
my own,
place has
but in
ComStat,
field
but
training, you respond
they've
to
got to have
just
something.
about everything. I mean, my second day of first phase, I was responding to a shooting. So
Just the jury knows. Just a
No,
normal,
Steph, I think you're
let's say,
absolutely right. I
week
mean, that's
for
the
you.
closest
Now,
explanation I can think of.
out on your own.
So I don't
cut loose,
disagree with you.
you've been
I just
out,
don't think it matters.
Now for 3 years or more. So what are the types of calls that you're responding to? Give us some examples.
domestic shootings, stabbings, open structures, burglaries, welfare checks, things of those nature.
And you said shootings and stabbings. We know what that is. Domestics. We know what that is. Tell me what an open structure type of call would be.
An open structure is you're driving down the road in the middle of the night and you see a door open on a business, right? The door's not supposed to be open, you know it's not supposed to be open, so you go and check it out.
What about welfare check? Can you tell us what that is?
A welfare check is usually for someone that's in bad health through my training and experience.
Objection
that I've
relevance.
Dealt with.
We
It'll
explicitly
be a family
established that
member,
this
a
was not a
neighbor,
welfare check.
a concerned friend calling.
Don't let her talk about that.
Just saying, hey, I haven't heard from Joe in a couple days. Can you swing by and check on him?
So is a welfare check different than an open structure?
Yes, ma'am, vastly.
Okay. One is the circumstance we're talking about, maybe a door or window being open. Another, meaning the welfare check, would be, I haven't heard from my dad.
Exactly.
I haven't heard from my grandmother.
Exactly.
Objection
All right.
leading. Can we just end this line of questioning and just
I know
witness?
exactly, and if you don't know.
All right, I got everybody's links in the description here too.
Worked open structure calls up
Thank
to
you,
that
sir.
point? Can you remember?
I'm not 100% certain on that.
Have you now?
Yes, ma'am.
And the same for welfare check calls. Do you know whether you had done any of those back in those 3 or I guess month or so?
I'm not sure.
Have you now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. And had you also, maybe you don't remember about at that point, but up until now, you worked burglary calls before.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever worked a burglary where it's in progress?
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning when you get out there, the
Okay, your
suspect's in the
follow-up
house
is
and/or
leading.
in the business running away.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you, as far as burglary calls are concerned, well, I'm gonna ask you each one. Welfare checks, how common are those?
Welfare checks, you get those on night shift. They're not too common. On day shift, you're getting them left and right.
What about?
That's
burglary
not an
calls?
answer.
How common are those?
Very common.
Yeah, that was
And
not.
what about open structure calls?
Very common.
So you don't know if you had necessarily.
In my opinion, this is the kind of
responded
witness
to
where you
let's talk
object
about
and you
narrowing
make
it
the
in.
direct examiner's life a living hell.
You just read my mind. I was just about to ask you. Do they object to her being qualified as a
Besides the
witness?
shooting. that
They
occurred
haven't
on
objected to
October 12th,
anything as far as I'm aware so far.
Have you
Yep, they haven't.
responded to any calls over the last 3 years?
I would let them call her.
Block
I would just make the prosecutor's life a living hell trying to formulate
Um,
questions.
So let's talk. Do you know who James Smith is, by the way?
I don't. I've never met him.
All right.
Okay.
Did you were not a part of the investigation out there at the scene when this happened, correct? Meaning you were not a part of the major case investigation interviewing people.
Compound.
No.
Leading.
You were getting interviewed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay.
So she was there.
Yes, ma'am.
And you and I have met before, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
I thought she said no, she
Dale as
wasn't.
well.
Did I
And Mo,
mishear
who
that?
I don't know if you did our
She said she wasn't part of the investigation,
How
but
many
she
times?
said that you were getting interviewed.
3 or 4.
I think she was getting interviewed
And
for
then
another
we've
division.
met-
This
I
is.
think we've met over at outside the office, and we've also.
I
met
could have
in
misheard
the office,
that.
Is that right? Okay. Who else has been present when Dale, myself?
Let me
and
do a
Mo
little better
met?
research here.
My plea attorney.
Okay.
Harold Doddridge.
Tell the jury what a plea attorney is.
It's Combined Law Enforcement Association of Texas, and I pay in every month out of my check to the POA, which is the Police Officers Association, and CLEAT is with them. It's legal advice, legal attorneys for whatever you need, and it's very standard after. A
Did she
shooting
shoot
to
somebody?
have your CLEAT attorney right there with you.
So tell them about that. So after a shooting happens, how does that plea attorney get notified? Do you know about a shooting?
You can call them, your sergeant can call them, really, anyone that hears the shooting goes out.
Wombat, it was an open structure call. The neighbor called saying that the door
Let's
was
say
left
you're gonna
open
make a
on a
call.
home
Who
at
do you call? How do you
2:45, I
know
believe,
who
in the
to
morning. Somewhere in that ballpark.
So Terry came and talked to our class, and she gave us her phone number during that class while we were still in the academy, and we're instructed to call that number.
And is Terry here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So she talked to y'all's class, gave you guys her card. Are there other plea attorneys?
There have been news outlets that
So
inaccurately
a shooting
reported it as
happens,
on the
she
some
gets
sort of
called.
welfare check.
Is she showing up pretty quick after the shooting happened?
Go ahead.
It was fairly quick. Yes, ma'am.
And so is Terry the one that actually showed up in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so when
Carl,
she shows up, what happens? Do you go talk to her? Does she come talk to you?
So for me, I was in a patrol vehicle in the passenger seat, and she came inside in the driver's seat, I believe. I'm not 100% certain. I don't remember a whole lot.
I guess what I meant is she's there for the purpose of being there with you, correct?
Yes.
Not the other officers that are there at the
Yes,
scene
ma'am.
at that moment. Okay. So you guys talk, and then is there anything else that happens out there at the scene as far as does Terry then go inside the house and the scene? What happens?
Okay, so she was at the scene.
For certain on that, I was.
And I guess I met with you.
Oh, with me? I know she did my walkthrough with me, with a major case.
My bad.
Tell the jury what a walkthrough is.
Major case, just ask you a question. You don't say yes or no, you just point. They'll ask you, where were you standing when the shot went out? Do you know where Officer Dean was standing when the shot went out?
Do you know why you don't say actual words, you just point?
I'm not for certain on that.
Okay. And so you said it's major case division. Can you tell the jury generally what major case is?
Major case investigates any officer-involved shooting, in custody deaths. They're there for the what we call CPIs, the critical police incidents. Anything that's big, a death, uses of force, things like that.
As far as the scene was concerned, were there multiple members of the major case division out at the scene, or do you know?
I'm not for certain on that. I know Detective Brumshus is out there.
All right. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1 and ask you, what is that?
This is the body cam from Officer Dean.
Did you have an opportunity before you testified today to review that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you actually here yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm going to ask you to look at those, if you will.
Okay.
Just kind of without showing the jury, just because they're not in evidence yet, if you'll look through those. Let's first start with State's Exhibit 4 here. Can you tell me what that is?
That's a map.
And does it have a particular location on the map?
It does 1203 East Allen.
All right. And is 1203 East Allen, is that a street or an avenue? Do you know?
That is an avenue.
Okay. And is that area located in Fort Worth?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it located in Tarrant County, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so this map, does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of that particular location?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, State's Exhibit 5 through, I believe, 9. Does that appear, State's Exhibit 5, does that appear to be the front of the house that you responded to?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then State's Exhibit 6 through 9, does that just appear to be an overview of the house and the street of East Allen in different northwest, south, all the different directions? Okay. Do those all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the house, the map, from what you remember?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So now let's look, State's Exhibit 1, did that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of what you remember happening that night?
Not from my point of view. Yes.
And that's not my question. My question is whether it's a fair and accurate depiction of what you remember happening.
You don't know.
You're not actually wearing it.
You can't do that.
You weren't there.
Why not?
My body
You
cam,
cannot
I
verify
placed it
that
on the
video
dock,
at all.
When I returned
You can't do that.
a week prior to the shooting.
They
my body cam
won't
was not on
object,
the
though.
dock anymore.
And she
I
knows that.
filed a
Yep.
stolen lost property report for my body cam and was waiting to be issued a new one.
So you used a couple different terms that I want to break down. You said, so body camera. Or
How do you not
each
object to that?
Patrol officer issued a body camera
Yes,
to wear on their person.
It's something I see in all these trials, man. It's
Do
like
you have on one right now?
I don't.
Okay, where would you normally have it on though?
they seem to bend the
back
rules of
then,
evidence
We had a
quite a
battery
bit.
pack that went on our belts. We ran the wire through our shirt and then.
I don't know if it's just for efficiency.
And so the body camera is going to be up on.
A lot of it
showing
depends
shoulder.
on the
For
jurisdiction.
purposes of the record, you're looking
But,
at shoulder,
You know,
correct?
so for instance, like in New York, you get a lot more objections than you do in
But where
Florida
do you know
cases,
I wore it on my left shoulder.
just because
And then
it's kind
as
of,
far as
there's a different
there's
custom.
also patrol cars that are equipped with
But-
video recording device too, correct? Did your
That one was
patrol car
blatantly
have that
inappropriate.
ability?
Yes, ma'am. You have a dash cam on the front windshield and then you have a.
Is it fair and accurate? Nope, not from my perspective.
That watches
Okay,
the
that's not coming in.
property.
how does a patrol car, you just called it a dash cam?
Well, I guess part of the problem is that the only person that could actually verify if it's fair and accurate is the defendant, and he's not testifying.
It immediately goes on, and it turns on anytime you turn on your lights and sirens. Other than that, you have to reach up and turn it on. There's a middle button that you reach up and you literally just click it on.
What about body camera? How do you turn that on and off?
Those, I believe it's like a box, and there's a little round circle in the middle, and you push the round circle to turn it on.
So you told us that you went to a dock station. Can you tell us what that means?
It's the charging station where you plug your camera up. It downloads all of your videos from the day and uploads them onto the evidence.com cloud.
So all the patrol officers throughout the day, when they get done with their shift, they can take their camera and put it on this dock station, and it charges as well as it downloads all that video.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same way that it works for the patrol car?
The patrol car, I'm not exactly sure how it downloads.
But you don't have to take anything out of the car to charge?
No, ma'am.
All right. And so on State's Exhibit 1, yes. So my question was,
Great.
we didn't have a body camera. You mentioned why.
Keep asking her questions she
have
doesn't
one.
know the answer
Did
to
your
and can't
patrol
answer.
car, was it working and have a video recording device at that time? Did you have it on when you responded to this scene?
No, ma'am.
Tell us why not.
You don't turn them on for every call. You mainly turn them on for traffic stops or anything that you're going to be doing right in front of your car. So if you're searching someone in handcuffs, you can put them in the front of your car, and then it just has a different angle. If you're doing traffic stops or if you're running code somewhere, it's going to have your video on.
The body camera footage that you reviewed from former Officer Dean's body camera, did you remember him wearing a body camera that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
What a
Do you remember which
stupid
shoulder he was
question.
wearing the body camera on?
You reviewed the footage.
Do you know if he was wearing it on his shoulder or not?
Yeah.
I can't tell you.
That's
for
fine.
sure.
And so when you reviewed State's Exhibit 1, did that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of what you
She
remember
can't
when
answer
you
that
guys
question.
You approached the
So
house
bad.
and where he was in relation to the
She
house.
literally
and
can't
what
answer
you had
that.
on. Okay. Not your perspective.
Not my perspective.
You didn't have it on,
No.
right? Okay. And now State's Exhibit 10
I don't know why they
and
didn't object to
11, I want to ask you to
That's
look
bad.
at those.
that. That's just bad.
I mean, they probably want the body cam in though.
This is actually my
Yeah, then
control
they
car
can
where I
introduce
parked
it.
that night.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're pointing to State's Exhibit 11.
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe
Go
that's
get some
just
video
the
analysis expert and introduce
And
it through
I'm gonna
him.
say I believe that's just the scene on State's Exhibit 10 that you're referring to.
Yes.
Okay. Now, State's Exhibit 12,
Yeah,
13, 14.
That's a special
Does
case.
State's Exhibit 12 and 13 appear to be photographs of the defendant, Aaron Dean, and his, I'm going to call it a duty belt. What do
Yes,
you call it?
duty belt.
Okay. All right. Top half of the defendant and the duty belt.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 14, does that appear to be the back of the duty belt?
Yes, ma'am.
These DAs or just
State's
DAs in
Exhibit
general though?
15, 16, 17, 18. Does that appear to be, and you can look at that, does that appear to be the defendant?
I gotta be honest though, it's been an
that is
interesting
issued
rush
by the
of
Port Police
really
Department.
stupid
Yes.
So tell us
prosecutions
how you
the last
do, how do
few
you get
years.
it done from the Port Police
I was gonna say I've been watching like I was like wondering what time frame you're gonna put on because I've been heavily watching the trials for like, every day for 2 years. Most of the prosecutions piss me off.
Down at the range with that weapon, and then it is locked up until the day that you graduate.
Or prosecutors, I should say.
And State's Exhibit 19, does that appear to be your gun?
Yes.
Okay. And do you actually have a
Why
gun
is that a
set?
state's exhibit, her
What
gun?
does her gun have to do with anything?
And that one you're wearing right now?
Nothing.
Okay.
They're not.
Okay. And were they exchanged and you were given a different one, or do you know?
That night they gave me a different one. Then I left the department and I was issued a new
So
one.
it wasn't even at the scene. So what the hell are we introducing a
And
picture of
State's
it
Exhibit
for?
24
What is happening?
through 27. Do those appear to be, if you look at those, there's just a few.
You recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do all of those photographs that you've looked at, do those all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the scene that night and as well as where you parked outside of the scene?
Objection, compounds. Stop, please. You're hurting my brain.
And do those also appear to be fair and accurate depictions of your gun as well as Officer Dean's gun?
Yes, ma'am.
That's compound there.
Objection, compound. Irrelevant.
Your Honor, permission.
How would you know which gun is which?
Through, I
Right.
believe it was
Let's see if we hear an objection.
Did you memorize the serial numbers?
27. 27, Your Honor.
Need to offer.
I'm sorry.
You have not offered them.
And that's what I'm doing right now. The state would
You
offer
have an
states
aneurysm
exhibit 4
one of
through
these days.
27.
Then you go.
And she just said permission to publish without saying, Your Honor, I'd like to offer. And Judge called her on that.
Yeah.
I believe states exhibit. States exhibit 4, Your Honor.
I'd like to publish them to the jury without showing them to the defense. Please.
States exhibit 5.
And she's going forward. It's 27. That's over 20 exhibits. I get trying to
All
do
at once.
All
at once for no
like a couple exhibits together. Okay, 23. That's insane.
6, 7, 8, and 9, I think we'll apply to do it for part of the day as well.
Again, if you have like 3 or 4 crime scene photos of a room,
Yeah,
fine.
The state did not previously provide the Google Maps or Google Street View to the defense, because that's readily available.
But even then, for clarity's sake, usually it'd be like, this is exhibit 4A, this is 4B, this is 4C. These are all photos of the living room where the murder occurred.
6, 7,
Different
8,
angles.
9. Defense is seeing for the first time in my understanding that.
I love feisty John, especially when I agree with him.
We actually might have provided.
Yeah, this is an exhibit dump. They literally used her to dump a shit ton of photos
Yes, ma'am.
onto the jury for no apparent reason.
Maybe approach.
Huh?
That's
At least he's pushing back. Again, this is prosecutor Ashley Diener. Everything I can find, she mainly prosecutes misdemeanor trials. And she's from Texas A&M University. Went to law school at Texas A&M.
all right. I mean, A&M's not a terrible law school. It's not like, you know. I just feel like when you prosecute a bunch of lower level cases, you can get away with this sort of crap because everyone just wants to move along. But that doesn't happen when you're talking about a manslaughter trial or a murder trial.
Yep.
The standards need to be a little bit higher.
Oh, good. They're gonna. This judge. I like this judge. He has the jury leave for argument quite often, so we get to hear it.
Yeah.
The defense attorney that should be arguing on this one is Miles Brisket.
You're welcome to step down. You're welcome to stay here if you want to.
Lesson everybody stay here.
I understand. Do you need any water? Oh, you got it. Okay. I'm heading back that way.
Oh, he's gonna take a break.
I think they're just calling the mid-morning break, if I'm being honest.
Oh, it's 10:15. It's 10:13. He doesn't go past 10:15. It's break time.
Yep.
He's on his clock. John, I'm gonna step away for like 2 minutes if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem.
I don't have anything.
Well, folks, there you have it. We have one of the most confusing witnesses for a prosecution that I have seen in quite a while. I do not know what purpose that served. I guess it was just this evidence dump. I have no idea why her gun is relevant to literally anything. But, there you have it. I am deeply confused by the plan here. If somebody would like to enlighten me, I would be very happy. Gold star for the day for the first person that can make this make sense. And probably about noon my time, I might have to step away for the afternoon. But yeah, this one is, gotta be honest, between this one and Ortiz, I'm having some genuine questions when it comes to the competence of Texas prosecutions.
Yeah. I mean, from a competence standpoint, I mean, is trying to get away with this incompetent? The prosecution in the Ortiz case is 100% incompetent. She just seems a little bit.
No, it's not incompetent. It's just frustrating when you take shortcuts like that and then seems shocked or offended when the defense finally wakes up.
Yes.
Like, you're taking a shortcut. The competence aspect for me comes in with, I don't understand why we spent an hour and a half doing this morning. Like, how did this advance your narrative or your case?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have to vote. I'm going to say it wrong. They didn't have to vote Dyer, right? Vaudier? Is it Vaudier? They didn't have to.
Vaudier. Honestly, I don't know why I don't know why they had to go through all of her training and experience stuff, because I don't understand what relevance she has to this case. I mean, if they wanted to ask her an expert opinion on use of force or something, then sure, you go through the training and experience. But she has none.
Yeah.
Not none, obviously, but you know what I mean? Like, this is basically, what? She's 4 years out of the academy, 3 years operating independent, working independently. So is this the best you got to try and give a use of force opinion? And then I'm still not entirely certain what her role was during the investigation of this case, because it seems like she was there at the scene after the incident for some reason. I'm still not 100% clear why.
I'm starting to think that she was the officer that went up the other side of the building.
Say that again. You cut out for a second.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm starting to think that she was the officer that went up the other side of the building. Because they asked her, did you do any investigation? And she said, no. Oh, that's because you were being interviewed, right?
Yeah. So then who is Officer Terry? Is that the one from Major Crimes or IA?
I don't know.
Like, that's the thing, is they're not doing a good job of painting the picture of how that night progressed or how the investigation was handled. The fact that we still have so many questions about that is a problem for
the jury,
their tactics in terms of presenting the evidence.
Right. I mean, because I don't know if you can see this, but I have my whole main characters all built out. The jury doesn't have this. The jury didn't do the do any research on this. So if you and I are like, okay, wait, who's this? They're like, who the hell is this?
Well, that's the thing, is that if we're still confused about who the hell she is and what her relevance is, the jury, I guarantee you, has no idea.
Yep. Now, maybe they'll get to that.
It's a problem because the state has the burden.
Mm-hmm. Maybe they'll get to that, but they took way too long to get to it. And I did wanted to comment on this because 100% agree. I don't know who the pool camera is, but I think they said in the B team.
I think LNC has the production rights on this one, but I could be mistaken.
Yeah, I don't know.
My question is, again, we've gone through about an hour and a half of this woman's testimony. We've gone through her entire training experience. We've gone through her entire work experience, and I still don't know who the hell she is as it relates to this case.
Right.
So why do I care about any of that?
We've learned that cops can be fairly incompetent. She got a little more confident as she was going through, but there was several like I believes and I thinks, which if you're going to hammer them on procedure isn't a good thing.
So let's say I go back. So this is an example where I think you can sort of bring competence into question. You're asking your own witness questions that they have to answer I don't know to. You don't do that.
Yep.
You just don't. It makes your witness look stupid.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
there's no reason to ask the question then.
Yeah. Worse you could get, I mean, because if you're answering a question that they're saying I don't know to, you don't know what their answer is going to be. So worse you could get something bad.
And again, this is your witness.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you ask that question? And I'm still really ticked off about trying to use her to verify his body camera. That's not how anything works. Like that is actually just that is all. If that's allowed to go in, and I don't think it will, that is appealable error in my opinion.
So let's talk about that real quick, though. I'm going to ask this from way more of a layman standpoint. So, if the only way to get that in, what would be another way to get that in besides through the defendant who doesn't have to testify?
Somebody who engaged in the internal affairs investigation.
Okay.
Who reviewed it as part of that. Whose job it was to actually review the video.
Right. Because they can authenticate it as this was his body camera.
They can authenticate it as this was the body camera that was issued to him.
Timestamped at the time of the incident.
Right.
Video is serialized or has the metadata from that. That's how
they could verify, for instance, that this is the serial number of the body camera that he picked up at the beginning of his shift based upon our investigation.
And that is why they track all that.
Yes. And it's not perfect because, there are questions you could bring up about that potentially. But, there's no reason to believe that that there was a different camera involved in this circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like I said, it's not perfect, but that's the way that I would do it.
Yeah. I mean, you could even go through chain of custody with it if you wanted.
Right.
Like, if they were being crazy about it. Yes, we took that off of his person.
Well, think about it this way. There's an officer-involved shooting. I imagine that they have protocols in place where they are going to take the body camera from him since he was the shooter, and they will go through an investigation process, and you can verify its accuracy that way.
Mm-hmm.
But to say that the video itself is an accurate representation of the crime scene is not really honestly, to some extent, relevant to the prosecution's case. You have to verify that the video is the video. That's fine. Just bring it in for that and don't get into the weeds of, how does videography work? Presumably, what the body cam captured is an accurate representation of what the body cam captured.
Yep. But you have to authenticate that that's from the time and place. Which,
like you said, chain of custody. He was relieved of his camera. This was used as part of an investigation. Here are the timestamps. We compared that to the call records, and just don't even get into. I don't know why they need to get into that particular detail.
Yep. Now, to the officer's credit, she isn't really going along with this whole verification. Her authenticating it. She keeps saying, "No, that's not from my perspective," which I give her credit for.
I do give her credit for that, but that also suggests, once again, a question of, the prosecutor's
prepping their witness,
choice of questioning and prepping the witness.
Yeah. Now, another comment on authenticating video, but the level of authentication we just discussed, I never see. I mean, how many times have you seen an officer testify to, yes, I got that from his Facebook page?
Fair.
It's tough to say that's authenticating it.
Well, but that's the job, in my opinion, of a good defense attorney, is to hold them to the standards.
Yep.
A lot of times you don't care, because I don't think that the defense particularly cares whether it comes in or not. You made a good point there. But this is not an appropriate way to go about doing so. And if it were me, and I'm not second guessing the defense's strategy, because I don't know all the stuff that's going on behind the scenes.
Right.
But if it were me, I would prefer to be the one to introduce it, as opposed to letting them get out ahead of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and to be fair, we don't know if they may be objecting to it right now. This is the point where she's actually offering it. So.
Yeah. I mean, I think that her trying to publish it before handing it over to the defense was very sketchy.
Thank you, AK.
Okay.
I have noticed that as broadcasting these trials, I am definitely not as detail oriented as I am as a watcher and being able to catch this stuff. So I really appreciate that. She was asked about Julia.
It's not easy when you have half a dozen things that you got to be doing at the same time.
Oh, and was interviewed by Major Cage.
Okay.
Cool. That's very helpful. Thank you.
That is helpful. If they're in the courtroom, that means that they're not going to probably get called, which is weird to me, but okay.
I mean, couldn't they still? I mean, even though he went with his own counsel, would they still be under attorney-client privilege?
Oh, you're talking about his
because this is like the union rep lawyer. Yeah.
Yeah. It should be. I mean, as a general rule, attorney-client privilege exists even after your client dies.
Yeah. Yep. And they can find anything else. Well, there will be a rule on this channel. Anything funny, especially play on words, will be shared on screen.
Good idea. Yeah, they did say that she was in the courtroom yesterday. Which, again, I don't know necessarily how they do that. As a general rule, I don't like the idea of anybody who's on the witness list to be seeing the testimony of other witnesses.
Yeah, they should.
But for whatever reason, I've been noticing that that's not strictly adhered to in a lot of cases, it seems.
Well, someone has to invoke the rule, right?
Yeah, that's true. Somebody does actually have to invoke the rule.
Now, that's clearly been invoked in this case, but
it would seem so at this point.
The judge starts it off with, it starts every witness off with, "Get the hell out of this courtroom and do not talk to anybody about your testimony after."
Yeah. Yeah, that is sort of strange to me.
Yeah, I didn't have time to dig into this, but it sounded like it was a problem. Like it got brought up.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that that's particularly fatal.
No,
because I don't
done.
think that her testimony really was impacted by the kids' statements. But it's odd. I'll leave it that way.
And I always go back to this. There's a man's life on the line. There's justice for the decedent on the line. Let's follow appropriate procedure and be as absolutely professional as we can. Like,
I agree with you entirely. But like what I was saying is, if they use her to bring this body cam footage in and authenticate its veracity of the scene over counsel's objection, I think that's an appealable argument.
Yep. Yeah, Maddie, great question. I guess day 2, I haven't thought so much to that. I can tell you that I am as much, if not more, of a free speech zealot than John is. So, yeah, as long as it's not going to get my channel yeeted, and as long, I mean, I don't want people to be able to agree with each other. I think everything else is fine.
Yeah. There are times when people start pissing me off, and I will eat them on a personal level, but
States 1.
At least for my moderators, the rule is maximum free speech.
Through 19 and 20.
Otherwise, it's my playpen, and if I don't like you here, goodbye.
Mr. Brissett.
And questions are well received here.
In the court against the plan of action in your head. I am going to butcher the quote, but there is absolutely no plan that ever survives the heat of combat. By definition.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face.
That's, yes, very much. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Which is, again, why I like strategic objections, particularly by defense counsel, because you never know if that's going to throw somebody off their game.
From my understanding, this prosecutor's fairly inexperienced. They're only objecting to the way she's doing this, completely throw her off.
Yeah. Again, sometimes it's not inappropriate to make objections that aren't flagrantly wrong, but you're probably not going to win it, but you use it just to break up the flow of questioning.
Are there any objections to,
especially on the defense side?
1,
yeah,
4 through 19 and 24 to 27. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Morning, Officer Darch.
Morning.
Okay, so they are objecting to a number of these.
The state tendered you what's been marked and identified as states 15, 16, 17.
By the way, I think you stepped away at the time.
Correct.
Somewhere a little after noonish or so, I'm probably gonna have to dip out.
Okay.
Do you know
But I'll leave it running so you have the feed up.
Oh, that's so kind of you.
Hopefully that works.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Do you know what your serial number of your weapon was?
I don't.
So can you tell me by looking at any one of those photos, which one is yours for absolute certainty?
This one.
How do you know that?
Because I don't have a weapon modified.
Yep, they're pointing out how do you identify which gun is which. I think that's where they're going right now.
Report to you that was a gun from this case, then, correct?
Yes.
Because the Fort Worth Police Department follows the same
exactly what
and procedures when they take apart a weapon on every case, correct?
Yes.
Would you look at the one that you think is yours? Can you see a serial number that's visible and legible?
Yes.
Can you read it?
David Baker 6305.
And is that yours?
I'm not sure.
With respect to State's Exhibit number 1, the DVD, it's not of the dash cam, which I think was the last words when it was offered. It's of what's purported to be your partner's body camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you make the DVD?
I did not.
This is bringing me great joy. He's doing this well.
Bad question. Did you download Aaron's body cam that night?
I did not.
Is there a chain of custody with body cameras?
I mean, you're responsible for your own.
when the evidence goes to evidence.com, is there a trail or an audit trail of how the verification process starts from the cradle to the downloads and disks?
I believe so.
Judy's hammering around chain of custody on the video right now.
I have it.
It's almost like we know what
Excellent.
we're talking about.
Almost like we do.
The defense doesn't have any issue with the statements that conditionally offered at this point. They don't believe the predicate's been met for its full admission unconditionally. With respect to 15.
And he's doing this, I think, extremely effectively.
She admitted she had no idea what the serial number of her gun was.
I did hear that, even I had to step away for a second, but I did hear that.
All right.
She's folding like a cheap suit under the lightest questioning. I am fascinated to see what cross is going to look like.
And the rest of the exhibits, now with the exception of states one, I believe there was a proffer or a proposal from the.
How do you overrule the failure to verify which gun is
It's not
which?
required. And for authentication
Oh,
purposes,
maybe
At
he
least
has
one's
it.
not coming in, it seems.
of what occurred that night, and I made it very clear on the record that it was not from her body camera, but she was right there with this defendant. She is able to authenticate and say that that's a fair and
No,
accurate depiction.
wrong.
Bullshit, lady.
of what that video
False.
said.
Response. All right, the objection is overruled. States exhibit number one is admitted.
What?
You may. Yes, absolutely. Ms. Steiner.
Permission to publish States Exhibit 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 at this time.
Okay. Well, I know yesterday I said I thought the judge was doing a decent job. My opinion has drastically
Judge,
changed.
just so I can make sure.
Dude, on
States
all of these,
Exhibit
I think
1
the judges just look at it from like an efficiency standpoint,
through
and like,
19.
I mean, and like, come on, we know the
and
evidence.
States
Like,
Exhibit 24, 25, 26, and 27. Those are all.
You're trying to lock up a human being for life.
Yep.
You don't think we can take 15 minutes to actually find somebody to properly authenticate a video?
I agree.
All right, now looking at
but
States Exhibit 4.
see it all the time, man. I hate it.
Can you see that?
That was an awful ruling to let the body cam in. It was a bad ruling to let the gun thing in.
Does anyone else need one?
But that is actually, to me, getting close to appealable
You
error.
guys good? Okay. States Exhibit 4, we can
What's the
see
point of
12
like Dyer if when you
Allen.
get the
Can
answer
you show me, and do you already
that should exclude if they overrule anyway? Why do you even let them vote Dyer? Like, I don't understand that.
I don't know.
Yeah, first amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Really,
Okay.
John, you might ask better. From my perspective, it's really only when you
Okay.
have a true objection to the evidence and you just show why you're objecting.
The far left-hand side, it appears to say over here, IH 35 West.
I mean, yeah, when you object to the evidence coming in for whatever
And
reason,
then we can also see
then
road running east and west. that's
it is
out.
perfectly appropriate to voir dire the
So
person
40
verifying the
nice
evidence.
here for the jury. 35,
It's
is
appropriate
that
to take a
35 highway
sidebar.
Fort Worth?
Yes.
Always has traffic?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
All
as a
right.
general
And
premise,
then
most of this
East
should have been
Allen,
hammered
is
out
that
ahead of
on
time.
the east side
But things change.
of
And,
35.
and I think the
Alright.
prosecutor was
So now,
arguing that
looking
it was
at
proffered, which might have been pretrial. I don't know.
next slide, which is gonna be States Exhibit.
But, you know, given sort of the procedural mess of this
5.
case prior
What are we
to
looking at
trial,
here?
That is 1203 East
yeah,
Allen.
it's entirely possible
Is
that it was
that
sort of a
the-
renewed
the
objection
residence where
because the
Atatiana
earlier
Jefferson
judge
was
said it
living?
could come in or whatever, something like that.
States
I
Exhibit 5
don't
to
know.
The left.
I
there
just
Very
appears
good.
to be
don't know.
Some sort of structure or
A
building.
very good point. To the chat
What
who's
is
new
that?
here, this
I believe
judge
it's
didn't handle a lot of the pretrial
That's empty.
because the original judge was
As far as
removed
what's on
through bias.
1203, that 1200 block of East Allen, are there any other houses to the left of the 1203 address?
Which left are we talking?
100% agree,
You're looking
AK.
at States Exhibit 5.
And that kind of goes to what John was saying.
That's Mississippi.
It goes to customs
And does
customs and
Mississippi run
practices in each
perpendicular
jurisdiction.
to East Allen?
Yes.
And to the right,
One of the sayings in criminal law is where you do the crime is where you do the time. So there are definitely certain counties and certain jurisdictions where you definitely do not want to be charged with anything.
Now looking here at State's Exhibit 6.
But to be honest, Texas
there are
isn't,
places where you will get railroaded.
I'm going to use my
Texas
laser
isn't
pointer.
super pro-defendant.
Referring
Like,
to some kind of an apartment building, or it's to the left of this house, this 1203. Is that what you're referring to, what I'm circling for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's just to the left of her house. Is Mississippi the road that is running perpendicular?
I mean, you see this a lot in civil, in like big like commercial civil actions, where they'll hire a local good old boy to actually speak for the white shoe firm from New York, because they know the jury's not going to look highly on high-paid lawyers from New York, depending upon where you are.
What direction are we looking?
I mean, look at Rittenhouse. He had all the money from high-powered New York attorneys. He had the attorneys that wanted to do it, and then got the very good advice. It's like, no, man, you got to have Wisconsin.
And on State's Exhibit 8,
yeah, and I think that absolutely was the right decision.
Building that's to the right of Atatiana's house. We're now looking at the back, if you will, over top to the back. There appears to be this additional structure behind Atatiana's house. Do you know what that is?
I believe it's a garage.
And then we can see some buildings over here behind. Do you know what those are?
Whole huge building to the right, her house?
I don't believe so. I think
are we looking?
That's huge.
I think the other structure is like an apartment complex.
Yeah, you're right. They said it's
apartment
attached to
Back
it.
up for just a second here. State's Exhibit. Let's go to State's Exhibit 7.
It almost looks like a
State's
church or
Exhibit
something.
7. Is there a house? So we have Mississippi, East Allen, and then Atatiana's house. This house right here that's on the corner, sitting on Mississippi and East Allen. Do you know the address of that particular house?
It's 1120, I believe. That's the first house they walked up to.
Am I entirely
let's talk
OCD
about
that curved roads
When
annoy me
you
from
were
a planning
called out to the
perspective?
scene, do you know about what time it was?
I live in
2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning.
the Phoenix metropolitan area, where it's complete. Just like Salt Lake
I
City.
just feel like it makes
So-
legal descriptions of property more difficult,
Yep.
just for surveying reasons.
Funny comments get to come up every time.
Thank you.
Still better.
That's okay. That's all right.
That's a good one.
Okay. All right. And so what time did you say it was?
I believe it was like 2:30, 3 o'clock.
And I was asking you a little bit earlier about going through the academy with the defendant. Do you see Aaron Dean in the courtroom today?
I do.
And do you, can you point to something that he is wearing? Identify him in court for me, please.
Blue tie and a gray suit.
Your Honor, let the record reflect this witness is identified.
Dude, I like that move. He stood up to be identified. I kind of like that.
Prior to
Yeah.
me finishing asking for identification.
That's correct. You
All
may
right.
proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. All right, and so went to the academy together. Did you guys ever work any calls together?
There's something
before
respectful
this
about
October 12th?
behaving that way.
Nothing that sticks
I think
out.
that it
You're
looks
only
good
out
from a
for
theatrical
about
perspective,
3
that
or
you're not
so
trying to
weeks.
hide
There
or
would have been
anything.
many calls if you did work.
Procedurally, I don't know if that's the best way to do it.
Have you
Can you identify him? Well, the guy stood up.
talked to him outside of work whenever y'all were working together?
And they did it with the
I
lights
believe
out,
so.
which
Do
is
you
an
know what
interesting
particular
choice.
division he was assigned to?
Baker Division.
Same as you.
Yes.
All right. Would you characterize your relationship? Were you close, just coworkers? How would you describe it to us?
I keep everyone at work just coworkers.
All right. Okay, so that day, October the 12th.
I'm so
29th,
glad to know that you
were
don't sleep with your
working
coworkers.
She's got a little bit
That
of
was
weird
deeply
affect to her, man.
relevant.
What was your shift?
We show up at 7:45 and we're off at 5.
I am very glad that we've answered
So
that
what
question
time
that
did you
nobody
actually go in?
had.
About that time?
I get there around 7.
And 2 or so in the morning. Where were you right before you get called out to this scene?
God, I hope the prosecution wraps up. I want to see a bunch of the cross before I got a dip.
JPS, it's on the north side, northeast side, and it's just a big empty.
Let's see if I can reschedule.
Why are you there?
I didn't have a call. I was finishing up the call I was on, and I was eating my lunch.
Were there other officers that were parked in that roundabout?
Yes.
Why do you guys as officers choose that area to either finish up a call, eat, kind of congregate?
It's just safe. You can see everyone coming up at you.
So you get a call, and explain to us how you get that call. What happens if you're sitting in your car?
I was sitting in my car.
All right. I might have bought myself an
Aaron
extra
gets
half an hour to see
dispatched,
this
Officer
cross.
gets dispatched.
That's what we call it, trail
They're
junkie.
calling for an assist unit. I was right at the end, so I just finished up my call and I took the assist.
And how do you get notified that the defendant is even getting that call? How do you know that?
Over the radio.
Is there inside of your car a computer that also gives you that information?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that called?
MDC.
And what is MDC? Do you know what that stands for?
Don't get me wrong.
No worries, that's okay. But there's a computer in there that relays information about.
Sometimes I have things that I genuinely
What
cannot,
kind of
but
information will it
I
give you?
try to keep
It
my
gives you
schedule
the
relatively
call details,
flexible.
and then it shows you en route times and on scene times.
Does it also show you who's responding?
Fortunately, a lot of my clients are pretty
Is that
flexible
how
as well.
you knew that this defendant was responding to the call?
I only have a
That
handful of
and
them,
when they called out
and
his call sign.
On the radio?
Yes.
they're friends as
Okay.
well as clients.
So what was the basic general nature of the call? Do you remember?
I believe it was an open structure.
And did you get an address?
Yes.
And so you said that Dean responds, why do you go as well then?
Every priority 2 call, dispatch has to assign 2 officers to it.
Explain to the jury what priority 2 call, what do you mean?
So priority 1 is the highest, that's lights and sirens, you're getting there as quickly as you can. Priority 2,
God, if I
It's
hear this
still an
explanation,
but it's like a normal.
I've watched too many
everyday
trials.
call.
I could probably
There's nothing
give this
emergent
testimony by heart.
that's happening right now that you need to get there as quickly as you can.
Are you aware that the Fort Worth Police Department has an emergency, 911, and a non-emergency number?
Yes.
And so are you able to tell either of the radio or on your computer inside your car whether it was an emergency, 911, or non-emergency?
We don't get that information.
And so you just get the priority information
Yes, ma'am.
and some of the details.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so what do you do when you get that call?
Zipped up my lunchbox and took off.
How far away were you from this particular address?
I mean, isn't the old phrase, don't shit where you eat?
A mile or 2, not very far at all.
Yeah.
And if the call comes in around 2:25 in the morning, do you remember
So I don't
around what
disagree with
time
Heather.
you arrived?
Just a couple moments later. It doesn't take very long to get there.
I mean, at different places, I've had like a
Did you
work
get
wife
there
kind
to
of
the
just
house
where we're
first,
friendly,
or
but it
did-
never anything beyond
When
that.
you get there, where do you park?
I parked facing southbound on Mississippi.
And so now showing you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 10 here, and then State's Exhibit 11. Are you able to show us on State's Exhibit 11 where you're parked?
I believe that's my patrol car right there.
Okay. And it looks like there is.
And just so
only
you know, in actual law
one
firms, very
patrol
few people
cars
genuinely
in
look
State's
like
Exhibit
Ally
11,
McBeal.
but going back here, State's Exhibit 10, are there multiple patrol cars in State's Exhibit 10?
All right, I'm gonna tone it back.
So
We're getting
if
into
we're looking
inappropriate
at State's
territory.
Exhibit 10, this is Mississippi running this direction, East Allen running east and west. Are we able to see your patrol car in State's Exhibit 10?
Yes.
Okay, can you show me, ma'am, for witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you show me which one your car is in State's Exhibit 10?
Which one's the? It would be that car right there, I believe.
Like with most things, your mileage may vary.
And so you're pointing which direction?
I'm facing southbound.
Okay. And are you able to see in either State's Exhibit 10 or State's Exhibit 11 where the defendant is parked?
When I think about it, I met my wife at work.
Those exhibits?
Not to my knowledge, no ma'am.
We were in college though, so and it wasn't a real serious job.
So looking here at State's Exhibit 11, we can't see any of the patrol cars, correct?
No ma'am.
Can you show
Is
me
that car right there
on
not a patrol car?
Where he
Sort of
pulled
looks like
in?
one. Otherwise, it's just a
Yeah,
strange
in front
paint
of you,
job.
behind you, or somewhere else?
It'd be like right in this area.
It looks super
Kind of on
short.
that, I guess, corner or catty corner.
I believe, yes ma'am.
Tell me the address again of that. Is that a residence or a business?
It's a residence, I believe. I believe it's 1120 something.
So when you guys get out there, you said you get there first. He parks kind of catty corner or behind you at least. What do y'all do?
We get out of our patrol cars and we walk to that first house.
You guys make me laugh.
In the wrong house?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know that?
By the numbers on the front of the house. And the door was closed.
Okay. So the call is doors open, and you walk up, doors close, and the numbers are not matching.
She's almost starting to give me like a snarky vibe.
I believe we went back to the car and checked. We either checked on the MDC or we radioed out asking what the numbers
She
were.
might not like testifying against a fellow officer.
You guys talk about that, and you both do it. You just kind of know to do it. How does that work?
I can't remember if we talked about it, but I mean, it's just.
Yeah, her answer as it related to the body
remember
cam
whether or
footage
not
makes me wonder if she
both
doesn't really want to
went
be here.
to your
Yep.
separate patrol cars to check, or
No, ma'am, I don't.
don't remember?
Because
All right.
she's almost like
Regardless,
getting
figure out
frustrated with the
wrong
questioning,
house.
it looks like.
So where do you go?
We walk across the crosswalk here and then up, like catty corner to corner across the street.
All right, so let's go over State's Exhibit 9. Nick,
Yes, ma'am.
You show me the route that you take from that address that was wrong.
Now, that's where you're going with
I believe that we
that.
walked,
I thought that might be
like
something.
right through this way, just like diagonally across.
And when you go diagonally across, so you would have been passing
That's
just
awesome.
right in front of this building.
I mean, in
You go
fairness, that
over
was
to the
before there were
street
HR
and then
departments.
some go in this direction before you approach her house.
Yes,
All right.
Do you have your flashlights out?
I mean, I've been
I don't
in
recall at that
HR
time.
for 20 years now, so
Remember whether it was
not that
a
long.
lit area or a dark area?
It's darker in that area.
And when you go to approach the house, show you, leave. Let's go back for just a second.
Did you lose your train of thought, lady?
When you approach the house in State's Exhibit 5, you said you kind of walked in front of it. Did you notice whether or not there was a fence between those two buildings
No,
that night?
no, ma'am.
So you go up to the front door of State's Exhibit 5, that house, and what do you do?
Walking up, you can see that the front porch light was on and that the white door on the inside was open on both sides. And then we just looked.
When you first got out and went to that wrong house, do you remember whether or not you had unholstered your gun?
I had not.
When you went back and confirmed the address before you started walking across the street, once you knew which address it was, did you unholster your gun?
No, ma'am.
At what point did you unholster your gun, if at all, when you were walking up to Atatiana's house?
We didn't. I didn't.
Okay. When I say unholster, tell us what that means.
It
Oh my
means
God.
Breaking
I hate
the security and bringing it all the way out. Bringing your gun all the way out.
Do you remember if you ever took your gun out and unholstered it throughout the entire call?
Through the entire call, I believe that I did when we were clearing the backyard, and then I believe I had it out in the house until we got into the room. I'm not for certain.
Was that before or after shots fired?
Clearing. What does that mean to you?
Just making sure that there are no other occupants, other threats in the house.
Why do you unholster or take your gun out when you are clearing an area?
In case you're met with a threat.
When you have your gun out, do you have your finger on the trigger?
No.
Why not?
Officer safety.
Is that something that you were trained in the academy about?
Yes, trigger discipline.
So when you are clearing areas, whether that be a house, a field, a car, you have your gun out, pointed in front of you, I'm assuming?
Finger up.
You have it down in the stool position, or you can have it pointed depending on what you're doing.
When you have it down or pointed, do you have your gun on the trigger? Do you have your finger on the trigger?
No.
So you approach the front, you said the front and the side door, the doors were open, and we can actually see, they're calling it a storm door, kind of a storm or screen door. Did those appear to be closed?
Those were.
So when you are driving out to 1203 East Allen
100%.
and hearing that it's an open structure, what thoughts are in your mind, if any?
I honestly can't tell you.
There were no thoughts in my mind. It was pure elevator
other
music.
open structures, you go to burglary.
And I believe her. She kind of does seem kind of aloof,
what you're going to
man.
encounter on the call.
Are you thinking to yourself, east side, high crime area? Or are you just thinking,
Objection, compound, leading, stupid, go away,
I just got the
unintelligible.
okay, all right. You show up, and when you're walking up to the house and you see those two doors, the front and the side door that are open, storm doors shut, what do you think?
When I see the inside, or
Just when you're walking up and you see those doors open.
that it's odd for it to be open that time of night.
Did they ever establish whether
And
this was
do
before or
you
after
and
the
defendant
shooting?
Talk about
No.
anything
And I'm
as you're walking
anxiously
up?
trying to
I don't
understand that.
remember if we did.
And as you look inside, what do you see?
The cabinets are standing wide open. There are things just thrown about. It looked like the house had been burglarized from the
Wow.
I want to show you a couple other exhibits. that
That's a good fact for the defense, man.
Offered and admitted.
That the place
Take
was such a
exhibit
disaster.
12.
Mm-hmm.
Are we able
Yeah, I mean,
to
she
see
should have said it looked like the
exhibit
house had
12,
been burglarized.
This
Yeah.
shoulder worn body camera that is on Officer Dean at that time. Okay.
Which again, if they could see through the windows,
And then there's also
and they see it,
Well, and the open door.
and the open door, the state of
Thank you.
disarray, and then
Feel
somebody
better
points a
now.
weapon at you.
on State's Exhibit 12,
I don't
there
know.
is this black device that's on his chest. What is that?
It's a handheld mic
I
for your
think
a handheld mic for your radio.
now looking at State's Exhibit 13, will you take me through and explain what all of this is? So let's start on the far left-hand side for the jury. What is this
Why?
right here?
That's
What
just
is
a-
the relevance of any of this?
And what is this?
Pepper spray.
So we have the gun, Glock
feels like
17
it's
for
like-
purposes of the
This
record.
is the
What
question
are you
I
gonna
ask
do?
every
Pepper
police
spray her
officer.
through the window?
Also holding something and you said that's
Were you gonna
what?
taser through the window?
Okay, and then we have some sort of other black device. that's
Were you gonna
to the right of the pepper spray. What's
Throw your
that?
radio
That's the
through the
battery
window
box.
at somebody pointing you
And
got
then
like,
to the
geez,
right of
what
the
is
battery
the
box
relevance of
camera
having less than
is
lethal?
A cat teacher.
Are you trying to argue that
Tools.
less than
A cat
lethal
teeth
is
tourniquet.
appropriate, is more appropriate when faced with
You
lethal?
mentioned an Israeli bandage, which was a tourniquet, and now you said cat tea.
Yes.
What are those different things?
Plus, there's a physical barrier
This one
between
has
you
Velcro
and the
like
person
a-
pointing the
a
lethal
fork
weapon.
kind of on it. The other one is like an ace bandage.
I suppose I'm
and
not
it
certain, but I
has
don't think
waves on
taser
it.
probes
So
are
you'll
particularly
strap it as
effective
tight as you
penetrating
can,
through
and then
tempered
you
glass
crank
and
the
then
wings
still
once you
actually
get it.
making contact.
I'm
And then
certain they're not.
To the right.
I'm certain that pepper spray doesn't particularly work in that circumstance.
One thing that's holding maybe two slots, but some sort of leather.
Maddie, I 100% agree with you
What's the
and
14
think
to the
about
back,
this
that duty belt?
way more than I
Let's start
should
again to
about
the
like what I would do.
left.
Top
What's this right
police
here?
officer
That's what it's
approaching like that.
What's the purpose of a
I
belt?
think you're absolutely right,
It's,
but I
used
don't
with
think
weapon.
that's mutually exclusive
You guys
to
are
the officer
issued
being right.
other objects besides a gun that are less deadly.
I
Is that
tend
right?
to agree with you. If she was the one that pulled the trigger first, I don't think she should have been
So,
prosecuted
the
either.
taser,
I mean, I'm-
baton,
It's a terrible, terrible accident. That doesn't make you. That doesn't mean
and
that
to
criminal
the right of the
prosecution is
baton
appropriate.
Is what?
Radio.
Okay, and then to the right of the radio is what?
That appears to be his flashlight.
And then there appears to be some small leather.
It's called a belt keeper.
Okay.
Keeps your
And
belt up.
Okay, a lot of stuff on the belt, right?
Yes.
All right, and then to the right of the belt keeper, there's two pouches. What is that?
Handcuff case.
I'm sorry.
Handcuff case.
And then to the right, we can see the back of his gun. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, State's Exhibit 15. Defendant's gun.
Why are we doing this?
I want to compare that to State's Exhibit 19.
When the average observer is struggling to understand the point of what you're doing
What
in a
additional
trial,
items are on
Why are they?
defendant's gun, State's Exhibit 15, that are not on yours?
Oh my God! They're just now they're trying to make his gun sound scary.
Let's start
We're gonna
with
go to
the
what kind of bullets he
Glock
used next.
17. Is that the type of gun this is?
Yes.
Is that the
oh
type
my
of
God,
gun
you're
this
right.
is?
Yes.
Is that the type of
I'd be willing to
evidence
put
you're
money on
having
that. You're right.
right now?
Yes.
And how many, for those of us that are not as proficient in firearms, guns have magazines that hold unfired bullets or cartridges, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many the Glock 17 magazine holds?
17.
Is yours fully loaded right now?
Yes, ma'am.
You have one in the chamber.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that how y'all are trained to keep your weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
So you said on State's Exhibit 15, there's this additional, what did you call it?
Weapon mounted light.
Weapon mounted light. What is the purpose of having a weapon mounted light?
So you don't have to tie up your other hand with a flashlight.
So you can see in the dark.
Some of these questions, she's like,
Are they expensive?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Some of these questions, she literally wants to be like, "How stupid are you?"
person. May I first witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you stand up for me, please?
It's the old lawyer's joke when the lawyer asked the medical examiner when you were doing the autopsy, how did you know that he was dead? He goes, well, he had his brain in the jar on my desk, but then again, he could have been a lawyer.
You're getting your
All of this, okay. Now, what about if you've got that light that's affixed, that's gonna be too big for the holster?
Yes, ma'am. You get a different holster.
Do you get that issued from the Fort Worth Police Department?
I'm not sure. I haven't gone through those.
Okay, you don't have one, so you don't need to do that. Okay, so as far as department issued, that is what is given to you guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, MC. All right. So you said
I don't
that you
want.
guys were approaching.
She's trying to imply that
and
what
you
he has
looked
was not
inside. You said it looked, I don't want to use.
standard.
issue.
You told me the words that you used.
Yeah.
to describe
But
it.
the answer was, I don't know.
Like it had just been burglarized.
I
Yes.
hate that.
State's Exhibit
So you,
24,
like, if you're gonna ask something to imply something like that,
1203
you witness need you need to know what your witness is gonna say.
Now, at this point, there's crime scene tape here. That was not there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Sure. Yeah, he had his.
You can see now that
The victim had his brain in a jar on my desk, but then again, he could have been a lawyer.
Was that door completely flush and closed?
Yes, ma'am. As I recall.
Now,
Point is, lawyers ask some really stupid
you can
questions.
see it. There's a little yellow, what appears to be a cord. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that there that night?
I believe so. I don't know for sure though.
Okay. Now, continuing on, State's Exhibit 25. You said it was, I guess, messy or tossed. It appeared to be burglarized. Is
Yes,
that right?
ma'am.
That kind of does look like the place was burglarized.
A messy house, a ransacked or burglarized house.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us the difference in your experience.
In my experience,
You have no experience.
A messy house is gonna be what we all know is mess. You know, things thrown everywhere. A burglarized house is gonna have the open drawers where it looks like it has just been methodically gone through. There's going to be things in places that there shouldn't.
So this is why they voir dired her, because that is actually a question of expert opinion.
Mm-hmm.
You can see these, looks like to me, these
But it's
Well, I don't
not.
think that they ever actually
It's
got a
just
ruling
that,
on
huh?
her being qualified as an expert.
doors that are open.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then.
Just pointing out one more shortcut that they're taking.
Now we're just looking back towards the front of Atatiana's house. Now you can kind of see that front door, that side door a little better, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you described the inside of her living room as being ransacked, or at least looked like it had been burglarized, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any kids?
I don't.
Okay, I don't either. Obviously you know now that there was an 8-year-old that was living there.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, okay. Okay, so regardless.
I have 2 8-year-olds. My house does not look like that.
Look in the front. What do you see?
Mine does, and I don't live with anyone.
And we saw the cabinets open. There were things.
My
thrown out
office
of the
looks like the
drawers.
Gaza Strip.
It looked like someone had methodically gone through that house.
Gremlin
looking
goes
for
through
something.
reason.
Did it look like
I
that?
see where you guys are coming
Yes,
from.
Okay. And then, do you hear anything?
No, ma'am, not that I recall.
Are the lights on or off inside of the house?
In the main living room, they were on. So in this part, they were on.
So State's Exhibit 26, the living room, the lights are on.
Down that hallway, there's a light on that wasn't on during the time.
Okay, that was all.
Yes,
All right. So you said you don't remember hearing anything. After looking through the front door, where do y'all go?
We went around the side of the house. When we did that, we were clearing the cars just to make sure that there was no one in the cars ready to escape or ambush us as we walked up.
I mean, in fairness to Gremlin, it does sort of look like a house with an 8-year-old that is burning hamburgers in the middle of the night and leaving doors open and playing video games at 2:40 in the morning. So there might be a little difference in the fact pattern between your experience and this.
Yeah, I mean, mine goes from looking ransacked to clean, like on a daily basis. So I hear you. Yeah.
I would suggest that it doesn't usually. It probably didn't usually look that way at 2:40 in the morning.
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 95.
So this is a little different than what we're actually seeing in our car. It's got, all of the other officers that were involved that wasn't on our call screen. So it would just be like.
And so just for purposes of the record, on State's Exhibit 95, there are multiple pages. And you just made a gesture at the top of the second page that the information you guys are given is more just kind of at the top. I would say maybe the top third, maybe top fourth.
God, I hate the way that she asks questions. I really, really do. It is absolutely not how you ask on direct anything.
So the information that you're really focusing in on is going to be the
first couple lines.
First couple lines. Okay. And
you were
so
straight up implying the answer
by
to the
looking
question
at
in the question.
State's Exhibit 9, you're fine. Do you need a cough drop?
You call that
You got
something,
it.
don't you?
By looking at State's Exhibit 5, those first few lines,
something like that.
refresh your memory about.
I don't know. It's been a while since I've gone to law school.
Would have been given.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So were you given information about the cars?
Is there such a thing as super leading?
Yes, ma'am.
Make or model or just color?
Just color.
And so would that be information that you would have seen whenever you go to approach and you get inside or look inside?
She has a degree in pre-med, but was also a full work in HR, believe it or not.
Yes, hang on.
She also let an 8-year-old put hamburgers on the stove and walk away to go play video games until they burned.
She's a 28-year-old. I guess that's getting a little old for that. But
I'm 30. I wouldn't have done that if I was 16, watching my younger cousins.
Can we ask her to stop asking leading questions?
God, I wish. That would be nice. If I were the defense attorney, you just go up to the judge. Your Honor, I just want to ask out of curiosity. Does the prosecutor know how to ask an open-ended question? Can we ask her to give an example for the class?
Good. Yes.
Okay, so you're given information about the colors of the cars. And what other information are you given, just generally speaking? Open structure, there's 2 cars in the driveway. Anything else?
Can I read it?
You can certainly read it to refresh your memory.
Oh, God, I hate her.
And were you given information about who called the Fort Worth Police Department? Do you know if you would have been given that information inside of your car or over the radio?
We would have gotten
She asked an open-ended question, and she's like, "Oh shit, that was open-ended. I need to fix it."
Have the name of the person that called, and then does it also have a phone number?
Shoot, I actually asked an appropriate
And
question.
just
Let's
looking
change
at
that.
95, are you able to tell who the caller name was and the phone number? You don't have to say it and you don't have to read it out. I just want to know if that's on the call.
It is on here. On our MDCs, there's different tabs where if you don't have that tab clicked, you're not going to see who the caller is.
But you have the ability inside your car to do so. All right. Okay, so you get out there, you look inside, you go to the side door. Now where do you go?
The side door, we started making our way, which would be northbound down the side of the house.
God, this woman needs to go back to petty larceny cases.
Here's
She should be nowhere near a murder trial.
after you get to the side of the house, where do you go?
That's when we go into the backyard.
You said that you guys cleared, or I think you said y'all or you cleared both cars.
AK-47, so do I. The answer is probably not. I think they're going to drag it out to lunch at this
I don't
point.
remember a whole lot of communication from them.
Before you walk up to the house, do you guys discuss who's going to take lead or call the shots, if you will?
It was his beat, so it was his sheet.
Okay. Now you said that to me before. If it's his beat, it's his sheet. What does that mean to us?
If she said it to you before, that it's called asked and answered, and you shouldn't have asked the question,
I
moron.
think she meant when they were.
Areas, and they try to take the sheet on it. Get to know their face, get to know their name, things like that.
Yeah, chronology is not this prosecutor's strong suit.
She is not grading on me nearly as much as she is you and the chat. So.
My primary mission at that point is to be an assistant.
I like her hair. Maybe that's why, I don't know.
So who makes the decision, or do you discuss who's going to go into the backyard?
I don't think we did.
Who opens the gate?
I believe it was Officer Dean.
Now, I want to ask you, do you have some trouble?
I feel called out.
Yeah, maybe
I've had 2 TIAs, 2 transischemic attack strokes.
maybe back at Texas A&M undergrad.
Yeah.
And just generally speaking, when have those occurred?
The first one occurred February of 2020, and then the second one the following March, so March of 2020.
So, did you also give interviews to the major case department back in October of 2019, right after this happened?
The night of, yes, ma'am.
Leading.
If there's any questions that you're unable to remember, would that be the most accurate and the best from what happened that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, of course, we have the body camera footage.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And so,
Lead,
I'm
man.
not sure who opened the gate, but do y'all go in the backyard?
Yes, ma'am.
When you go in the backyard, do you remember who went in first?
I believe it was Officer Dean.
Do y'all talk about who's going to go left, right, straight, what you're going to do?
No, you're trained in the academy, and it's just muscle memory at that point.
What are you trying
John, are these leading questions kind of acceptable?
No.
Do what they call
Like asking chronology?
I don't know the exact terminology for it, but it's basically you perform an X, whoever's on this side goes in this way, and whoever's on this side goes in this way.
Okay. Why?
Just so that
You ask
you're
when.
facing what
You don't say it was at this time, wasn't it?
And is there a particular way that you are taught to clear a backyard or clear a space?
You do what you call a pie.
There we go.
And you just break it up into small sections.
That's
What you
an
can see
actually
first, and then
appropriate
you go into the
question.
corner
My
at the
God,
time.
we're getting there.
And so
Yeah, usually you ask questions like, and then what
do
happened?
that when you went to the backyard.
Yes, ma'am.
To establish
Is it
chronologies.
something that you can visibly see that another officer is doing, or are they able to do it just with their eyes only?
Sometimes you can use a little bit
It
of
depends on how big the
lead
area
if you're
is
trying
on the
to narrow down the finer points, but you certainly don't open with them.
Cutting it up in these pie sections?
I had my back to them.
Okay, so let's talk about
You know,
that.
about how long was it between this happening and this happening? But that's still an open question. It's appropriate.
From each
We
other.
were very close.
Were the backs of you, were y'all touching?
If we weren't, we were close. I know that.
Very close.
Yes, ma'am.
Damn it, Jolly Rogers.
Lead instead, please.
And I was facing northbound toward the backyard.
And when y'all get in the backyard, so you're actually looking at, I guess, the fence.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so after
after you get back there, you're back to back, he's looking at the house, you're looking away, what's the next thing that happens?
I'm clearing the backyard. As I get a quarter halfway into it, I hear him start giving out commands. So I drop my gun into the stool position, and I go to turn around, and about halfway through my turn is when I hear a shot ring out, and I turn around. And that's
My question has finally been asked. She had her gun drawn well before the shot was fired.
I'm not sure the exact time, but I believe it was when we were going into the backyard.
So you pull it out, think you pulled it out. Are you using it to clear?
Yeah, that only took 2 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
So would it have been pointed
At the fence,
at the fence? You said you put it down in stool position?
which would just be pointing at my feet.
I
So
hate
that
to tell
we-
you this, Cole, but I think
don't
that this
turn around,
direct
have
is
the barrel
going
of my gun in his
to
back.
the lunch break.
Do
Me
you
too.
know whether or not the defendant had his gun out while y'all were approaching the front or side doors of the house?
Because when
I
she
don't
passes the
remember him
witness, I don't
having
think
it
that
out
the
when
judge
we
is
were
going to want to
approaching the
open
side.
cross with
Do you know whether
so
he
little
had it
time.
out? Do you know when he had it out? When he pulled
Because
it
he
out?
likes the noon lunch, right?
When you guys were,
I think he likes the noon lunch, so
by the cars that we were
I think she's going to
talking
drag
about,
this out another
okay?
40 minutes or so.
Do you
Holy
remember
crap.
seeing any type of lawn equipment or electronics?
I hope I'm wrong.
outside?
Me too.
I know from the video, I don't remember firsthand if there was. I know from the video, though, that there was a lawnmower and a weed eater.
What about when you get to the car, the second car? Do you remember how there was a bicycle of some
I
sort?
tripped on a bike. Yeah.
Okay. Do you say something about that in the video, or do you remember?
I don't remember, but I'm sure I did.
And then, do you remember whether that was a?
I don't remember, but I'm sure I did. It's not an appropriate answer.
And so
Just
after, and so
throwing that
you
out
were
there.
on the inside of that car between.
You
the
can't be
house
sure of
and the
something
car,
if you don't
the bike,
remember it.
kind of run into that. Where is the defendant?
You know, Jolly Rogers, I don't actually
Sorry.
believe in a lot of the body language stuff when it comes
And
to
at any
veracity
point
of
before y'all get into
people.
the backyard,
I believe in
I've
the
seen
turtle.
a lot of it,
No,
but I think people are very different. So it's very hard to have a standardized in any way.
you would hear it on your radio.
and that's on your person,
You know,
right?
even polygraphs are not admissible in court.
When you
So
guys go up to that front door, do you guys inspect the front doors? And
it's like a fun parlor game, but I don't think that it actually means
I
anything.
didn't. I'm not sure if he did. If Officer Dean did.
the side door, did you?
I didn't. Again, I'm not sure if Officer Dean did.
What about announcing, saying Fort Worth Police or knocking on the front or side door? Did you guys do that?
No, ma'am. We didn't, because if there's a burglar still in the building, you don't want them to know that you're there so that they can escape.
That's a good fact.
You also.
He absolutely
That's how-
shouldn't have announced himself.
Cross the street down. Did you
I-
ever have?
Why would you?
That
elicit
was my
that?
big.
That first wrong house?
That's one because that was one of my biggest hurdles to get over in my initial.
And why would you?
You just justified not announcing. Oh my God.
Across the street instead of in front of the house.
For officer safety reasons.
Explain that to us.
So if you're on a call, you're going to a domestic, it gives the offender time. They recognize that you're there. It gives them either time to escape, time to harm the person inside. It's a better idea to park not in front of your location.
So you just gave
We want to make sure the cop gets to harm the person inside first.
So why would you, for officers?
Yeah, you want to make sure that you're the one getting the drop on them.
Park not in the front on an open structure.
I'm still
So if there's a
50-50 on this
burglar,
case,
there's
man.
someone inside, they don't know where you're at.
I don't know, man. I'm starting to get to 70-30.
A shot and you were.
Yeah, I'm probably 60-40, and I think we're in the same
I heard him
direction.
give commands. I started turning, was halfway through my turn, and that's when I heard the shot.
Do you remember exactly what words he used in his commands?
No, ma'am.
You said, so once you turn around, are you now facing what?
The window.
What do you see?
I see Officer Dean. I'm looking just over, yes, that would be his right shoulder. And
I
can
just
see
still
his
don't understand how any of this testimony is helpful for the state.
And if you guys are back to back,
All morning.
then how are you able to just turn around? Like, how does that work?
I mean, you have to have the person that was there tell the story.
Now further away from you than back
True.
to back? Because if you whip around, then now you're.
But I don't think you need all these questions.
I mean, my gun belt was on his gun belt.
All right. So y'all are still pretty close.
But like
together.
some of her questions are literally just like road mapping for the cross.
I believe it was his right shoulder.
What to ask.
And so they're butt to butt, belt to belt. Both have guns drawn. Like
the only thing I could see was eyes. Really, I couldn't make out if it was a male or a female. I just saw someone in the window and I saw their eyes.
How would you describe their eyes?
Kara, I think there were like 4 doors to this building, so 2 people I don't think could have effectively secured the perimeter. I think that was part of the testimony earlier.
I didn't hear anything. I don't know.
And they were worried about the backyard.
Or what, but I didn't hear anything until we got into the house. So when you're in an amplified state, your adrenaline is going and you physically cannot hear what's going on around you. There's multiple different kinds of exclusion.
You ever had that happen to you?
What?
Been such a heightened state where you lose all hearing?
Not necessarily lose hearing. I mean, I've definitely dealt with adrenaline dumps where you kind of tunnel vision a little bit.
Yeah. I've never had that happen either. People in every trial, the police are more than happy to say that happens. But I've never been a police officer.
I've never been in a firefight, so closest thing I've ever had was playing paintball.
Yep,
that's probably not going to kill me. So, that's one of those situations where I genuinely could not put myself in those shoes. Like I've been in fights and stuff, and you do kind of get that adrenaline dump, but. The idea that suddenly your senses start failing you, you would think it would be sort of the opposite.
Hang on just a minute. Wait on Mr. Smith. All right, Ms. Diener, you may proceed.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. Dude, that place does look ransacked.
Yeah, from that angle? Now he's going to check the backyard.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't he supposed to have a gun-mounted flashlight?
Put your hands up! Come here!
All right.
325, shots fired, start supervisor, and then start coverage.
I just realized something.
Yeah, you guys your tattoo kid?
What?
I think this is his reaction. I think he thinks he shot a perp. He thinks he shot the burglar.
Yeah.
Hands up! Show me your hand. Show me your hand. Hands up. Show me your hand. Hands up. See what looks like what in here.
Good. That house absolutely looks ransacked.
Yeah,
I think you're right. Based upon how he immediately responds, I think he thinks he shot the burglar.
But did he say something about a kid?
I think toward the very end, he said something. Maybe when they got to the bedroom.
Yeah, I feel like I heard him say like right when they entered. Like, do you got the kid or something like that? This is a way longer body cam than they've ever released.
Uh-oh. That's not great. 1 second. Technical difficulties. Sorry about that. I think Chrome decided to give up on me for a second.
Camera's away because they're looking at the body.
It's clear. It's clear. It's clear.
I mean, I think that they moved the camera because this is the kid.
Mm-hmm.
There's a weapon on there. I have not cleared it yet. Yeah, one got shot into the chest. Sit back, sit back. Oh, yeah, chest team? Oh, yeah, what's it?
Yeah, for me, that's the biggest question of the case. It was quick, but he saw a gun.
That's the thing, is that could cut both ways.
The
prosecution's going to say he was trigger happy, and the defense is going to say that he was responding to a genuine threat.
Yeah, I got it.
This is his body cam.
And shut off the laser. All clear. Right.
I mean, I think about it to some extent this way. If I think somebody's going to pull a gun on me, I would prefer to be quicker on the draw than not.
Yep.
Okay, that's a plausible theory as well.
I'm going to go back and listen when I get a chance. I think he said something about a kid.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe he saw the child behind the woman and...
Okay.
Agreed. He has a little history, but it seems pretty minor.
I'm going to ask you some questions.
He didn't intend it. He didn't go there wanting to kill an innocent person. That for sure. But
I have no doubt in my mind that he was not going there intending to shoot somebody.
Or the side door, do you or Officer Dean at that time, the defendant, try to use the actual handle to see if it's locked or unlocked?
Not to my knowledge, no.
When you go into, now looking at that video, going into the back gate, it looks like to me, we can go back if we need to, that the defendant opens the gate and looks like flashes a flashlight in the backyard. Do you see that?
Yes.
Before y'all both go in there. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
Charlie Rogers
did
murder.
he say anything at that point to you?
Second-degree murder, I believe.
Open that flashlight
Yep.
and look in the backyard.
No, ma'am.
When you watch that video back and you see the commands and then the shot, do you now know what he said? And I can back it up.
I think he said, "Hands up, show me your hands."
That's what it sounded like to me.
I can ask about a TAC med kit. We've already explained that to the jury. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Why were you wanting to get a TAC med kit?
For life-saving procedure. Someone is in the house that's shot now.
Is that when you could have applied? But TAC med shows up. But a halo seal or a chest seal?
Yes.
If there's a shot or anything else you need to know. All right. So y'all go around and go into the front, and then you go inside, and I hear your voice before his making some announcements of some sort.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what you said?
From the video, I said, "Hands up."
And why are you saying hands up?
I can't tell you exactly why I said hands up. I don't know if I was in a heightened state of adrenaline, and that's the last thing I heard, so I said it too. But I wanted to announce that we were coming in the house.
It's an interesting answer.
Why would you want to announce
Yeah.
that you're coming into the house?
So anyone else that's in the house knows that we're coming in.
When we see you guys, well, specifically, we can see the defendant going and pointing into some of the other rooms before we actually go to that back bedroom. What is that called and why is he doing that?
It's clearing.
If I recall
Make
correctly,
sure that there is no one hiding.
didn't she
with a
just
gun.
say that she was concerned that he might have been the one
Shoot
injured?
us or to get one of us, you know.
Ask it one more time, sorry.
Back in the back
If I re-
bedroom.
She just said it, but didn't she say that she was concerned that he might have been
As
the
soon
one
as I
injured
came through the
in,
door,
with the shots? Like, that's,
I heard
she was
the
concerned for
baby,
his safety prior. Like, that's
and that
interesting
became
to me.
my sole focus.
That's really weird.
What did you do?
Or not weird.
But doesn't that, I mean, it
Important.
I got him to
confirms the mindset that there was an armed
We went
suspect
down the
potentially
hallway.
in the
They
house.
thought-
I remember
They thought there was an
I
armed
was
suspect
outside
in there.
because I had my jacket on, and there was a blanket on the back of the couch. So I wrapped him up and I went and stood on the curb with him, so that he didn't have to see what was going on in there.
Whatever happened inside of the room after you
And I think that goes to the reasonableness of Aaron's mindset that she sort of had the same idea.
the child you're talking to
Yep.
died on a car, you know his name. Now, was he emotional?
Yes, ma'am.
And we can hear him on video.
Yes, ma'am.
And so how long did you wait out there? Do you remember?
It felt like 30 minutes, but I know it was not long.
By the time
Lawyer needs to go back to her microphone.
That would be nice.
we already see some police personnel that's already there. Is that right? Do you recognize anybody on that video?
Yes, ma'am. I recognize all of them. I work very closely with them.
Who are they? Tell me their names.
Officer Vita.
You see that's something
Officer
on my
Hoffman,
end
Officer
where
Fuller, Officer
now
Gilbert, and then
that's
Sergeant
that's the
Horner,
feed.
And then Officer Hoffman in the room.
Okay. And VTech and Hot, were they part of the TACMED team? Or do you know?
They're not. They're assigned the Baker Division as well.
And the first few officers that we see that come into the room and tell the defendant, get back, who are they?
That's Officer Hoffman and Officer Vita.
Did they then perform some type of life-saving measure?
They did.
Were you able to perform any life-saving measures on Atatiana?
I was not.
Your focus was on.
Yes, ma'am.
From what we see in the video on State's Exhibit 1, did the defendant perform any CPR life-saving
No, ma'am.
measures? VTech and Cotton show up, they do. When you're still there at the scene, about
Medics were there quick.
but I know it was in the last maybe minute or so, maybe 2 minutes, a Do you know why he would have used his phone?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether he did that on his own or maybe somebody told him to do that?
I'm not sure.
You don't know. And
Are you trying to imply something nefarious about that?
you're outside.
They always do.
Another officer come and relieve you. Where do you go after you're outside?
I'm outside with.
To be honest, I don't know why they do that.
And Officer Ray pulls
I don't.
They always get called. They always get called out for it in court. Like,
yeah, you're right. I was thinking what I really hope they don't do is like go through like frame by frame of the body cam footage. That always pissed me. Like that particularly pissed me off in Rittenhouse.
Yep.
Because it is not an accurate representation of how somebody was responding to a circumstance in real time.
Yeah. I mean, it helped him in a couple cases though too.
Yeah.
Frame by frame showed gun directly pointed at him, but it's not fair either way.
I just feel like, yeah. It bothers me because it takes it and it takes out the actual split-second decision making that somebody has to genuinely go through.
Yep.
It's like, what was it, in Rittenhouse where they enhanced the photos? That drove me nuts.
We never go back inside the house.
That one, well, and then the last one last video that came in at the last minute, that wasn't authenticated at all.
I'm not sure.
And the walkthrough that you're doing, is Terry, is your attorney with you when you're doing that?
I believe she was.
Yeah.
After the walkthrough,
I go and sit back in the car, and then Major Case tells me that I need to go down to 1000 Calvert.
what is 1,000 Calvert?
That's where their offices are.
When you get there,
I don't know, man. That body cam footage is pushing me more towards 75-25 right now.
it would have been that the shooting is around 2:30, 2:33 or so.
I have a really, really hard time getting around the fact that a gun was pointed at me. If a gun is pointed at me, I have the absolute right to fire. Like,
yep.
I'm not sure.
I also have a really hard time getting around the fact that if I'm in my house, I don't want a cop to be able to shoot me through the window. Like,
oh, in the actual interview?
Is someone from Major Case interviewing you?
I mean, that's where I go back to, you know.
Do you do another interview after that?
Which one would you rather be? The person who is now facing a criminal charge or the person who's dead?
The person who's dead. And that's where you always have to also, like, I constantly have to remind myself, it's not the victim, the decedent, against the defendant. You don't have to say one was right and one was wrong. Judgment on each can be mutually exclusive.
Yep. Maybe they were both justified and one just happened to pull the trigger first.
Yep.
That is possible.
I mean, I think that's actually true. Like, and I would take it a step further to where you took it. If she fired on him, I would be arguing that she was justified.
Yep.
You can tell when you're walking up if there's forced entry. Was there on those doors? No.
And we know because you guys go in that front store door.
100% every single time. I'd prefer to be alive and in court than the one in the ground.
But now we know it was unlocked.
Would you rather be convicted and alive?
No. Would I rather be convicted than dead?
Yep.
I don't.
That's an interesting question.
We dropped the philosophical questions here on Trial Junkie. John, did we ever figure this out?
I don't think we ever actually found that out for certain.
There's like everything we found, AK, just says he's charged with murder. But Texas might have lessers included automatically. we can't. I haven't been able to.
Yeah,
find
there are some jurisdictions where the lesser included are just automatic.
I did not.
But I tried to get into the county website, and it was a whole rigmarole to try and actually get the charging documents.
With my experience then.
So I'm not 100% certain.
Wouldn't have thought about who owns that car. Did you think at all about that those cars were the neighbor's cars, as it says in the call details, or didn't even think about it?
No, ma'am.
That's the point of philosophical question. Everyone has to answer that for themselves.
Okay. Did you ever see Atatiana's gun?
No, ma'am. I saw her face.
AK, that's what we're not 100% certain on. But from what I saw, I have every reason to believe that he believed that.
Yep. And we know there was a gun, which makes it likely that he saw the gun, but not conclusive by any stretch.
Well, we're never going to know for certain, but
yep.
I have no reason.
Yeah, I mean, the best we have is did his chest see a gun? Like, it's kind of the best we have.
Well, that's the thing is, I have no reason to disbelieve him based upon how he behaved. It's consistent with that theory in my mind. Like you said, I think that when he pulled the trigger, he thought he shot the burglar.
Thanks, Maddie.
Not that I can remember. No.
Now, when you come out of the house and when did you say which officer it was that showed up to kind of relieve you with Zion?
Officer Ray.
Yeah, Jolly Rogers, I agree with you. For the love of God, please walk up to a microphone.
Get Zion in the back of his car. Have a minute to think. What's going through your mind?
That there's someone down inside the house.
She's gonna cry.
As far as
That's why I really want to be able to hear what the questioning is.
No.
That last question was, what was going through your mind as you were sitting in the car afterward?
I'd feel like shit. Who wouldn't?
She's gonna cry. Here it comes.
were you concerned and worried and nervous?
Yes, ma'am.
In your mind or in your heart, what are you the most concerned about?
Zion.
What about
Just how he is, his well-being.
did you know that you testified yesterday?
Is there any of this that would be objectable?
Why are they doing this?
Because they're trying to build the emotions.
I don't think that that's particularly helpful.
I think it could be, dude. I see your point. Like, oh, the police officers cared that this happened, didn't want it to happen. But it's also, I think, could be construed of the partner I was with screwed up. And
what were you most concerned about? I was concerned about the kid that saw this happen.
Yeah.
I don't know how that has any relevance to whether the shot was justified or not.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a human emotion, and you're kind of needling the poor woman when she came across, I thought, as extremely credible. So why would you try and tear her down at the end? I don't totally understand that.
I think they look at it as their witness hammering them.
What, that they don't like her testimony, and so yeah, but I always
no,
hate it
like they like their testimony, and they're like, how did his actions make you feel?
Tell the deputy who you are.
Yeah, but that's such an easy thing to get around?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, but if you look at it from
it's
this
an easy thing to it's an easy thing to argue. Nobody particularly feels thrilled after nobody who's not a sociopath particularly feels thrilled when they have to shoot somebody in defense or when they see somebody have to shoot somebody in self-defense. I mean,
exactly.
That's perfectly natural.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not a legal argument.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. Like, so if you look at it, like when you and I both get like super logical on the law, we're like, he had a gun pointed at him, he was justified, right?
Yeah.
So the prosecution has to bring some emotion into this.
But you don't necessarily, you could say, I fired in self-defense and I feel terrible that I had to take a life. And you can span that gap. I don't know. I don't think it's a hard concept to explain to folks. So I don't know how effective that is. That's just.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I do like AK's point here though too.
And have the defense start her emotionally. I don't know, because I think that even though the state's the one that called her, I think that she's more sympathetic to the defense than she was to the state. And
yeah,
you can tread lightly, and I think she's going to be willing to volunteer a lot of what you need happily.
Yeah. She's definitely not one of the officers that was coming out. She doesn't come across as having the same view as some of the officers that came out and just boss talked him. She seemed she at least conveyed a little bit of like being a cop is hard.
Yeah. And, look, I go back to the one piece that really I found interesting, because if we go back to, the objective reasonableness stuff, she expressed that she had the same conclusion as to what was in progress at this home.
Yeah, I think that was huge.
So if both officers thought the same thing was happening, that to me says quite a bit about whether they were acting reasonably. Heather, I tend to agree with you. I understand why they had to bring the case.
Super politically charged.
Yeah.
Remember, this happened in 2019. This was Breonna Taylor time. And it's Dallas Fort Worth.
Yeah. So from a political, it's a political prosecution. I think that's fairly clear.
Yeah. Go read the mayor's comments. If you chance or maybe at lunch I'll try to pull some of that up.
Well, I mean, even pulling the top count murder charge at him, like.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Even if you think that he wasn't 100% justified.
Yep.
I mean, do you really think that he had the mental state necessary for murder? I mean, you're talking about, if it's murder too, which I think it is, if I could be wrong about that, you're still talking about a depraved heart murder. I don't see anything like that in terms of his mental state.
No.
If you want to argue like, voluntary manslaughter or something, maybe I could wrap my head around it. I still personally can't, because I'm more and more in the justified homicide camp. But at the very least, you've got to say a depraved heart murder has to be an overcharge. Just in terms of mental state.
I just fall back to the black letter law of, and I think it's a black letter law in every 50 states. If you have a deadly weapon pointed at you, you are justified in using deadly force to combat.
Yep. I mean,
Like-
even, take New York, which has a duty to retreat.
That's true.
You have an
Hey,
obligation to retreat if you can do so safely. But if somebody has a firearm, you're not going to outrun a bullet.
Well, and officers don't have a duty to retreat, do they? In New York?
Huh?
Do officers have a duty to retreat in New York?
I don't believe so. Don't quote me on that 100%. I think that's going to depend on department policy. I could definitely see some smaller departments where, don't run in guns blazing, wait for backup kind of policies. But my point is, as a practical matter, you have an obligation to retreat if you can do so safely.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody has a firearm, you are not going to be able to outrun the bullet.
Run a bullet.
So there is no circumstance under which somebody is threatening you with a firearm I can't think of one where you can retreat safely.
Mm-hmm.
Or at the very least, make the argument strongly.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could say, well, you could obviously tell that she was just protecting her home. So if you retreated, you wouldn't get shot. But that's tenuous at best, man. Yeah. Kara, this is a good question. And the prosecution is hammering this home. I don't like that they're hammering this home. They definitely are. He did not render aid. That said, my understanding and from what I was able to glean from the longer...
Hang on. Sorry. Okay. Sorry about that.
Nope, you only go to law channels because that's when you get that ad.
Yeah, well, everybody's favorite law firm and by that I mean nobody's.
Kara, what I could glean from the longer body cam that they just showed in court that I haven't seen released before is that medics were there within a couple of minutes.
Yeah. Well, and it was sort of interesting because do we know because the kid said that he still heard her talking after she fell.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any sort of like an ME that's going to come in and say how much time occurred between the shot and time of death?
Oh, they have to.
I mean, you'd think so, but
I don't know. I mean, I don't have the witness list, but.
And by the way, I don't think that you legally are obligated to render aid either.
He's not. That's why I kind of hate the hammering on it.
It's not relevant, but it's once again they're kind of running with these emotional arguments.
Well, and
I don't think legally it's relevant whether he rendered aid or not.
Police officers are specifically trained to make sure the scene is secure before they render aid.
Right. Plus, I talked about this yesterday. Supreme Court has made it excruciatingly clear there is no legal duty or obligation on the police to protect any given citizen. Period.
Mm-hmm.
At all. Which, sometimes you then wonder, then what the hell is the point of the police from a legal perspective? But that's where we're at.
Yeah, so Heather, we're not going to talk about this a lot on my channel just because, one, I want to cover a lot of trials and don't want to get heated. I may be a little more opinionated than some. But I will say, this was at a time in 2019, the white cop shot a black woman in her home. There was no way around it becoming politically charged. I don't like that it did, but I don't see that there was a way out of that.
Well, and when I was looking at some of the stuff, if you look at like the original reporting, it's pretty goddamn bad.
Mm-hmm. I mean, my thumbnail still says codable babysitting. Probably should update that, but that was what the reports were.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't think the reports were that twisted.
I think if you literally just report the facts of what occurred without the context that we're now getting, it doesn't look good.
Nope.
God, I wish she would use a microphone.
for this particular call?
As I remember,
She said pass the witness.
95.
Didn't she? She did, didn't she?
She said pass the witness. This
And she's
judge
still
is pretty
using her to introduce evidence. Great. Sorry, had my fingers crossed. Backsies.
Seems like the defense is cool with it, though.
I don't think that they care. I think that they know exactly where they're going with this witness, and I think they're fairly comfortable.
Let's
Yep.
just do 95 for purposes.
This judge is fairly permissive for a guy that had a defendant shot 3 times.
That's the thing is, I thought the judge would be a little bit more wild, but he's letting them pretty much do whatever.
Yeah.
All right. States 95 is in there for purposes of the record.
So I want to ask you a couple questions about the time of the shooting, okay?
I'm really
You're
glad.
not really supposed to do that, but if the defense doesn't object, then, all right. That's been the theme of this case so far.
And as a judge, I'd let them do it. I'd rather allow them to get whatever they want in.
At a person through a window, is that an act really dangerous to human life?
yes.
Did you learn whether or not Atatiana Jefferson had survived?
I don't think it was until after my major case interview.
At some point, you did learn that.
Yes.
And
Maddie, shoot it over to my DMs on Twitter. I'll take a look. Thank you.
what happened out there?
Maddie, I'll take it too if you have it.
Yeah, I'll forward it to you either if I get it first, whatever.
Awesome. Thank you. This is a lot of freaking questions she's got to ask. I can see reopening it for. Oh, I forgot to ask her to identify the defendant. This is a lot.
When I was clearing, I went into.
I think they realized that the judge wasn't calling lunch yet and decided to just pad more time.
Big dog. That was
Honestly.
So I put him into the bathroom.
Or she felt with the tears it was the perfect time to pass her. And then it's like, well, maybe not.
Maybe.
I don't like that she's able to ask this many questions.
There's that at some point it's like save it for direct.
Carol, would it surprise you that defendant and guards are being?
Okay, we're at defense now.
I was not a paramedic.
I'm sorry. Were VTech and Cotton?
Paramedics?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge.
They're the ones who started attending to Miss Jefferson first. Is that right?
Yes.
And they moved Aaron out of the way. You've seen the video.
Yes.
Aaron had started with an Afghan right there.
Yes.
At some point, correct?
Yes.
On direct, you mentioned the word auditory exclusion.
Yes.
Is one of the events that takes place in the human psyche or body under a traumatic event, like a police shoot, correct?
Yes.
Are you trained on some of the events that take place in critical incidents?
Yes.
What happens to your vision during a critical incident?
You get tunnel vision,
What's that mean?
where everything around you just encloses and your primary focus is what's in front of you.
As part of your training that the state went through for a significant amount of time, did you review critical incidents of other officers both in Fort Worth and around the country?
Yes.
Part of your training?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn that your tunnel vision focuses usually on the threat that's going to harm the officer?
Yes.
What harms an officer usually on a person?
I got it. Hands.
Isn't it amazing that the cross is actually asking open-ended questions?
Hands.
Is that just me?
Yeah, but I don't think she's very hostile.
No, I agree. Here, I sent you the link. Let me know if you got it.
Got it. Thank you.
Would it surprise you in your major case interview before 7 o'clock that morning that you said that?
Uh-oh.
I think that's
What
why I'm
happened,
crying.
Mom? Yeah, that's them. Their video just went dead. That's cool. All right. Please come back. That would be nice. I would like to hear the crossing. Didn't this happen yesterday with the kid that during cross-examination they just cut out for like a minute or two?
Yep.
I'm gonna
KPRC has it working.
All right. Let's give it 10 seconds.
Sure.
If not, I'm going over there.
We have your lunch
Oh.
break. Okay, so if you go.
Oh, okay. So they're calling lunch for whatever reason. So they let them ask 2 questions and then call lunch? Really?
Dude, it's 11:59.
This guy literally lives by a stopwatch.
He lives by a stopwatch.
Wow. Okay. Well, so it is 1 o'clock. I probably need to get ready for my meeting.
Awesome.
Final thoughts for the morning?
Yeah. Final thoughts for the morning. That this officer did not hurt the defense very bad. I see where they were going with her. There was a couple key facts that came that were very helpful to the defense. I think we have another inexperienced prosecutor.
Yeah,
she was definitely not as tight as she could be.
I tend to agree. I think part of the issue as well is I really think that she kind of recognizes that her facts are not that fantastic for her.
Yeah.
And that's where, like you said, she mostly does misdemeanor cases. I'm wondering if, the elected DA.
And again, that's just her LinkedIn. She may have.
Yeah.
That's just her LinkedIn. She may not have updated it, but that's all I can find.
Well, I'm just also speaking to my opinion of her performance so far. So I would not be shocked if she's not particularly experienced in these sort of high-profile, high-stakes trials. And it does happen at times where, let's say it was a politically charged decision to prosecute, and then the prosecutor decides, I don't really want my fingerprints on this when it goes south. I mean, it's happened.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I'm wondering if it's something in that ballpark. I obviously don't know, but there are plenty of cases that the prosecutor brings, they do a big press conference, and then they fade into the background because they're ultimately electorally accountable.
Yeah. And I would say, kind of piggybacking on that point, this defense team did, especially since he was out on bond, of trying to drag it out.
Sure.
3 years later was very smart because temperatures around this stuff have definitely cooled. Like,
yeah, they did a fantastic job with that. Sorry, I did not mean to cut off your thought, but I agree.
No, that's exactly what I was saying. Yep, that's all I was saying.
And I don't know, if people don't know, that is actually a skill set, is the more time you can put between the events and when things cool down. The same is true in a lot of cases in civil trials, and there's almost a skill on the defense side to drag things out. There's some aspect of it that I think is a little bit questionable, particularly on the civil side, because remember, plaintiffs' attorneys don't get paid unless or until they win something. We get paid by the hour. So the longer we can drag out a case, the more it's costing the plaintiff's attorney, and they don't see anything until it's over. So there is a little bit of gamesmanship when it comes to that. But the same is true in the criminal case. I mean, once he was out on bond, I don't think that they had any particular rush to get this taken care of.
Nope, especially out in bond. I mean, you're here like, I don't know if have you ever seen any white collar crime channels? Where some of these white collar criminals.
I mean, I'm familiar with white collar cases. I don't watch any particular channels that cover that specifically.
So there's a couple channels out there of guys that have spent a little bit of time in Club Fed.
Okay.
Who now run businesses helping folks that are on their way to Club Fed, how to handle the prison camp experience.
Interesting.
And one of the things that they talk about is that the time spent under investigation and waiting to go to trial is almost worse than the year or two that they spent in jail, just because like they can't eat, things like that. But if you're on trial for murder, man, like take 3 years of hell to not go to jail.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even like when we were talking yesterday a little bit about kind of people who bond out and people who don't. Sometimes it's, depending upon what you're facing and obviously your jurisdiction, sometimes you would prefer to spend the time in the county jail a little bit longer and get the time served rather than be shipped to, the state prison. It depends very much on your circumstance. I mean, usually the prisons tend to actually be better because they're better designed for kind of longer term stays. But there are places where you do not want to get, shipped to the prison. You'd prefer to chill in, like, say, a Westchester County jail than get sent up to Attica. Yeah. I mean, so believe it or not, my sister actually spent a year in county jail. And from what she told me, and she got time served, luckily, after that. But a lot of the folks she was with in county jail desperately wanted to just get to prison. Yeah, it was a lot like I said, better environment. It depends entirely on, one, what county you're in, and two, what state you're in. Because, some particularly wealthy counties in different states, I could name a few, have fairly pleasant jail systems, and those states, because at that point it's now state funding instead of county funding, the prisons are less pleasant. So I would say that that's probably by far the exception rather than the rule, but it does happen. I mean, like even Darrell Brooks. I even got the sense from Darrell Brooks that he was ready to just get on out of his jail cell and get to prison. Well, I mean, he also is kind of a unique circumstance because of the protective custody situation, and that's probably particularly onerous. A cop would have to probably sit in protective custody too. Now he's screwed if he goes to prison. I would imagine he's screwed if he goes to prison too. So cops tend not to fare well. Strangely enough, my understanding is lawyers do, because they actually can provide a service to the They can just help. There. Yeah, that would make sense. But yeah, cops less so. I don't know. This guy, I don't know. I really wish I could stick around for the full cross. But because I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they go about, because we know the points that they are going to want to emphasize. They're going to want to emphasize what her state of mind was about what was going on at that particular property. Agreed. I do think, based upon what we saw, that the idea that this was a burglary in progress is not an unreasonable conclusion to draw based upon what we have evidence that they may have seen. So, yeah, Maddie, absolutely right. Trust me, you do not particularly want to spend a ton of time in Hillsborough County Jail. Yeah, that's not particularly a great place to be. I would imagine most county lockups in Florida are the most fun places to be. The prisons aren't particularly fantastic either, but that's always, you know, this is your not legal advice moment. If you're going to commit a crime, try to make it a federal one.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be better for you in the long run.
And try to make it nonviolent.
Yeah.
Because then you're gonna, a nonviolent federal crime is gonna end you in a place where you legitimately get to be on a baseball team or like play pickleball. Like,
yeah. So that was that's your not legal advice for the day. And yeah, you do not particularly want to find yourself charged with a state crime in, say, Florida or Georgia, Texas,
Arizona.
you know, Arizona.
We're getting a little more purple here, but we're a little more
California or New York. Those are probably your better bets.
Yeah, except you don't want to go to Rikers.
No, nobody wants to go to Rikers. That is a fair point. You know they're shutting Rikers down, right?
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, they implemented a plan where they're going to build high-rise jails in each of the counties, 2 in Brooklyn, one of which is for Staten Island.
Like
and
each of the
shut
boroughs?
down Rikers. Yep.
Cool.
Not really. I mean, it's actually an absolutely insanely stupid policy. And
I thought they didn't make people go to jail in New York City anymore.
Well, it depends. There's a list of like 60 some odd crimes where, you know, there's no bail. But the kind of backhand rumors is that it was a deal between de Blasio and some of his big real estate developer folks that when they shut down Rikers, they're going to sell off the land because it's waterfront property.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say to the developers to build the prisons. To build.
Well, there's that too. I mean, it's a win-win for everybody except for you know, the citizens of Brooklyn.
Yeah, that sucks. So they're going to have a high-rise prison or a high-rise jail in Manhattan?
Yep.
Wow.
I know. My thought to begin with is, what happens if there's a fire? Do we just let everyone out on the street? I mean, one of the benefits of Rikers is it's an island. Mm-hmm. Where are you going to go?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of high-rise jails around, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying I would not particularly. And by the way, the Staten Island one drives me a little bit nuts because they're putting the jail in Brooklyn and they're going to ferry the prisoners to their court dates in Staten Island, which I can't imagine.
Oh, that sounds cheap.
A bad idea.
That shouldn't cost anything.
Yeah.
Stay out of Fulton County. Don't get Chick-fil-A.
Yes. Stay out of Fulton County.
No gas.
Definitely stay out of Fulton County. All right, man. I gotta run. Yep. I'm just gonna stop my cam and mute. I'm gonna leave it running. Hopefully, you don't have to deal with too many ads or whatever. And I will catch you if for whatever reason it starts screwing up on you. You know how to.
Yeah.
You know how to handle
I think it runs a little better when it's just one camera too. Right. But yeah, but if you want to leave that up, I really, really appreciate it. One other quick question for you.
Fire away.
It's smarter, especially that like my audience size, to leave the stream going, right?
Sorry? For like the lunch break?
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I think it is. I mean, if you can vamp for a bit, it's great. If you have to walk away for a little bit, it's, you know, I think it's easier than trying to restart the thing. You know, depending, once you get monetized, there are some benefits to having 2 separate streams a little bit, but you know, for your purposes right now, having people stick around, probably better just to keep it.
I'll keep getting more viewing hours. All right, man. Well, hey, thanks for joining. And
all right,
I truly appreciate you leaving the feed up. That's above and beyond.
Hey, it is my absolute pleasure. So yeah, I will see you all guys later. I think I'm gonna try and do the Ortiz case probably later this evening, but I will keep everybody posted about that. I'm not 100% certain yet. Depends how a couple things shake out. So I'll see y'all.
All right. Thanks, John. And to everybody else, I'm going to take a quick bathroom / a little bit of food break. I definitely won't take the full court lunch break. So I will be back fairly shortly. I'm going to just leave my window up so that folks. Oh, hold on. I'm just seeing something from Maddie. Oh, so Maddie, when I was talking about my sister being in jail, I was talking about her being in Maricopa County Jail. Very, yeah. She was lucky she was in a women's jail, obviously, which is a lot nicer than the main one. And you guys are so helpful. Thank you, Maddie. I am definitely going to put a banner across saying that I'm out for lunch and keep the stream going. I don't know what I would do without y'all. Doing that now. Have to have a folder? That's odd. So Gremlin, yesterday was actually my first live stream, and that was really a half day. So I haven't checked them yet, but so I'm at 25 watch hours, and I think today will really boost that. And then today alone, I jumped from about 20 subscribers to 75, so super happy about that too. Again, I can't thank you all enough for jumping on and joining me. This is something I really, really want to do long term. So gotta get that built. Again, I can't thank you all enough for joining. I am gonna jump for just a quick bit to get a quick bite to eat and to go to the bathroom, and I'll be back on. We can go through. I mean, when I get back on, we can go through a few other key players in the case and things like that. So once again, thanks all, and I will be back. And we're back. Thanks so much for staying with me while I got a quick bite to eat. Hopefully you all did the same. Going to hide our ticker here. And I think we're supposed to start at in about 15 minutes. Could be a little bit longer. One thing I was thinking we could do is we can look at this warrant that Maddie so graciously shared with me. Real quick though, first, hi to Lulu. Learned about me from John. John has been the superstar for me, driving folks over. I'm completely grateful to John. For those who might be new to chat, we're even looking at John's computer stream right now because I was having a little bit of ISP issue. So big shout out to John. And to Creed, watch Bronco's stream, but come on, black victim, white cop shooter. Everyone already knows what Bronco will say about that. If it was him, he wouldn't even charge the guy. Guy has a bias. Well, I think we talked about it a little bit earlier on in the stream. I have no desire to get into the white cop, black victim side of things, other than to say, at the time that this was charged in 2019, was likely it was Breonna Taylor time. The political climate would definitely lead to something like this being charged. In terms of bias, I think Andrew sees things police officer shooting. I think he may have a little more bias to police officer shootings than to the black-white issue. I could be wrong. But on this channel, we will stay completely unbiased. We will listen to the trial, listen to the facts, and then make our determination. As we go, we're all going to have our opinions. I think it's Gremlin who's been in here. No, you know what? It was Jolly Roger, who likes to share his opinions on where he's at in the case, but always in parentheses puts premature. And I think that's kind of what it is. Like we're gonna see where things are going. We're gonna keep score, and things will ebb and flow in a trial. Right now, I think John and I both agree that the evidence that we're showing is that a gun was pointed at you, at the officer. If a gun is pointed at you by the letter of the law, as a deadly threat, you can respond with deadly force. There's still going to be a lot more to come in terms of, was that gun actually visible? The time frame in which the shot happened. And of course, trials aren't always decided by strict black letter law, right? We have 12 jurors who are going to have emotions. From an emotional standpoint, if this was purely based on emotion, I think the prosecution would likely have a very easy victory here. But again, it's going to be both. But hey, thanks for the comment, and glad to have you here, Creed. And Gremlin Cling, I haven't decided, but leading heavy justified based on body cam. The body cam and the longer body cam. Remember, today we saw more body cam than has ever been released, as far as I know. The only body cam I've ever been able to find, and I do my research, was 1 minute long. The longer body cam, the reaction after, which was not in the body cam that was released to the public, at least tells me that officer, and I guess I'm still speculating a little bit. It's not hard fact, but my impression was he thought he just shot a perp and may have just saved a kid. Again, that's just my impression. Others are going to have different impressions, and we're going to stay unbiased here. Until we put up our jury poll at the end of the trial. I'm going to go on mute real quick. I got another thing with throat. I would be right back. All right, I'm back. Keep bringing my comments in. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to pop that one up. That's good though. Yeah, Gremlin. I wonder if we probably have two different perspectives. Today's version was much longer. And we have to remember, so if we're talking about bias, in a weird, kind of strange turn of events, Aaron Dean got absolutely zero support from the leadership in the leadership in his police department, in the Fort Worth police department. The chief came out immediately and in synopsis said this was not a justified shoot. They did in the body cam at least try to end the body cam clip that they released by showing two still frames of the gun. But my mind was slightly changed by the longer body cam video that was shown in court today. I wish, I totally understand why we weren't able to see it, but I wish we were able to see all that was shown in court. Obviously the camera's kind of away. I think probably because it was picking up either the child, either Zion or the dead body. I lean towards probably was picking up the dead body is why they didn't show, because Zion was, willing to show his face in court. I'm just going through all the chats here. Well, hey, thanks for coming by again. You're welcome to come in and out. We love to have you here when you're here. You mentioned it yesterday. Do you think that because of the political climate that they had to throw under the bus? My gut is yes, but I'll be quite honest. Without having followed the case at the moment, it's hard for me to say. And also, I'd have to do a lot more research into the police chief. I can tell you the mayor coming out and also, quote unquote, bus checking him or throwing him under the bus was 100% political. Maybe not. I don't think her statements were from a place of we have to. It was from a place of, oh, this is a great opportunity. Again, those are just my opinions, though. And I want to try to stay as unbiased as I can on that kind of stuff. If it is a solid case, why would we have to screw around with everything? I don't know necessarily what we're saying in terms of screwing around. Obviously, we have to hold trials. I am a strong opinion that prosecutors should be very discretionary, and for lack of a better way of saying it, conservative in the crimes that they charge. But again, being that I still haven't made my mind up on this case, it's hard for me to say that a prosecutor shouldn't have charged it. Again, though, I go back to that very logical side of the black letter law that says he had a deadly weapon pointed at him. He is justified in using deadly force. Again, that's the default. I think there's more to it than that. But if I fall back to that stance, it's hard for me to justify a prosecutor bringing this case. Maddie, perfect timing. I've been trying to get through the chats because I do want to pull up the document that you shared. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff in here. What I was going to pull up first was the warrant. I'm a little hesitant just because of the bandwidth issues I've been having, but I think we should give it a try. 1 second. Yeah, I think we're going to be okay. I'm going to try it. Yep, we're going to be fine. No. Now, I don't know what I would do without Maddie. I'm going to download it first. Good call. 1 second. No, so Maddie, I'm going to be able to share it just fine. What I was worried about is losing John's stream that he's still sharing with me for when we go back to having a stream video. But I still do like the idea of downloading it because I think it's really easy to see. No, I think this will work. All right. I'm going to have to read it off the side here. Well, let's try this. Warrant for arrest to any peace officer in the state of Texas. This is the unassigned. Okay, so that's just saying, that's just the warrant. And I'm blind. Good afterwards, here is a suspect. Bring the suspect before the magistrate. Okay, so here's the charge. Murder, of which the offense the suspect is accused. See, I think this kind of brings us back to the same thing that we keep seeing is it's a murder charge. We know that, but to what degree, and are there lessers? Okay, let's read what the facts are that brought them to feel like they could even issue a warrant, which would then lead to the charge. I, Detective A. Ramirez, 3555, am and have been a Fort Worth police officer for 13 years, and I am currently assigned to the major case unit. And I was assigned the investigation. It was an assignment investigation involving an officer-involved shooting, which occurred at the address. That address. I made the decision to begin the investigation. Okay, on 10/12/19 at 2:30 in the morning, Fort Worth police officer Aaron Dean and CA Darch were dispatched to, again, the same address on an open structure call. Okay, so at least they're finding it as an open structure call. The details of the call said the front doors to the residence were open. Both the neighbors' vehicles are in the driveway, and the neighbors are usually home, but never have the door open. We now know that 2 doors were open, and the inside of the house did look fairly ransacked. And bear with me 1 second. I'm gonna make sure I have a feed on to know when we're coming back. 1 second.
Playing out the opposite argument, and then we heard from Zion.
Okay. Just want to make sure we don't actually miss important stuff there. Okay, so now we do know now that there was 2 doors open, and the house could lead one to believe that it had been ransacked. The officers went to the residence wearing Fort Worth police uniforms. That's good. Officer Dean had his body camera on, and it was activated. I reviewed Officer Dean's body camera video. The front and side interior doors were open, and the glass storm doors were closed. Officers looked. Sorry, I just caught that. Why would the glass storm doors be closed if they were trying to vent out hamburger smell? Anyway, I digress. Officers looked through each of the storm doors and into the residence without seeing anyone in the front room. That's true. The officers did not announce their presence. True, and now we actually have testimony saying why that it's proper procedure not to announce because one, you may give the suspect the ability to flee. 2, because in a domestic docile, you may give the suspect the ability to harm the person inside the home before. And that was from the testimony of C.A. Darge. Officer Dean, using his flashlight, checked the vehicle in the driveway and then proceeded to the backyard. Well, he didn't go in the backyard. It looks like trial's coming back. So we are going to hit the rest of this, and we'll get into the meat and potatoes of the bottom is going to tell us why he feels like it was a criminal act. We'll get into that in a little bit. Let's bring the court back up. All right, and now because I couldn't see chat while I was reading that, I had to make it big. So let me go through and see if I see anything in here. Yeah, Maddie, I'm going to use this site is awesome. There's tons of documents on there. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Now, in fairness, it wasn't the prosecution that was coaching. From everything we can see, I think it was Zion's aunt who was coaching him. But you're right. I mean, if it's a solid case, you shouldn't need to do any of that. And if it's not a solid case, you shouldn't be doing that, and you shouldn't be charging. Yeah, you're making yourself clear now. I totally understand what you're saying, and I think you're right. This is so weird. There's one camera pool. From what I understand, there's one pool camera, but I'm seeing the jury come back in on one feed. And nothing on law and crime. Oh, I think John's feed may be paused. I think we'll be okay. Is paused, so I'm gonna have to pull up mine, and let's hope that the bandwidth gods are with us. Okay, it's not John's stream. Let's pause this long time. So I think we're okay. Let's hope they come back quick, or otherwise I'll have to switch. Okay. The officer is testifying right now. This is showing pause. Let me check and see what the chat's saying in the long term. We'll get it up just as soon as possible. I'm sorry. Yep, Longtime's chat is going crazy about it not being right either, so let's pull over different speed. Thanks for the info, Brittany. I have another feed that's coming up right now. If my bandwidth works, we should be ahead of the game. I think it will.
And get used to where.
Chat, tell me about the volume.
Yes, sir.
I have volume boosted, or if we need to pull it up too.
The prosecutor asked you some questions about a holster. You were
Yes, sir.
And the holster of today is not the holster if your father was an officer that have advanced safety features in them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Without divulging to the country what the advanced safety features are in them, the gun just doesn't come out of the holster anymore, does it?
No, sir.
In your experience back in 2019, was Aaron the only police officer in the 1,700 police officers in the city of Fort Worth that was carrying a light on the rail system of his Glock?
Not even close, sir.
Thank you, Brittany.
Was that a common feature at the time and still today for officers to carry on their weapon?
Yes, sir.
The city allows it.
Yes, sir.
fact, the city approves of it,
Yes, sir.
but the city says if you want it, you have to buy the holster that meets level, is it level 3?
I'm not sure exactly which level it is, but something, yes.
Are they called levels for the holsters?
Yes,
It has to meet the appropriate level of holster, and it can be adapted to have a rail system that has a light on it, correct?
yes, sir.
And you can't carry anything that's not approved by the department.
No, sir.
I'm glad he's crossing on this
Any
because
issue
the
with what you
prosecutor
saw
definitely implied that he might have had something
Aaron's weapon up there that
not
he would have
standard.
had a light rail from, I think, a string light on his gun.
No, sir.
Did they talk to you about having that ability to have those lights at the academy?
They did when we were at the weapons range.
Was it recommended?
Loosely, yes.
Yeah.
They are expensive. They're
Interesting.
$200, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
And police officers aren't flowing with cash, are they?
No, sir.
They straight up implied that what he was
Let's
doing
talk about
was
other
not
parts of the
recommended.
uniform. The prosecutor on direct showed you some pictures of Aaron at least, right?
Yes.
And y'all went over on the screen about Aaron's duty belt.
Yes, sir.
And there were some questions asked about lethal and less than lethal options that you carry as a peace officer in the city of Fort Worth. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Officer Dark, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. And do you recognize 27 and 28?
Yes, sir.
And were those taken at major case?
Yes, sir.
And were those taken during the early morning hours of October the 12th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
Oh, look, how to introduce evidence properly.
To document what we have on it.
And you're in Defendant's Exhibit 27, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Aaron is in Defendant's 28, correct?
Yes, sir.
Aaron, at this time, the defense intended to state defendants 27, 20 offered it for all purposes.
The council approach, just a minute.
Oop, lost it. They did not directly say that there was something wrong. They didn't ask a question that said, is this wrong? They asked her to explain the difference with no explanation.
Hold on a second. Well,
Any objections?
I do not.
That was Defense Exhibits 27 and 28 are admitted.
May they be published as well,
Yes. Let's start with Defendant's 28. You recognize the guy in 28, right?
Yes, sir.
In 28, let's show the first seven of the jury, then I'll show the second seven.
They implied it heavily.
That night, was it cool out?
Yes, sir.
Much more succinctly said. Thank
If
you.
I told you the high on October 11th, night at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it dropped like a rock that night, would that surprise you?
No, sir. It was very cold that night.
About the time of the shooting, it was down to about 40 degrees
Yes, sir.
with the wind gusting out of the north.
Yes, sir. It was cold.
Is there a quartermaster for the Fort Worth Police Department? You
I'm
get
not sure
your
what the quartermaster is.
supplies or your clothes, do you have to buy them from a certain place or issue
Yes.
uniforms?
You're issued some and then you buy the rest.
Are you issued a watch cap?
No.
So looking at 28, you're wearing a watch cap that says FPD.
Yes, sir.
What's that stand for?
Fort Worth Police Department.
And that's something Aaron would have to go to the quartermaster of the supply house and buy that?
Yes.
You recognize anything distinctive about his shirt? Is he issued? You have what I would call a Class A uniform on today because you have your tie on.
Yes, sir.
A tie is not something normal.
No, sir.
And that's what you're saying as well.
Yes, sir.
Could you imagine?
on to.
Something someone can hurt you with. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Now, your uniform, your long sleeve shirt, that's consistent with what Aaron had on that night.
Yes, sir.
You both appear from, I think, policy different at Fort Worth, so I don't know how it is for your class. Is it mandatory now? Is it still an option to wear a vest or not wear a vest?
It's pretty mandatory.
Is it an option in 2019 to have an outer vest like the deputy behind Aaron right now?
If it's approved, yes.
Or you could have an inner vest on that goes underneath your duty uniform you have on today.
Yes, sir.
And it appears from looking at the picture of Aaron that he had an inner vest on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your formal dress shirt, the dress shirt that you're wearing here,
It's still kind of irrelevant.
one badge when you graduate the academy. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, those badges are individualized to some extent, are they not?
Yes, sir.
How are they individualized?
I have a number right here.
All right, you're assigned a badge number. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And as long as you're at the department, that's your badge number.
Yes, sir.
Did you get a new badge number when you came back?
Yes, sir.
So it's during that stint, that's your badge number.
Yes, sir.
Stream's breaking up just a little bit. Unfortunately, the stream that John has for me,
The badge
is law and crime, and law and crime is completely down right now. We'll switch back to it as soon as they're back up,
Yes, sir.
and we should drop any
shiny
late
silver.
ones.
Would you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
The exhibit you have, I think, defendant 28,
27.
27, that's what you're wearing that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have on an outer fleece jacket, would you agree with me, or something similar to that?
Yes, sir.
And it has two distinctive Fort patches like your uniform shirt on the sides of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you know that Zion was, you gave Zion care,
Yes, sir.
custody, control of,
Yes, sir.
he took great care of Zion, did he not?
Yes, sir.
And you know Zion, while you went to major case, Zion went back to y'all's substation.
I'm not sure where he went.
Where's the sergeant office? Your sergeant that sent y'all, where's she office at?
1289 Hemphill.
1289 Hemphill, where your office was?
Yes.
If it was told that they took Zion there first to get him some clothes and to let him have something to drink and lay down and try to go to sleep as best he could, and if it was out of the sergeant, that's where.
Yes, sir.
That's where.
Yes, sir.
So if the sergeant sent somebody back to get stuff out of her vehicle to set up a crate or a cot for Zion, that's where it would have been.
Yes, sir.
If Zion says he saw a badge through the window with what you're wearing that night and what Dean was wearing, whose badge would he have seen?
Officer Dean's.
Good question.
When light bounces off of your badge, is it reflective?
Yes, sir. It's shining.
Your uniform and that utility belt that Dean has on. The prosecutor broke the uniform, the same utility. About less than lethal items. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
You were trained at the Fort Worth Academy under a time period that's the, is it, and if I'm wrong, correct me, the use for, it's not the continuum, it's a use of force wheel now, is it not?
I don't know, we have it.
Okay, can you paramedic?
Whole is completely compliant. I'm talking with you. Arrest you. we get into a.
This is the first time she's actually turned and looked at the jury.
When hands are no longer working, then it goes up to the next level. And that would be your taser, your baton, your pepper spray. And then the last level is lethal, which would be your weapon.
Is your mere presence in uniform sufficient for Fort Worth and the general orders you said compliant, you're there?
Yes.
It's understood as a peace officer, if you're there in uniform.
That's a level of presence, yes.
What Aaron was wearing that night, did it clearly identify him as a peace officer?
As clear as I'm sitting here, yes, sir.
She's on the fence side.
Now, the pyramid you're talking about, if you're faced with a threat level that's higher than hands, do you have to escalate up the pyramid, or is the use of force continuum or the use of force wheel where if you're faced with deadly force, you can meet with deadly force without having to start talking to them?
Deadly force is always met with deadly force.
You have to go through the pyramid first.
No.
Are you trained at the academy on drills or situations where deadly force is confronting you in simulations without your knowledge, and you may have to make split second?
Hey, long time is back. I'm going to switch to it just because we've still had a little bit of lag.
Yeah. Stop the threat. And then we'll go to fire. Other times it's a quick draw from your holster.
You just motioned on the stand and said quick draw. What does that mean?
It means you're getting your weapon out as fast as you can because there's a threat in front of you.
Again, without revealing nation secrets of how to get something out of a level 3 holster, it's not the easiest thing to do, is it?
It's not.
You have to have a distinctive touch and feel to your weapon and your holster in order to draw it out. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Through your training, did you learn about incidents when we switched nationwide to level 3 from level 2 of critical incidents?
We did.
Yes, sir.
It's something that when you're at the range, they train you daily on how to safely unholster your weapon and bring it to bear if, God forbid, you were asked to do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there a training scenario in the academy or continuing education where you're met with a threat and the threat is as close to me as this board and you have to do something right then and there?
Only when we're shooting from the 3-yard line at the range.
What does it mean to shoot from the 3-yard line at the range?
There are different yardage at the range. It goes from 3, 5, 7, 10, 15, 25, I believe. And you're trained to shoot from each range.
Do you recall any close quarter drills where you're taught if you have somebody not through glass, but you're standing next to somebody, you're talking to them, and all of a sudden it goes south? And by south, I mean it disintegrates whatever's going on, and you're met with a weapon of some kind, and you have to take a defensive position.
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you take the members of the jury through what you would do in that situation?
Like if the person had a gun in their hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If they're in close to you, you want to try to disarm them, but you're going to draw out your weapon as well.
All right. Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
Are you
weird explanation.
Training, if I understand your training, that you're going to try to get distance and drop to your gun leg to gather more distance as you unholster?
Yes, sir.
Is that a training technique?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall watching State's Exhibit number 1 and watching Aaron take half a step back as he's unholstering his weapon?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you would consider as a fellow officer looking at the video to be part of the muscle memory from the training?
Yes, sir.
Y'all drilling that on a regular basis?
Pretty frequently.
Because both of you weren't that far out of the academy, were you?
He had.
She's got just a little bit of snark to her personality. I like it.
They drilled the academy into you every day, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
This isn't go to the academy at 6 and leave at noon, is it?
No, sir.
How many hours a day were you at the academy?
Usually get there around 5:30 because it starts at 6 and you're there until about 5 p.m.
5 days a week or 6?
5.
Supervisors went off on the weekends, don't they?
Yes, sir.
As part of that training, though, you have to make a decision whether it's that close quarters or whether it's at the 5-yard, 7-yard, or distance. Still have to make that decision as you're giving ground whether you're going to shoot or not shoot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we talked briefly before lunch. You've seen the studies and seen the film of how vision starts here, and on a stressful event, it becomes here, correct?
Yes,
and what they're visualizing.
He's talking tunnel vision.
And what the threat is.
Yes, sir.
Having now watched Aaron's video from his body worn, any surprise that he doesn't carry on a conversation
100%.
while you're running back to the house?
No, sir.
Given the adrenaline and what just went on, would you expect the two of you to have a conversation as you're going through?
No, sir. My primary focus was to get in there.
You both started calling out.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And you got the young Zion and you got him out of there.
Yes, sir.
From the time you were with Zion, I know you said when you were standing on the curb for the cavalry to get there, it sounded like it felt like time was standing still, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you trained during critical incidents that time can either compress or expand in your mind as how the mind handles an event?
Yes, sir. Time slows down.
From the time that Officer Ray took over, the time you were there, it's safe to say until we see the photo of Aaron with his camera on, he's still got it on his uniform when y'all are getting your pictures taken, yes?
Yes, sir.
So nobody's watched his video at that point.
No, sir.
Zion's been split away from you, so there's no outside influence on Zion's video interview that Lindsay Dula does later, right?
No, sir.
All right, let me go back through this. I asked another bad question after lunch. There was no outside influence that you were aware of on
I'll hit this one as soon as I can.
Zion's interview. He was isolated.
I'm not sure what happened to Zion after we separated, so no.
After Officer Ray took care of custody and control, you don't know.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Horner separated you and put you with a partner.
Yes, sir.
Why did they do that?
That's customary after any CPI, a critical police incident. It's same as if you were to go and answer a call. You want to separate everybody so that their stories don't get confused and they don't talk.
So it didn't surprise you that you and Dean were separated.
Not at all.
It didn't surprise you watching the video that the incoming officers, the assist officers, moved Dean out of the way.
No.
It didn't surprise you that the incoming assist officers asked Dean for the weapon as he was turning the green laser off.
No.
It didn't surprise you that they took not only the weapon, the magazine, but the live round that Dean had extracted from the chamber and sent Dean outside.
No.
Would it surprise you after this critical incident that Dean is having deep breaths and is short of breath in some areas?
No.
Why doesn't that surprise you?
Because of what we had just went through.
On the two exhibits in front of you, 27 and 28, I think the prosecutor asked you about Motorola radio that Dean may have around his neck.
Yes.
And normally, if you weren't in your Class A's, when you trade your tie-in, if you have shift work tonight, you're going to put your radio back on yourself, correct?
Yes.
Radios have evolved. Those are actually very expensive, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Post 9/11, those radios have not only a mic, you can hit an orange button on it. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the orange button do?
That's your panic button.
They also have a spot somewhere either on the mic or on the radio itself that you wear on the back ability to put an earpiece in, correct?
Yes, on the hand mic.
On the hand mic. So on Dean, on the exhibit, there's another cable then coming off of that because Dean and you were both wearing earpieces that night, were you not?
Yes.
So when we're listening to Dean's video in State's Exhibit number 1, we don't hear communications coming back to Dean because it's going in his ear, correct?
Correct.
And if you had one, had the school resource officer not taken yours, and we had a second camera, we wouldn't hear anything coming back to you as well because it'd all be coming to your ear.
Yes, sir.
And is that also a feature for officer safety when you are talking?
Because
When you are talking to others in law enforcement or communications running something, that would be reported back to you and you're not in harm's way.
Yes, sir.
Because you're trained as part of your training, communications or dispatch will sometimes ask you if you're in clear air. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
What's clear air mean to you?
Do you have anyone around you? Because I'm about to give you information about your suspect.
On direct, you were asked when you're sitting at JPS of how you got on this call. The sheet goes to the primary beat. That's Dean in this case, yes?
Yes, sir.
And it's a priority 2 call because it's an open structure call. The call taker's already made that decision. Dispatch, if dispatch disagrees, it takes a supervisor. So it goes out as an open structure call.
Yes, sir.
And
in open structure, Brittany, is
on the call, or how do you put yourself?
can be interpreted as like burglary in progress.
Myself on the call. I'm
Not necessarily, but it gives a hint to the officers that it's potential robbery in progress, so burglary in progress.
Was that night to be put on the sheet.
You have the ability to, even though you're in a squad car, you could key up you motioned here on the stand, keying up like you have your Motorola strapped to you.
Yes.
You also have one. A police car is really.
Darn, he's coming in loud for me. Let me see if my boost will work for this stream. I don't think it will, but.
There's a radio and a light controls right next to your right.
Is that any better for you all?
And then there's the MDC or mobile data computer. Okay, remember that term now from school? All right. So you can put yourself on the call via the radio, yes?
Yes.
You could also put yourself on the call via the MDC.
Yes.
And you don't
Jolly Rogers, he's
coming from, but you got from
asking questions about the radio, really radio communications right now.
You just go Maine to Allen and then you're there.
Maine to Allen, come across, there's a bridge right there, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
Darn, I didn't think that would help.
And this sits just, 30 seconds if it's no traffic at that time of night? Once you get off of 35, you're there?
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not much I can do on the volume.
Do I have it right that you actually got out first and you walked up to the house maybe by yourself, the wrong house to begin with, or you don't remember?
I think we walked up together, but I'm not sure.
When you went back to the squad, you looked at the call detail record or a record of information that they give you?
I don't know if I looked at the MDC or if I called out on the radio.
Have you had a chance to listen to any of the radio traffic that was preserved based on the critical incident?
No, sir.
And the state showed you a little while ago the full 8-page printout of from the start of service to the end of service when the last crime scene officer left, correct?
Yes, sir.
But as part of this, you're given some visual text to read as you're going to a call, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does the MDC always let you activate it while you're driving, or is it like a modern car that shuts off when you get to a certain speed?
Oh no, it's always on.
And you're trained how to be careful and not get distracted by it.
I turned my mic down so you guys can all turn volume up if that works.
Do they write in full sentences when they're dispatching you on the MDC?
No, sir. They usually write in shorthand.
And tell me if I need to go quieter or louder.
Does it take somebody to understand what the shorthand means to read it?
Depending on the dispatcher, yes, sir.
Yeah, Coach Witness, Sean?
Yes, sir.
Maddie, I can't change channels because I still have John's stream, which is coming through a lot better.
All right, I left my glasses back over there. I
I think that's defendant's 29, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. If I gave you that as a hypothetical, could you translate that for me without saying it right now? Could you translate what that is?
Yes.
All right. Have you seen those sentences before?
Yes.
Are those the sentences that were on your MDC that night for this call?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you could, we'd offer 29 for the record only at this point, Judge.
No, we have first exhibits. that
Yes.
are not-
Yes.
I believe it's 95.
I do not know who those folks are.
Excuse me, defense exhibit 29.
For all purposes, or you only offered it for the record? You're still offering it for record only? No objections? Okay,
I don't have any objection to it for all purposes.
okay. All right, defense exhibit 29 is admitted for all purposes.
Officer Dart, let's go through the first sentence here. What's CP stand for?
Complainant.
Complainant. What's ADV stand for?
Advised.
All right. Complainant advised front doors to address
Yes.
is open. Should be are open, but it is, right?
Yes, sir.
See, my mom said TCU would pay off after all, right?
Yeah, Manny, I'm playing
Both
John's
neighbors'
because
vehicles are in the driveway.
I'm still getting a little bit of lag, but I could, if sound's a big issue, I can switch to
Dark colored.
a feed from my computer and then I can
Neighbors are
control the
usually
volume.
home and never has door open. All right? Anything about a welfare check on here?
No, sir.
Anything that you and Dean were ever told about a welfare check?
No, sir. It came in as an open structure.
At any time, I know you were asked this question on direct, and I don't know, maybe you didn't understand it, or maybe you did, and I haven't seen it in my notes. The caller that called in, the CP, you weren't asked to call them. That's what you were dispatched on the MDC to, correct?
Those were all of our call details. Yes, sir.
And based on this, that's a signal 56 in the general orders, correct?
Yes, sir. It's an open structure.
And you have to treat a signal 56 as what?
A silent alarm.
I don't know what that means.
You get there on Mississippi, you park, you get out, you and Dean go to the wrong residence, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you start walking from the wrong residence, after you've gone to your car and figured out what the right address is, there are street lights on the street itself, on Evans. Allen, excuse me, Allen. There are street lights.
I believe there's one at the corner of Maddox or Mississippi and Allen.
As we go further away from Mississippi, if the crime scene photos show that the light that's further down in the empty field is not illuminated that night, sometimes Fort Worth street lights are out.
Yes, sir.
The porch light wasn't on this residence when you got there though, correct? The address in question, you recall the porch light being out?
I don't remember if it was on or off.
If you told Major Case that morning it was off, would that be?
That would be fair. Yes.
When you see these doors on an open structure, and I want to make sure I understood it correct from when you were going over this with the prosecutor. With an open structure, are you supposed to try the doors?
I'm not entirely sure, sir.
Okay, so we got two doors, right? They're both open, they're storm doors, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did the storm doors appear to have glass? Okay, you're from Glen Rose, I'm from the Deep South. There's storm doors that have glass in them, then there's screen doors.
Yes, sir.
All right, I haven't been there, so I need you to help me. Were they storm doors where they had glass or plexiglass in them, or were they screen doors where you could move stuff through like smoke?
They were storm doors with glass.
Okay. And they were both closed, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's weird.
You looked in, you've seen stage one, the video from Dean's camera. Did Dean's camera give you the full view that you could see standing there with your naked eye?
Your body camera rarely catches what your eyes can see. It gets a view, but it's not the entire view.
And I believe you told Major Case and you told this jury that the place looked ransacked. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You started your career on the east side. You moved to the central district. You've been helping the residents of these areas fight the crime that's in their neighborhood, correct?
Yes, sir.
If
Hey, welcome, Nate. I'll catch you up in a second here.
lawn and garden and bike equipment out in the middle of the night with open doors, is that something that you take into consideration?
I'd say it's pretty common for the area.
Pretty common that stuff's just laying about, or pretty common if it's out, it might get stolen?
If it's out, it might get stolen.
So if people are lifelong residents of the neighborhood, it's safe to say you put it up or you lose it?
Yes, sir.
So do you recall walking across a weed eater?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall walking past a lawnmower?
Yes, sir, from the video.
And then we have a BMX bike that we know your knee came in contact with, right?
Yes, sir.
It's part of your training in the village and at the academy where you've been taught that open structures or burglary in progress sometimes find stuff moved outside so it's easier to get away with it.
Yes, sir.
Are those data elements that you have to take into consideration when you're evaluating the scene?
Yes, sir.
If you're working in open structure and the vehicles are closed, the doors were shut, the trunk shut, the hood shrunk, why clear them?
To make sure that there's not someone in there trying to escape.
Can people pop out of different places and hurt you?
Yes, sir.
Are y'all trained how to clear cars in a two-person formation?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that night?
We did.
You and Officer Dean split around the vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir.
You get back to the back and there's a garage. Do you understand that to be the case?
Yes, sir.
When you get to the garage, there's a gate, yes?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't get to measure the gate later, but the gate's about 8 boards wide. You were, from watching the video a couple of times, you've seen that now, right?
Yes, sir.
If I understood your testimony on direct, the decision for who went to the window was based really on where you were standing.
Yes, sir.
Had you been the one that opened the gate, you would have been the one confronted with what Dean saw, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Dean would have been working the backyard.
Yes, sir.
You train together at the academy to rely on each other's observational skills and to trust each other, do you not?
Yes, sir.
This defense attorney's name is Miles
Are
Bristol,
there training scenarios?
and he's impressing me right now.
You have learned
The former chief
that
forensic and technical unit, prosecution unit.
situations where you come upon a
Probably why
that's immediately in front
he
of
feels
you.
real organized to me.
Yes, sir.
How are those taught?
It was a long time ago, but you meet deadly force with deadly force, and you're trained to stop the threat.
Your general orders speak to the fact that, God forbid, any officer in any department has to use deadly force, but specifically Fort Worth. if you're faced with the threat of deadly force or the perceived threat of deadly force, you're allowed to use any means necessary, any weapon necessary to stop the threat, correct?
Yes, sir.
The prosecutor asked you on direct about the less than lethal that you indeed had on your utility belt that night. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Would OC spray work through a closed window?
No, sir.
Would a
I love this line of questioning.
screen-covered window work?
No, sir.
Would a taser work?
No, sir.
Are those acceptable forces against deadly force if deadly force is upon you immediately?
No, sir. Deadly force is always met with deadly force.
I come back to it. Guns pointed at you. You shoot. It sucks. I don't want a cop shooting me through my window because they think my house got broken into. But
at the academy, when you're taught to give commands to show people their hands, you've gotten to watch videos of your fellow officers over their careers do it. Did you not as part of the training?
I think at the very end, we got to watch everyone's red mans.
All right. How about when you're learning how to give commands where they show scenarios where other officers have had to experience deadly force encounters? You've got some of that in training too, where you're watching other dash cams from officers that have lost their life because they want to show you what not to do, correct?
Yes.
And that's on those were numerous, were they not?
Yes, sir.
Where officers found themselves in an area that they couldn't get out of.
Yes, sir.
Are there explicit set commands that you're supposed to give, or they train you on general commands, show me your hands, that type of stuff?
Just general commands.
Coach Winter?
Yes, sir.
Brittany, it's going to totally depend on the police department. But from my experience, most police departments teach deadly force is met with deadly force.
Carol, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as defendants exhibits 1 through 26, and ask you to take a second to look through those.
The neighbor called it in. It was 2:45 in the morning and was very uncharacteristic for that house to have the doors open. At the same time, I'm with you. It's how having doors open, supposedly clearing out hamburger smoke, turned into this. It's terrible. The 8-year-old was still up playing video games. I don't know. It's a good question. Okay, well, we're taking taking this little break. I'm gonna do the only grift that I can at this point, as I'm not monetized. But please hit that like button, share this out. Many people have come in. The faster I get monetized, and can start grifting harder.
There's some pictures that are already in, but our number sequence is already printed on our exhibits as well. So there's some duplicate here. With respect to defense 16, 17, and 18, you see an area in those three exhibits that's been blurred or grayed out for privacy concerns?
Yes, sir.
And that's not how the scene will look, but that's how they look on the exhibit for privacy concerns.
Yes, sir.
All right, this time the defense would send it to the state one.
All I see real good discussion in the chat. Totally fine, even if we're disagreeing with each other. Make sure that we're kind in our disagreements. I don't see anything that's unkind, but just a reminder.
I don't have any objection to 1, 2, or 3, Your Honor. Defense exhibit 4, 5, and 6 is already offered as the state's exhibit. I don't have any objection to those. It's just a duplicate.
Yeah, please don't object to state's exhibits, lady. He's gonna overrule all of it. So.
No objection to 7 through 15. No objection to 16, 17.
Click those links. Like I said, John has been super helpful to me, and Maddie was the first one to join my first live stream and quickly offered to help mod for me. Please click his link as well.
Yes, ma'am.
That's exactly the rule.
The bedroom that is to the left of Tatiana's bedroom, did you go inside that room?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I can't remember which room I went in.
Well, did you go inside of Tatiana's bedroom?
I did.
Can you tell me defense exhibit 19, can you tell me whose bedroom this is?
I'm not sure.
Or I guess better question, did you go inside this bedroom?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Defense exhibit 20, can you tell me whether or not you went inside this particular bedroom?
I don't remember which rooms I went in other than hers.
Okay. And same
Can I only
question
ask
for
questions
defendant's
3
exhibit
different ways, lady?
21. 22, same question.
Not that I remember.
Did state's exhibit, or excuse me, defense exhibit, I apologize, I've been calling it state's exhibit, Your Honor. Defendant's exhibit 23, 24, 25, and 26. Did you ever go inside of that bedroom?
Not to my knowledge.
Your Honor, we would just object for that purpose as well as relevance. To 18.
That's awesome.
Defense exhibit 18 through 26, I believe. But I don't have any objection to the other exhibits, Your Honor.
Those objections are overruled. Defense exhibits 1 through 26 are admitted.
I don't know why they keep doing this. They keep fighting hard on the objections, and he overrules it every time.
As part of your academy training, when you finally get to the point in your training.
Yep, I forgot to put subscribers only on. I remember to do that next time.
They start everybody out on the same level and teach you the basics of a firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have to carry a particular style of weapon for any department. You have to be certified to whatever their magic training is to be certified to carry.
And I actually had a very similar thought to that. Yes, we have enough people to get botched.
You have to pass the proficiency test with the department if they allow that type to be used, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even if you want to carry an off-duty weapon, something a little bit smaller than your full-frame Glock, you have to be certified on that as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
I assume that you in your academy class that included Aaron were certified on shotguns as well.
Yes, sir.
Were you certified on a long gun platform as well?
I think we did a day or two of the carbine, but you had to take a class after the academy to get certified in that as well.
So the night that you were out, you had your duty weapon, and the next level of gun that you had with you would have been a shotgun?
I don't have a shotgun, no, sir.
Is that optional, or do you not?
It's optional.
Okay. So that night you carried just a handgun?
Yes, sir.
2 extra magazines?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes, sir.
How familiar were you with firearms before you started the academy?
Pretty familiar.
Pretty familiar. Okay. Well, for the members of the
For
jury,
her, that means
this
I was an
is
expert.
a rubber gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If it were a true firearm, this is what would be classified as a semi-automatic weapon, correct?
Yes, sir.
What does it mean to be semi-automatic?
Oh God, we got to get into this.
Multiple times without having to.
Do you have training scenarios at the academy, both when you were in the academy and now when you have to go back for recertification, where you're taught how to pull the trigger as fast as you can to anticipate stopping a threat?
Yes, sir.
17 plus 1, so 18 rounds.
Yes, sir.
You can empty a magazine such as that pretty quickly, can you not?
Yes, sir.
We're talking single-digit seconds.
Yes, sir.
We're really talking below 5 seconds.
If you're good. Yes, sir.
All right, probably 3 or 4.
Yes, sir.
That's pretty good. I don't think I could do
there
about
has to
18
be
in
some
5 seconds.
discretion involved in a critical incident just to fire 1 round as well, correct?
Yes, sir. You're supposed to evaluate after every shot.
If one, assuming this were a functional firearm, if one wanted to
Yeah, I don't
get
think they.
around
I don't
and
know if they'd
solve
enjoy
stage
this
one,
content,
and
Charlie
Aaron
Roger.
took a round out of the chamber on a semi-automatic weapon, can you show the members of the jury with that how you would do that?
You would take your magazine out. Once your magazine is out, you'd grab your slide and rack it back, and then the ammo would come from there.
Okay, I brought something else up here. I brought an empty magazine. You agree with me this magazine's empty?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's a smaller magazine than what would traditionally fit probably in that mock of a Beretta 92.
Yes, sir.
But for purposes of demonstration, bullets go inside a magazine and you can either use a loader, or if you got a strong thumb, you can push the rounds down in here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a place on the back to count the rounds.
Yes, sir.
But if you have a round in the chamber, you have to, you used a physical description where you took the weapon and there's some serrated teeth or edges on a frame rail of some weapons.
Yes, sir.
And some weapons don't have anything.
Yes, sir.
But those are intended so you can use your hand and move it up and down, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you would eject the magazine if there were a button,
Yes, sir.
and then you would use the top and slide it
Yes, sir.
to take a round out.
Yes, sir.
What happens if you're uncertain if there's one in the barrel and you want to make sure there is one in the barrel?
You do a press check.
Okay.
A press check.
And a press check is what?
You grab the end and you pull it back just a little bit to where there's an opening right here, and you can see if there's a round in.
So you demonstrated that where the barrel, where the bullet would come out, a live round would come out of the extractor port.
Yes.
You would gently pull it back and see if there was one in the barrel.
Yes.
What if you're not as experienced and you go ahead and do like they do on TV and just run it?
Slide it back.
Would you expect that a round would just come out if it was in the barrel already?
Yes, it would pop out.
Of course, but what's the point?
You saw on the video, State's Exhibit number 1, your partner that night, Aaron Dean, hand off the weapon that was found at Miss Jefferson's feet, correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw your partner, Aaron Dean, turn off the green laser that was emitting from the front of the gun, correct?
Yes, sir. It appeared that he did.
It also appeared that the weapon was emitting a green laser when he picked it up, did he not?
Yes, sir.
She had a laser on
First
her.
day you looked at the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
I kind of missed that.
You and I met one time. I think you said you met with the state 4 times,
Yes, sir.
and they had you look at the video.
Yes, sir.
It troubled you then like it troubles you today.
Yes, sir.
It's not easy to look at.
No, sir.
Would you consider a green laser a stimulant if it was placed at you as an officer?
Yes, sir.
And if it's placed at your chest on the frame rail of a gun, is that an indication that trouble's bearing on you?
Yes, sir.
You know, we talked on direct with you, the prosecutor did, about Aaron's streamlight. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You recall that before lunch?
Yes, sir.
If I gave you a hypothetical that the streamlight that was on Miss Jefferson's gun that we saw in State's Exhibit 1 was a streamlight that had a light laser combo on it, have you had a chance to see that type of light laser combo on a frame rail system before?
I haven't seen hers, but I've seen, yes.
Streamlight's a well-known brand, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the fact that he might have had a laser trained on him, I think, kind of helps.
Yes, sir.
Your flashlight on your duty belt's probably a streamlight.
Yes, sir.
They have an optic that has a flashlight and a laser as part of a combo, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's ways, whether you're left-handed or right-handed, there's ways to turn on the light, the laser, or both.
Yes, sir.
And from what you observed in State's Exhibit 1, the laser was illuminated at the time that Officer Dean picked it up.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall looking at State's 1 as to when Officer Dean cleared the weapon in the hallway as opposed to the bedroom?
I'm not sure if it was in the bedroom or the hallway.
And anybody wants to go back and look could look and see exactly where he clears the weapon, collects the round that was in the chamber, and hands the magazine, the live round, and the weapon to another officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's been testimony that that's exactly what
Any other rounds in the bedroom
the Fort Worth
near the window,
Police Department
near the
trains.
live
I mean,
rounds,
it's common
unspent
sense, but
rounds, to be something that Aaron cleared, and Aaron didn't clear the weapon in the bedroom.
I did not see it on the video.
With Streamlight or any of the rail systems that use a laser, some guns come from the factory with a laser mounted in as part of the grip system nowadays, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's a laser intended for those that may not know?
Accuracy on your target.
Whether that's a target at a range or a target of a person, it shows you where the barrel's pointed, correct?
Yes, sir.
she's a little less annoyed by his questions. Still slightly annoyed, I think, but.
Judge, may I have a second?
Yes, sir.
Officer Darch, when you were talking the major case early on, and then as part of your experience that you had on the east side leading up to this and your short 2 weeks in Central before this, had you gained experience or knowledge as to common tactics of burglars and how they plan their ingress and egress from the structure?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
They're usually going to go in whatever they can find that's open and go out the easiest way where they can be undetected.
The street that this is on, that would be more visible than going out the back, correct?
What would be more visible?
The residence. If I'm going to walk out with a bunch of stuff, if we have an open structure, you got two doors with glass that are open. The interior, the regular entry doors are open. It's what time? About 2:30 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Is it unusual to see any doors open in that peak at 2:30 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
You see a weed eater, you see a lawnmower.
Yeah, the issue is that I'm actually taking
You see the
a
inside
stream
of the
from another
house.
computer
You said it was what?
that I don't have access to, so I can't change the volume or I can't boost the volume
It's methodically
on the
going.
actual
Things are out
on
of
crime
base.
stream.
And the body worn camera really can't pick up what you could see around the sectional sofa and everything else.
Yes, sir.
You've had a chance to look at the photos here. You could look further into the house than just what Dean could see with his camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
Down that hallway, it doesn't get much better, does it?
It's pretty dark down there, if I recall, but no, sir.
There's still debris on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Consistent in your mind with what structures, when you got in to work a burglary after the fact, you've seen.
Yes, sir.
That's an imprint in your mind as another data element of what y'all are facing when you're out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Part of an open structure treated as a silent alarm. Would you agree with me that your general orders say you're supposed to check all the exterior for forced entry before asking for additional help?
Yes, sir.
Is that what y'all were attempting to do that night?
Yes, sir.
In your training at the academy, were you ever presented with a phrase called the fatal funnel?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what a fatal funnel is?
Standing in front of a window or a door, you don't know what's on the other side.
As you entered the
She keeps it
backyard,
simple.
you were providing cover for Dean as you were slicing the pie to the back threat to Kenny, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Dean had to do the same for you at the window, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because the members of the jury can't go out to the scene, we haven't been out there in the backyard. That AC system to the gate, if I said it was 4 feet 2 inches in a crime scene measurement, would that make some sense from where those poles are that are holding the fence up to the AC unit? If I step through the gate, and when I step through, I've got an AC unit 4 feet 2 over here to this. So 4 feet 2 inches, I'm in an area.
Yes, sir.
And you step through the same opening off the concrete, and you're right behind me. If I'm Dean, you're right behind me.
Yes, sir.
You're looking that way, and I'm looking this way if I'm Dean, correct?
Yes, sir.
One protecting each other.
Yes, sir.
I wish the camera would pan to it.
Having looked at the crime scene photos and thought this over in your mind, based on where the two of you were positioned, you walked into a fatal funnel where that window was, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Redirect. Yes, ma'am.
The weed eater. When you went to the front door, did you see the weed eater?
I don't remember if I did.
Okay. Did you just memorize that, Judge?
Yep.
Thank you.
Now, there you go.
You're moving fast. That's fine. Can you just open D note 4, please, for me? Thank you.
Right here.
That's fine.
Oh,
No, actually, not a 4, 03 is fine.
Okay.
write a PowerPoint.
Mr. Bissett, would you mind moving your
Yes, sir.
easel so the members of the jury can see the board? Thank you.
May I approach the board?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry? 24?
23.
23? 24.
23. That's fine, okay. And can you just put it in presentation?
Yes.
Okay, you can see it closer on your screen than the jurors may be able to see it. And can I see the state's exhibits? Your Honor, do you have them or?
You have.
I have them here and then these are just defense exhibits. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to verify a couple things with you, okay? State's exhibit 95, it's not been admitted by the
The house
court.
touches
On
the other
second
building.
page, is that the same text that was just shown to the jury as far as the information, the call details?
The top couple lines, yes.
And that's what I'm asking you about, is the same?
Yes.
Okay. Now, looking at State's Exhibit, I believe it's 24, 25, and 26. So right now, we're looking at 23. Are you able to see on that exhibit the extension cord that is going in front of the door?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I hand this to the jury? It's very difficult to see on State's Exhibit 23.
Okay.
The extension cord, you may not be able to tell, but on photographs, it actually goes over and it is connected to a weed eater of some sort on the side of the house. Do you remember that?
From the video, yes.
Okay. And there is a lawnmower you were just asked about. Can you tell me where that is?
I believe it's on the side of the house as well.
You're spending way too much time on what's outside.
Where was that?
That was further back. It was nearly to the opening of the gate by the dark colored sedan.
It's an open carport. Like they left their lawnmower in an open carport. I can see how it looks like maybe people were stockpiling stuff to steal. I can see how it would make it look like it would make someone think that there wasn't a burglary going on.
With the cabinets being open.
There's too much time being spent on this.
The doors being open that late.
The doors being open, the way it looked inside, and what else?
I'm sorry?
You said the doors being open and it looking like it's been ransacked inside, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you go to State's Exhibit 24, Your Honor?
Yes.
$25, please. 25, Your Honor. Okay. We just need that.
I'm sorry?
That's not what I have marked. So we just need that picture, please. So let me show you State's Exhibit 25, 26, and 27. Those have already been previously admitted. Does that appear to be the kitchen?
Yes.
The jury already saw that earlier. And I believe it's State's Exhibit 26 that we talked about.
I think it would be not guilty.
Is that right?
Yes.
Because the evidence so far shows that the gun was pointed at him.
Okay.
It's legal. It's justifiable to use deadly force when directly presented with deadly force, a gun pointed at you.
Messy or a house is messy
Um,
versus being ransacked, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're basing that on the experience that you had.
I just also struggle with the fact that
training and out in the field. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
It is fair to say you were
as a libertarian,
You've been doing it for a little bit longer.
I don't like the idea of
Um,
the police being able to shoot me in my own home. And but I just think it's the two things are mutually exclusive.
you certainly would agree that you guys
If
were wrong.
if Miss Jeffers would have fired on the police officer, I think she would have been justified.
I wouldn't necessarily agree. No,
And so there was a burglary in the house that night?
no, ma'am.
Okay. There had been an intruder that had gone through and ransacked her at Atatiana's house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, may not
You
be
are all
that
so much
I keep our house,
more
but
concise and
that is
articulate
not
than I am. But it's tragic but justifiable.
Yes, ma'am.
there had not been an intruder or an offense that had been committed inside of that house, in that kitchen, by somebody before you guys arrived, correct? Okay. So you guys were wrong in that
It could be.
had not been ransacked.
Yes, ma'am.
You right? Okay. And then you were asked a bunch of questions about this list of things. I don't think it's marked as anything, but the defense attorney written 230, 2 doors with glass, and then those following items. The weed eater, the lawnmower, and the BMX bike, all of those items were on the side of the house or between the car, kind of further down that driveway. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So none of those things factored into whether you thought there was a burglary that either just happened or in the process of happening, or did it? You tell me.
Objection meeting.
I'll let her answer the question. Go ahead.
I had gathered that just from looking in the front and the doors being open. Yes, ma'am.
So those things on the list, what do those 3 things have to do with your assessment of it being?
Yes, please, thank you.
Once I got around to the side and saw them, I thought maybe that it had something to do with it, but I was more focused on how the main part of the house looked.
The initial looking inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were asked a lot of questions about general order. I want to ask you, do you have those memorized?
No.
Of course you don't, right? But as far as a silent alarm is concerned, you were to treat an open structure as what type of call?
A silent alarm.
And when you then, as far as a silent alarm is concerned, what is the very first thing that you do?
You look for signs of forced entry.
Okay. And that's the first thing that you do?
Yes.
Okay. Is that according to your general orders?
I believe that's how it's listed.
All right. All right, approach the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you a section and just have you read that. And then I can also show you it straight from this as well.
So read the 327.
Yeah.
Okay, 32701 silent alarms.
Wait.
Yeah.
Read
No,
it
no,
out
not out
loud.
loud.
Oh.
Read it to
I'm
yourself.
sorry.
Just to yourself, please. Okay, so what's the very first thing when you respond to an open structure that's going to be treated like a
Some
silent
noises
alarm?
outside.
The sheet officer is responsible for the coordination and placement of the other units on scene. The sheet officer is responsible for the coordination and placement of all other units on scene.
Okay, and that was done generally correct. That would be the defendant, right?
Yes.
He's responsible for coordinating where everybody goes and what they do, right? Okay, and then the second thing after that.
You've got to guard.
Trial junkie Fido in my house.
Okay, did you guys do that? No, you didn't do that, did you?
No.
So that would actually not be according to the general orders of the Fort Worth Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And to be fair, if you're supposed to guard all entry and exits, let's talk about now the second door. Did you guys maintain any kind of surveillance or guard that other entry and exit?
No.
You left the very 2 things, front door, side door, unmanned, unsecured. That would be counter to against the Fort Worth Police Department.
Yes.
General order. All right. You've been doing it for 3 weeks, right? And it's his call.
That's
Right?
the sheet, yes, ma'am.
his beat, his sheet.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let's keep going though, because that wasn't the only thing that we did wrong, right? Because after you are supposed to secure the front or any entry and exits, what's the next thing that we're supposed to do?
Inspect the structure.
Who's we,
Inspect the
lady?
structure,
I hate that. What we're supposed to. What were we supposed to?
Okay, and then how did y'all do that?
We went together, looking around.
Okay, and when we talk about to see whether or not the entry and exit is tampered with, what types of things are we looking for when somebody tampers with an entry? Like maybe they get inside of a door or window.
There's usually the wood frame will be cracked around whatever door or window it is, and then the metal part of the door or window will be, they'll have a pry mark on them. There's obvious damage.
Did y'all see any of those pry marks on the inside of,
No.
of the frame?
No.
And in fact, y'all didn't look at the frame because you kept that storm door shut, right?
You would be able to see it.
Okay. And so were you able to tell that there was no damage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you were able to tell that there was no damage. And if there's no damage, then what's the next thing that we do, according to Fort Worth Police Department?
Guard all main exits.
And are we supposed to, if doesn't appear to be any damage to the entries and exits, are we supposed to call the owner?
She's scoring points here.
Did we do that?
No.
Tell me about your training regarding deadly force and de-escalation. First, let's educate the jury on what de-escalation is.
De-escalation is trying to get a subject from being volatile just to talk them down, see if you can't relate to them as a person.
And there are times that you are not able to de-escalate a circumstance, though, right? And when I asked you those questions about what's around your duty belt and what was around his, those non-lethal items certainly couldn't be used against or through a window or a door, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, and you were asked questions about it's common that those items, lawnmower, BMX bike, and weed eater, might be piled in an area that's consistent with a burglary tactic or something you see before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you see any cars around that location besides the neighbor's cars?
Just the two in the driveway, I believe.
And the two in the driveway, when you were asked this question, I believe it's Defense Exhibit 29, jurors, I've already seen this exhibit. Both of the neighbors' vehicles are in the driveway, white sedan and dark colored sedan. So those belong to the folks who live there. So
Chat, tell me if this line of questions is resonating with you. It's resonating with me a little bit.
Or a lawnmower or a BMX bike that you guys saw.
Or at least I can see how it would resonate with a
Maybe
member of
there's
the jury.
multiple suspects that are gonna come and grab that stuff, right? Okay. What is as far as being a police officer, the mantra of the Fort Worth Police Department?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Is it your job to serve and to protect?
Yes.
To preserve life above all of us?
Yes, ma'am.
To protect this community, all of us, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You could go to a house that may be being burglarized and protect it.
There were violations of multiple general orders that this defendant was a part of and caused. Is that right? We just went over some of them. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
De-escalation would be one.
I'm not sure how you would de-escalate that situation.
Okay. Well, in a circumstance where there are other options, for example, when you're trained in the academy about when you see a
Bingo.
gun, you were trained in the academy about when you see a gun and someone's
Spot on, Mike.
Yes, ma'am.
and you're trained to notify the other officer that gives some indication that somebody has a gun. Is that right?
You're trained to give verbal commands, yes.
Right. And one of the verbal commands that is taught often is to say gun, right?
In a high-stress situation, it's not. You rely back to your muscle memory.
Okay. And so, all right, let's just talk about a regular person. And so if I see a gun, in order to let Dale know there's a gun, probably want to say gun,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And that wasn't done here. In fact, you were never told anything about a gun.
No, ma'am.
You were asked a lot of
There was a gun. Like, that's a bad
You said
argument.
something about the body camera.
Not you, Jolly Roger,
Is there
the
any
prosecutor.
way for us to know exactly what?
I think you are spot on there, Jolly Roger.
No, ma'am.
I think it could be as easy as getting them on the stand and saying I saw her gun, or the green laser was trained on me, and
Right. It's the best we have, but
Yes, ma'am.
it's not exactly what everybody was seeing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you ever see Atatiana's hands through the window?
No, ma'am.
And there's no way that you are able to tell us exactly what Atatiana saw looking out of the window, correct?
No, ma'am.
You can't tell us exactly what the defendant
this is
saw,
accurate.
can you?
No, ma'am.
You can't tell us whether or not he saw a gun in her hand, anything in her hand, right?
No, ma'am.
Can you tell us, you were asked just now about a laser. Can you tell us whether or not the defendant saw?
Yeah, we just hit 20
I can't
concurrent.
speak for what he saw.
That's double what I was at yesterday. Thanks all. Welcome. Please hit that like button.
And
Please
walking in
share.
front of a fatal
That's the only
funnel,
good
that
thing
is
I'll do.
also something that is taught in the academy, that is not a good thing to do, to walk in front of a fatal funnel, correct?
It's not, but sometimes that's your only option.
Absolutely. Sometimes that's all you got. But it is certainly called fatal funnel for a reason,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And one question too, and you may or may not remember this, when you're looking in that back gate, are you able to see whether or not there is a window in the backyard from the back gate? Like when you're outside the backyard, can you see whether or not there's a window to see what's going on in the back?
I don't remember.
That's okay.
Miss Diener certainly saved her best content, best firepower for the redirect. This is much better than direct.
Officer Darch, by 7:07 in the morning, you had met with Major Case that started at 6:47. By 7:07, you'd given them your initial statement, correct?
I'm not sure on the exact time.
They would call it out as recorded,
Yes.
and it says, this is when we start and this is when we end.
Yes, sir.
Any dispute to that, if that's what the detective said?
No, sir.
You and Dean were separated by Sergeant Horner almost immediately when you guys got on the porch. In fact, you didn't go on the porch together. You were separated, went with your buddies to different squads, and you two have never talked about this.
Yes, sir.
If you told Major Case at 6:47 in the morning that this place was ransacked and that's why you thought it was a burglary in progress, would you be checking the backyard to see if there was a gate to the alley?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time?
You told Major Case this incident's at 2:30. By 6:47, you're at 1000 Calvert giving an initial statement to Major Case. It's recorded. We got it from the government.
You have to say yes.
In that you talk about, they asked you what impression your observations of that front part of that house had upon you before you went around. Not 20/20 hindsight, at the time. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
What was that impression?
That it was ransacked.
What did that make you think then and today?
That there was a burglar in the house.
Silent alarm, you have to go to the back to secure all points. You guys screwed up by not going to the front, all right? Stand there. Somebody still had to go check the back, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Diener, may Officer Darts be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the state?
No.
Officer, thank you. You may step down.
I think that could certainly be true, Gremlin. I also think it could certainly be true that it was her strategy all along to hold that specific line of questioning
See you in 15 minutes.
for redirect.
All rise. All rise, please.
All right.
Everybody stay in the courtroom, please.
Everyone needs to stand up and sit down when the jury leaves, all right? When I say all rise, that means all rise. If you can't follow my rules, you can stay outside. Miss Diener, we're on a break. Thank you very much.
Why is she approaching the bench by herself? That's weird. So we got a 10-minute break here. Again, I'll say it. Her redirect was much more powerful than her direct. Why is having not followed all procedure important? Because that's where you potentially get into the criminal negligence part, right? If they're not following procedure, they're being negligent in the duties. Now, going by the book as a police officer, I can't imagine being able to go by the book on every call. There's no way that they have procedure written for every possible situation. I.e., do you walk by the door? How else were they going to check the backyard? But I think I don't know that it really resonated totally with me, but I think that line of questioning, especially getting the testimony that there were multiple procedural errors by the defendant, could sway someone. Check what else we got going on. Guys, the breaks are excellent times for questions. I think I might have started a couple, but if you have others, just fire away. That way we can listen to testimony and then chat while there's nothing else going on. Yeah, I saw a lot of talk around what kind of call this was. And it's very reasonable for folks to be confused, because if you read media reporting, it was a call. If you actually read police logs and listen to the testimony, it was a call the call went out. Now, the initial call coming in was to a non-emergency line from their neighbor who was like family, and his intent can almost certainly be certainly argued. I don't know how you say it. It's almost certainly his intent was a welfare check. That call going in came out quite different. When the call out to the officers came out, it came out as an open structure. Open structures are level 2 calls, meaning you have to have 2 officers on scene, meaning it's the most important call, or the most critical call, just short of lights and sirens. Also, when officers hear open structure, those words are translated in their mind as to potential burglary in progress. And obviously that signifies danger to them. Both officers had guns drawn well before shots were fired. Just showing the kind of the level of concern that was there. I certainly think they were concerned that there was an intruder inside. And the messy house, I 100% agree with what was said. But by no means does a messy house mean that you should be killed. But the flip side of that is it's a shooting like this comes down to the officer's subjective and objective view of the situation in the moment. If you watch that body cam, just the angles he's seeing from the side of the house looked ransacked more than messy. I would argue if you look at the house as a whole, it looks like a messy house with an 8-year-old. But in the slight angles, with cupboards open, drawers pulled out, things strewn on the ground, right at that angle, I can see how an objective person could see that as a ransacked house. It's awesome. Congratulations. Wow, I've been talking for too long. Congratulations. Oh my goodness. Wombat. So since we have a couple minutes, let's talk about this judge. Those of you that were here yesterday probably heard me talk about this, but this judge had a case, I think about 10 years ago. A guy was on trial for sexual assault, was sentenced to 60 years. He was kind of a Darrell Brooks in trial. His behavior was absolutely atrocious, like no respect. But unlike Judge Darrow, Judge Gallagher curbed this behavior through by instructing a bailiff to electrically shock this individual. This individual's 60-year conviction was overturned, and he was released because of that. Just a fun fact about Judge Gallagher, who seems like a very mild-mannered, easygoing judge. So I would love to see video of how that defendant was really acting. I think it was calling out that I think if she did this strategically and held it for her redirect and stuck with she kept that redirect fairly narrow. The redirect was primarily focused on did Officer Dean, who it was his beat, so it's his sheet. He was responsible for the scene. What did he follow proper procedure? Right? And she kept the redirect very tight on that and hit on things that everyone can understand. Okay, what's a fatal funnel? I was listening. I didn't know what a fatal funnel was. Oh, it's just a door. She caught the jury's attention using a more provocative term like fatal funnel. I can't agree more with Kara that it was a great point. She was scoring points on that redirect. This camera guy is amazing. Take the opportunity real quick while we have another minute just to ask everybody, please hit that, smash that like button and subscribe. I'm just getting started. This is my second live stream ever. I want to cover a trial every weekday for the rest of my life. So please hit that like button, share the stream, subscribe. All of it will help me to be able to do this long term. Also, check out trialjunkie.online. So you can always find my YouTube channel by going to trialjunkie.live if you are like me and kind of hate searching for things on YouTube. But also have trialjunkie.online. And I have all the cases that I plan on covering wall to wall listed. We have backup cases listed in case, for instance, like the Crumbly case is very likely to get pushed out. So we'll have a backup case listed for that as well. And then the goal is to put out a lot more written content. I did a whole what do you call them? The generalise, like presentation on this case that I would like to get up there. That walks through the main characters, things like that. Essentially, my notes that I'll start posting online at trialjunkie.online as well. And then it's just trialjunkiecole or at trialjunkiecole on Twitter. Thanks. Thank you all for being here. I do have 1 star. Maddie has been super, super helpful to me. It's funny enough, I'm like pretty technical, but doing something new is always weird, even for us technical folks. Maddie has been super helpful, helping me get through the little bumps in the road as I've started live streaming. Please go check out his son's channel. I have the link in the description. It will make his 13-year-old's. They go over and give it. Oh, yeah, it will make his 13-year-old's day, so please do that. So we haven't seen the other defense attorney, who I would call the first chair. Could be wrong on that. Much, but his name is Bob Gill. Bob Gill was a judge for 25 years before going into criminal defense. Quite interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing his first cross-examination. And then I'm sure I've told the story yesterday, but there's more people here today. Something else that's super interesting about this case is that Aaron Dean's primary lead defense attorney, who was a member of the Fort Worth City Council, super prominent, high-powered defense attorney, died a week ago Sunday. That's why we had a half day yesterday, so that folks could attend his funeral. I can't imagine being on trial for the rest of my life and having my lead defense attorney pass away. The good news, if you call it good news, is that he was in poor health for about a year, and decided to bring these 2 defense attorneys that are actually representing Aaron Dean on last summer, so they've had plenty of time to get up to speed. And my take on them so far is that they seem pretty good. There's nothing terrible by any stretch. I don't know that they're blowing anyone away yet, but we'll see. And another really interesting fact is that Judge Gallagher was not the original judge on this case. The original judge on this case, I think I have his name here. David Hagerman was removed from the case. Now, this wasn't the defense asking for him to recuse himself and him saying, okay. This was the defense asking to recuse himself, him refusing, the defense bringing that to an appellate court to make a decision, and the appellate court actually ruled in the defense's favor and removed Judge Hagerman from the case for bias. The defense brought on 11 lawyers, attorneys, experts, who all testified that the judge was clearly biased against them. My understanding is he would just make fairly angry rulings towards them, things like that. So the Sarah Boone case is one of my backups because let me pull it up. think it was a backup to the Crumbly case, so I probably will be covering that now. And my goal is to get out videos in between trials to kind of preview these trials. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I will be covering the Zip in the Suitcase, which is the Sarah Boone trial, because I think I am going to have to go to the backup. Unless that might be overlapping with the OnlyFans case too. Unfortunately, I have this bandwidth issue, so I can't just pull my site up. But it's a backup case for now, but there's a pretty good possibility we'll cover it. I'm going to see if I can pull up the site. It's trying to come. Yeah, Sarah Boone is overlapping with Crumbly, so I'm pretty sure I'll be covering it. Yeah, that's my wife. She's trying to say. So there's a copper in the courtroom, but my wife just walked by coughing too. So I don't know which one we're referring to, but for the most part, it's the in the courtroom. Folks have questions. Now's the time. We got dead air, and I won't be talking over a witness. Fire them away if you have them. Anyone got bets on who's coming up next? I'm really wondering if it's going to be a use of force expert or if it's going to be James Smith. James Smith is the neighbor. He's had an extremely hard time, from what I read, with the whole incident, blaming himself. What I read, he says other people have she should have her bags packed for jail. I see what you did there. It's a crazy case. Yeah, I've watched all the police video on Sarah Boone. Her police interview, it's nutty, man. I can't imagine. She's definitely guilty. No, There was someone coughing in court all day. That was not her. Just the last episode wasn't. She's bad. She's got asthma, and it's been killing her. See, I prefer a smidge of tea, a smidge of honey with my whiskey. I don't know how helpful that would be for a cough. So who in the chat thinks they're going to go directly to James Smith? I'm interested. I think it's going to be interesting if they're going to try to tell the whole story to the folks that were closest to it, right? Young Zion, then Officer, what is it, Darner? And then going to James Smith, the neighbor, or if they're going to try to break it up and bring on like a use of force expert or medical examiner next, kind of mix up the more juicy content with the more dry content. I think they've been away for longer than 10 minutes, man. Other trials that I really want to cover. Obviously, the Crumbly trial. Super, super interested in that. I'll start getting some videos out on that. But something I want to do if I can really get this channel going and create the funds is to go up and cover the Cain Velasquez trial in person. There won't be any cameras for that trial, but my goal would be to watch in court all day and then do update summaries in the evenings. Yep, Zion is his name. He was in the same room, unfortunately. Oh, thanks. That's so nice. Appreciate you being here. I hope a lot of crime didn't freeze again. I'm just gonna check. Oh no, here they are.
y'all have now?
State's gonna call Gabriel Albert, and she is the 911 call taker.
Have her come on in, I'll swear.
I don't think she's been sworn in.
Okay, yeah, I don't think anybody has been.
Dude, move the camera. Two in the jury box. Okay.
Come up, please, man.
All right, who do we have?
Okay, you have, first of all, you have beautiful hair, but you gotta keep it back behind, okay? Raise your right hand. Have a seat. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the true self. Okay, have a seat. There's a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. Once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay? Keep your hair back for me as much as you can, because if it hits that microphone, it makes all kinds of noise, okay? First and last name for my court reporter, and if you spell it for me, please.
Gabriel Talbert, A B like boy, R-I-E-L. Last name Talbert, T like Tom, A-L, B like boy, E-R-T like Tom.
I do not know who this is.
Are both sides ready to the jury?
State's ready, Your Honor.
We are.
Okay, all right, let's go. And you may remain seated.
Enjoy.
All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Okay, state may proceed.
And the state calls Gabriel Talbert. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Please turn to the jury and introduce yourself and speak real loudly for me.
Hello, I'm Gabriel Talbert. I used to work for the city of Fort Worth as a 911 call taker when the city county.
Okay. I need you to speak even louder.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. All right. So you said you used to work with the
They
city
need to
of
move
Fort
these
Worth.
lapel mics up higher on the.
Yes.
What did you do in the city of Fort Worth back in October of 2019?
So I was a 911 call taker. I would take non-emergency and emergency calls from the public. Generated call, which is then sent to the dispatcher, who then dispatches the officers.
What date did you start?
So she's the one that put the call out.
I believe it was November 15th of 2018.
Tell us about your education.
To Tarrant County Community College, and now I'm with UNT University of North Texas.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in the Arlington Grand Prairie area for most of my life.
And are you currently working with the city of Fort Worth?
No, I left in October of 2021.
Where did you go to work?
I'm currently working on a program for the Oregon Emergency Rental Assistance Program.
Oregon Emergency what?
Rental Assistance Program.
So are you living in Oregon?
No, I work remotely.
Okay. After COVID, the world has changed. Have you ever gone to Oregon?
No.
So you work.
Who cares, lady?
In Oregon, but you're able to do all of that remotely.
Yes.
Can you explain
Oh my
to us
goodness.
what you do there in Oregon?
She gets too much background info.
With people that have been affected from COVID when it comes to rent and needing help with emergency rental assistance.
You said you started working there in October of 2021.
November of 2021 is when I started working there.
So in total, how long did you work as a call taker with the city of Fort Worth?
A little under 3 years.
Tell us about the training you have to go through in order to be a call taker with the city of Fort Worth.
So you have to kind of go through testing, getting licensed, going over all of the call types and the
I mean, you have to lay a little bit of foundation, but she is.
CAD system, the system that we put calls into.
She's qualifying as folks like their witnesses.
Systems, things of that nature.
What made you want to go work with the city of Fort Worth as a call taker?
Formerly, I was with the city of Arlington. I did branch away from them and just decided to try the city.
And with the city of Arlington, what were you doing?
Same thing. I was a 911 call taker.
Okay. And how long were you a 911 call taker with the city of Arlington?
For 5 months. 5 months.
And so, you said you have to go through different certifications. Were you certified?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us just generally what that is?
You're basically certified to take like emergency situations calls through the state of Texas.
And are you a police officer?
No.
A civilian?
Yes.
Now, the training.
I think the coffee is done. Sorry.
I want to talk first just about the call taking training. How long is that?
Hey, AK, that's actually on my end, but it's done now. Sorry about that.
6 weeks.
I think my wife is dying.
What about when you're actually on the floor and you're going through that training, getting calls? How long is that?
It's a little hard for me to remember. Maybe 2 weeks learning the material, being what we call a shadow, sitting with your trainer and having them take calls while you listen. Sometimes they'll do the listening and then we'll type it and vice versa, just to kind of get us started and going. And then eventually we'll do both, and then we'll kind of do a ghosting session, so where the trainer listens in while we're doing it kind of solo, but
okay, that's good.
and eventually we kind of get like tested to where the supervisor ends up listening in while we're doing calls, and that determines whether we're good enough to fully be on our own.
So did you go through all of that training?
Yes.
And were you deemed good enough to be on your own?
Yes.
All right. So as a 911 call taker, do you answer both emergency and non-emergency numbers?
Yes.
Explain that to us. How does that work? How are you able to tell whether it's an emergency or non-emergency, or are you?
When the call comes in, if it's emergency, it will generate like a area, an approximate area of where this call could be coming from. When it's non-emergency, we don't get any type of mapping, and that's how I'm usually able to tell whether they're calling on the non-emergency line or the emergency line.
And when you go through your training, are you given information, or I guess instructed in what types of calls, when they come in based upon their details, how to label them?
Yes, we go over that. Yes, that would be the call types.
apologize.
And the priorities.
And then you said what?
And the priorities.
So are there different priorities that are assigned to calls?
Yes, each call has the same priorities that we can choose from. It all depends on the call details.
And so can you go through how many different levels of priorities there are?
There is currently 3. Priority 1, priority 2, actually 4. Priority 1, priority 2, priority 2 SS, and priority 3.
And so let's go through. So 1 is for what?
1 is like in progress. Life is in immediate danger. Weapons are involved. Someone is currently in danger.
Okay. Then let's talk about 2.
And 2 is it's in progress, but it's not as immediate as a signal 1. So like a signal 1 would be, for example, a burglary in progress, someone actually seen on site breaking.
So it does mean in progress.
In residence, it's happening versus if it's like a priority 2, we don't really. Priority 2 would be like I saw someone around at my house or my neighbor's house like 5 or 10 minutes ago. I don't know if they're still on scene or not.
Okay, so something that's already passed would be a 1. Excuse me, I mean a 1 would be in progress, but number 2 would be less prioritized, less.
Oh wow.
Less emergent.
Would, if a weapon is mentioned, is that going to be a priority 1 or a priority 2?
If a weapon is currently being used and someone is currently armed and threatening someone, that would be a priority 1.
Got it. And then you said there's priority 3. What's that?
Priority 3 is more like report calls, more so welfare checks can go underneath that category, things of that nature.
What about an open structure call? What priority is that going to be?
More so priority 2.
Do you assign
You already
the
asked
level
that
of
question.
priority or does the computer system?
I tell the computer system what priority.
Okay, so you do it.
Yes.
I appreciate the info, AK.
Is there a difference in the priorities and what is assigned depending on whether it's a 911 call or a non-emergency number?
It doesn't matter whether they call a non-emergency or emergency. We go by the details, not whether it comes on the emergency or a non-emergency line.
That seems kind of weird to me. Like if someone's consciously calling non-emergency, why wouldn't you take that into consideration?
Show you State's Exhibit 95. It's not in evidence yet, okay? If you look at State's Exhibit 95, are you familiar what that document is?
Yes, it's the incident report of that day.
And when we say that day, October 12th of 2019, what were your hours that day that you were working?
I came in at 11 p.m., got off at 7 a.m.
Is that called the midnight shift? What's that called?
Yeah, that was the midnight shift.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 95, are you able to tell whether or not this call from an individual was on the non-emergency number or on 911 call?
God, have we not established that this was a non-emergency call yet?
Okay. And when you talked earlier about mapping information, how would you be able, what is that information? How is that depicted on a call detail, or is it?
On the sheet, no, it wouldn't be.
Where would it be then?
When it comes in, it'll be depicted on our screens, but not on the incident.
Okay. So what dictates the title of the call is really going to be the call details.
Yes.
Meaning the information that the caller is giving you.
Yes.
All right. And so does State's Exhibit 95, though, does this particular document pertain to the call about this case.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so you were given information about what was going on at this particular address. Do you remember the address by chance?
No, not off the top of my
You know that once you remember the address.
May I approach the witness again?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been offered into evidence as Defense Exhibit 29. And comparing that to State's Exhibit 95, very top, will you just compare those two and let me know if that appears to be the information that was given to you from the caller?
Yes.
It's so weird.
So what information were you given?
Everything that I wrote on this sheet, that the caller said that the front door to that address is open. Both neighbors' vehicles are in the driveway, right? And then I described the vehicles, a white sedan, a dark colored sedan, and that neighbors are usually home, but never has the door open.
We're having some technical issues. Can you go forward
Yeah,
without it?
I don't need the screen.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
it's fine.
That's fine.
All right, so repeat that for us again. You said what now?
Okay, so I put that the complainant said that the front door to the address is open. Both neighbors' vehicles are in the driveway, which is a white sedan and a dark colored sedan, and that the neighbors are usually home but never has the door open.
Okay, now why did you put that both of neighbors' vehicles are in the driveway? Why did you put that?
Just so the officer knows what's supposed to be at the address. Nothing out of the ordinary other than the open door.
And why did you put that the neighbors are usually home?
At that time, I believe it was around early morning, maybe 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So it was important to know that they're on scene. They're usually on scene at that time. Don't expect anyone not to be at home at that time.
Okay, so your purpose of this is to tell the officer that somebody may be home.
Yes.
All right. And so
None of this matters though, because what matters is what was actually relayed to the officer.
On scene, call you back and ask you for updated information.
Call me.
Well, call the center back, call the forward call taking area, whatever it's called.
Yeah, they're able to communicate back to us.
How would they do that?
They can do that via message. We have a messaging system. They can, send me a message, or they can contact the dispatcher, and the dispatcher, if they need any more information, can contact me via the same messaging system. And if we need to, we can call the complainant back for any other information if they are off the phone. If they are on the phone, then we can ask them in real time.
Riveting testimony here, guys. I'm sorry.
State's Exhibit 95, does that have information regarding who called, not the non-emergency number?
Yes, it gives the complainant's name.
Does it also have information about the person that called the complainant, their phone number?
Yes.
Have you had it before where officers will call you guys back and give you information?
Yes.
Yeah, they don't call the complainant.
Call where an officer will call you back and say, hey, can you tell the homeowner to come outside or answer the door?
Yes, they'll send me a message, or they'll contact the dispatcher, and the dispatcher will contact me.
The homeowner didn't call.
Call taker, because there's a dispatcher. Explain that to us.
Okay, no problem. So I basically speak to the public. I'm the one that takes the calls and gets that information. And then I generate a call, which then gets sent to the dispatcher. Then the dispatcher is the one that assigns officers to certain calls. And that's usually how it goes.
If you're giving me an idea of when we talk about call titles,
Mm-hmm.
can you give me some examples of what are some different call titles?
So you have like a disturbance, a domestic disturbance, an investigation, a suspicious person, a burglary in progress, things of that nature.
Are there quite a bit?
Yeah.
If you were to give me an idea of about how many different types of calls, what would you say?
About 55 to 75, around that range.
Quite a bit, okay. Are there any types of calls?
This is absolutely correct.
Domestic and disturbance?
Doesn't mean it doesn't bore me to tears.
Are there any types of calls that are more common than others?
I would probably say a domestic disturbance, a disturbance, and probably a suspicious person.
You run into those quite often?
Yeah, around that time of night, yes.
Can you, the title open structure, is that an example of a title of a type of call?
Yes.
Can you give me an example of what would be an open structure type of call? What kind of information would you have been given?
So an open structure basically classifies as a building or a house with any type of entryway that's open, or like a window, door, anything of that such that's open.
Yeah, I mean, if the prosecution doesn't, the defense definitely will.
Dispatched out to these addresses, would they know whether it's a non-emergency number that's been called or 911? And really, the only way that you know that is not looking at the actual documents, it's the computer. Is that right?
Yes.
In this particular case, on October the 12th of 2019, did you get a call around 2:23 in the morning regarding an open structure?
Yes.
Why did you do and title it an open structure and not a welfare check?
Because there was a structure, house, building that had an open door. So it's pretty specific to that. So,
doesn't really fit a welfare check, does it?
no.
Does it fit any other type of call, any other title of call?
Maybe an investigation, but it would still be about a priority too. It's just the open structure is pretty black and white on that.
And in this particular case, did any of the officers at the scene ever reach back out to you or dispatch to get any further information?
I'm unsure about dispatch, but for me, no. Once I hung up with the caller, that was it.
This is somewhat disingenuous. Like,
Are officers also able to call you or the dispatch and ask to run license plates?
Yes.
Do you know that was in this case?
I'm sorry?
Did they call you to run license plates in this particular case?
No.
Are you excited to be here?
Not really.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
oh, I hate those questions.
Dreading coming up here and testifying?
Yeah.
Why?
This isn't a case that I don't think any of us would ever want to be a part of.
Dude, you can't elicit that. That's cheap.
Cross-examination. You would agree that probably goes for Aaron as well, the defendant.
Good job.
This is a dreadful night, correct?
Correct.
Because you know what ultimately happened when dispatch sent 2 officers out to the scene, correct?
I didn't know until way later on, and I still didn't fully know the extent of everything.
And after you hung up with Mr. Smith, you didn't know your role in it until Major Case came over to visit with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because you sat down and gave an interview to Major Case.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't know my role until one of our supervisors that night, hours later.
One of them's a juror, according to AK.
Said, hey, there's a heads up. There's a officer involved shooting on an open structure. And I was pretty much like, well, it sits up an open structure. Let me check it out. And I pulled up my call details and realized it was one of my calls. As far as major crimes, the only person that talked to me right after the incident were like supervisors and homicide. So other than that, I wasn't interviewed by anyone else.
This guy likes his charts, but I kind of like how he's doing it too. Not organized. Help me see what you're getting at.
That's over what, on West Bolt Street?
Yes.
And was that where your office was at the time?
No.
You were officed at West Bolt Street for the call taking?
I was, yes.
Okay. And it's a rather sophisticated center that the city of Fort Worth has. A little bit bigger than Arlington's center that's in the main police building on Division, correct? Yes. Am I right in understanding your training that everybody that's in the Tarrant County area, the Tarrant County 911 district is all basically cross-trained? You can work Arlington calls. If Arlington's lines fail, they fail over to Fort Worth and vice versa?
Yes, calls do get switched over, so yes.
And the only way you know the difference between a non-emergency and an emergency is whether or not you get the AOI or the automatic location identification information into your console.
Yes.
And there's AOI and then there's ANI, is that correct? Automatic number identification?
Yes.
And those two products came about as part of the E911 system that was brought about after 9/11. You were trained on that, correct?
Yes, correct.
When the console that you were at that night for non-emergency, it could just as easily been a 911 desk as well, correct?
Yes, and like I said, we go according to the details, not whether or not a call comes in as 911 or non-emergency.
But how you greetings.
Why do they have two different?
You're taught to introduce yourself with your operator number.
Yes.
On a 911, you do it a little bit differently. What's your emergency? On the call, the regular non-emergency, you don't greet with that type of sentence to start with. Would you agree with that?
No, I have greeted the same way regardless. Like I said, I don't know what I'm going to get.
So why have two different numbers?
Caller tells me.
You have a headset on.
Yes.
So you can have both hands on keyboard, mouse. Is the monitor a touchscreen as well, as I understand it?
No, it was, but we work on 3 different screens. So we'll have one that has the calls and comes in, in the alley mapping. And then we have the one where we work on and generate calls or look up anything. And then we have like a second type of mapping system on the 3rd monitor.
And our profession that ties into this building is probably the last bastion that uses a MapSco as well, right?
Yeah, but I've never had to use it. Well, my time here.
You're too young.
Yeah.
All right. And MAPSCO, for those that don't know, is grid coordinates in a book that tells you where stuff is. If the visual maps that the patrol cars have don't work, there's a MAPSCO coordinate to where something is. That's your understanding in your training, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This console with your 3 monitors and your headset, do you pick and choose which calls in the queue you get to answer, or if you're available, what happens when you're sitting there?
No, if I'm available, it just comes on. So I don't get to choose or pick out of a queue or anything of that nature.
Next call up, it's in your ear.
Yes.
You get a prompt to know you have a call?
We'll get it's like a slight beeping noise, and then we'll hear the caller.
And your job, if I understand it correctly, there's general orders just for communications. You remember those? Is that yes?
Yes.
Your job, if I understand it, was to listen to what the person was telling you and then figure out how it fits into those 55 to 75 codes or signals you talked about, correct?
We listen, we ask questions to get a better understanding, and then we
That actually seems kind of tough.
prioritize and
A little bit complex.
Assign a signal based off of that, what it was said.
I can't memorize 75 different codes. I like this guy he's a man after my own heart. Let's make a little chart.
What is the call taker or the caller, the complainant, the CP, because that's the shorthand term you use.
Yes.
What's the CP telling you?
When it comes to that call, he said that my neighbor's door is open.
Okay. Did he ever mention the word welfare?
No.
You took what he was telling you and you had to fit it from listening to assigning some stuff. So were the doors the trigger for you, the open doors in that call?
Yes, that was the first thing that was said.
All right. What were other trigger words for you to figure out how to filter this through the 55 to 75 different things you could assign this?
I wanted to get more details as to is the owners usually at home, just so our officers know what to expect as much as I can give them when they get on scene.
Yes, ma'am. And you attempted to do that. You and I listened to the call.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You probably listened to it as late as today, did you not?
I didn't listen to it today.
Yesterday?
No.
When's the last time you listened to it?
Maybe a week or two prior.
Okay. You met with the DAs at their office on the 4th floor here?
Yes. I don't remember exactly when, but it was recent.
Okay. And you would expect that as witness prep takes place?
Yes.
So you had a chance to listen to it?
Yes.
Did you initial the DVD or CD that it had on there?
I don't know.
The recording, though, that you listened to, you could identify your voice.
Yes.
And from the start of the beat to the end, that was your complete call in this case, correct?
Yes.
The defense is asking him way more relevant questions.
You went through what you have from the 55 to 75 codes and made this a signal 56. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is a signal 56?
An open structure.
Why not a signal 61?
I just given how long I've been away from the city, I don't remember signal 61. Could you please go over that?
Welfare check is found under signal 61 in your
Okay.
58-page general orders.
Because the call details fit a open structure, which, I've said before is any structure, business, house that has anything perceived as open, a door, window as such. A signal 61 for welfare check is more so, like, for example, if I usually speak to my mom around a certain time and I haven't heard from her, can officers go over there and kind of check, make sure everything is okay? Most of the time, a welfare check is not within the signal 2 realm. It's more of a signal 3.
Yeah, or even
Most
4.
of the time.
I apologize.
No.
Do you remember when you were given your interview, whether it was the homicide or somebody else, they recorded your conversation?
I believe homicide did, yes.
If I understood what you were trying to explain with homicide, had they said just that, I'm looking for my mother, if a specific person's name was mentioned up here in this call, that changes the playbook for you and gives you more factors to go on. You're looking for a specific individual then on a welfare check versus the open doors, which is the bigger threat assessment at that point.
Yes, you can say that.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. I want to understand.
That is one of the examples of a signal 61. It doesn't have to be specific. If like the door wasn't open and he just wanted to go and check up on his neighbor, that could also, classify as 61, depending on what he tells me.
When you listened to that call a couple weeks ago, though, nobody ever said the word elderly residents to you.
No, and it does not have to just be an elderly person.
No, but I'm saying if somebody today said that they told you, they specifically told you that they wanted to
He's
check for
making this
elderly
line of questions get a little
That's
too
not what
complicated
you
for her. He
told
doesn't
me.
need to do this.
No, that was just an example.
So if anybody is saying that today, they're mistaken.
Yeah, I would say.
Not to you, but you didn't take that down. Nobody ever told you it was a welfare check for an elderly resident.
No, no one ever said that.
No one ever told you they were too scared to go over there because they didn't have a firearm.
No.
Once you get assigned, what takes place?
That wasn't a
Once
great question.
I hit that, then it is sent to the dispatcher. And at that moment, if I am still on the phone with the caller, I can still add details, and anything that I add in there, the dispatcher is able to see. And the dispatcher then assigns a unit, I guess, based on availability.
And given a priority 2, they have to have, at least it goes to 2 officers. If 2 officers aren't available, it goes to an officer and a sergeant. If the sergeant's not available, the lieutenant. They find 2 people to go out there.
From my understanding.
Lights were on.
In your time at Fort Worth, did you ever work on the dispatch side?
Torch light was on, in fact.
Always call taker.
And those are really specific disciplines, are they not?
What do you mean?
Well, are there people that are cross-trained to do both besides supervisors?
Yes, there are some.
Had you had the opportunity to do that at that point yet in your career at Fort Worth?
At that point, no.
Prosecutor asked you about.
I hope they play the call. I think they will. But my understanding is it was more like check on the neighbor's house.
If an officer needs more details, then they can contact dispatch, or every now and then they'll just shoot the call taker a message.
Do you think your handling of this call, you got enough information to dispatch officers to do their job?
Yes.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Read, right?
Nothing further on it.
Then Ms. Talbot be excused subject to any potential recall.
No objection.
Yes, sir. Thanks, man. Go and put that microphone. You're free to go.
That was fairly worthless. I know why they had to do it. They absolutely have to bring her in. You have to get the evidence in. But I mean, I guess the takeaway there is, and I keep pointing it up, Deb, is the caller did not ask for a welfare check. She plugged it in as an open structure, which is a level 2 call. That's really all you can take from that, I think. I really want to hear the call.
I think it may be working again.
It's hypothetically.
Yeah, I understand.
really want to hear the call for my own curiosity. I don't know how relevant the call actually is, because really all that matters is the information that the officer was given. And that doesn't come directly from the call. That goes through
Ladies and
the
gentlemen,
call
this
taker,
witness has
then
been
to
previously sworn to
dispatch.
testify truthfully. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is James Smith.
This is the neighbor.
And Mr. Smith, could you speak up and do that one more time? Make sure that microphone catches everything.
I'm going to talk over real quick because I'm sure they're going to ask him a bunch of background questions. James Smith has been, I guess, chastised. James Smith has had hearings on himself because he has actively been protesting the shooting. Justifiably has gone through hell because of this. Has had issues with employment and things like that after this because of how it affected him.
How many homes have y'all owned on East Allen Avenue, your family?
At one time we had 13. We're down to 5 now.
And do you recognize the address of 1203 East Allen Avenue?
Yes, I do.
And what's located at that address?
Excuse me?
What's located at that address?
That's the home of Yolanda Carr.
Yolanda Carr, and that's where Atatiana Jefferson used to live?
Yes.
Do you live directly across the street from Yolanda Carr's house?
I'm across the street, but I'm kind of like a diagonal.
How long have you lived in that particular house?
About 20 years.
This is the first witness we're going to see be hostile to the defense.
I'm taking care of an elderly lady, yes.
What about next door? Who lives next door to you?
My sister and her family.
And who all lives there with your sister?
Her children.
And
Her children.
how many
I
children?
missed the 13 houses part, Deb. I don't know what you said there.
Living in the home.
Adult children, let's say. Let's start there.
Well, there are 3 adult children in the home.
And who are the adult children in the home?
Rachel Bowman, Julian Bowman, Jay Bowman.
So I'm sorry, that was Rachel, Julian, and Jay Bowman? And then, are those all brothers and sisters?
Brothers and sisters, yes.
And then how many kids between those brothers and sisters?
5.
And what is the range of those ages?
No one over the age of 18.
Is there some young kids too?
Young kids, maybe 6 to 15, 16.
Mr. Smith, you've lived on that street for 60 years. Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about your neighborhood, your street that you grew up on, or you lived on for 60 years?
Well, it's a pretty great neighborhood for me to be there 60 years, but I started at my grandmother's house on the opposite end of where I live. And when my mother was able to rent a home, she moved from her mother's home to a home closer to where I am. In fact, next door to where I live. And she rented a home for about 6 years. She got a job at the post office. She was the second Black person to be hired at the Lancaster post office. And she was able to buy a home. And she came home and told us that she was going to move. And we thought we were going to be the Jeffersons and move on up. Being a young lad, I'm going to use the word lad, I was waiting on the moving truck. And I waited till the sun was about to go down. And I said, "Where's the truck?" And we don't need one because she bought the home 2 doors from where we were renting. Over the years, when I got older, the neighbor that I had on the left and the right of me as an adolescent child passed, and I bought her home. And that's where I'm living.
So, you know a lot about the neighborhood. If somebody has never been over there before, would they think that's a high crime area?
Over the years, it like any neighborhood, it has its problems in different sectors of the neighborhood. But my block was pretty much safe.
Before October 2019, did you lock your front door?
No.
What about your sister next door? Did she lock her front door?
She may lock hers, but I don't like that.
So you lived on that street for 60 years, and before October of 2019, you wouldn't even lock your own front door?
No.
You said, you mentioned that Yolanda Carr, and she moved in across the street, 1203 East Allen Avenue. About when did she move into that home?
That lot was empty for several years. There was a home before her home was built, but I believe her home was built in 2016.
Did you meet Miss Carr when she first moved in?
Yes, I did.
And how did you meet her?
She came across the street to bring Zion to play with my grandchildren.
And was she wanting your grandchildren to teach Zion something?
She came across the street. She wanted them to teach him how to ride a bike, and she was willing to pay my grandchild to help him ride a bike. And I told her she didn't have to pay him for that.
Did those kids play with Zion?
All the time, yes.
They teach him how to ride a bike?
He rides a
That
bike.
seems like a pretty good dude so far.
What about, did any Yolanda's Carr's children ever move into that home?
No.
Did any of her children ever come to stay in that home off and on?
Well, Atatiana came after she got out of college to stay.
And do you know where she went to college?
In Louisiana, Xavier.
Xavier?
Yeah.
About when did she kind of come back after college?
I can't really remember the exact time, but pretty much close to when she had this incident. The same year.
Do you know what Atatiana studied at Xavier?
No, she was, I don't know exactly what she studied, but I knew she was planning to become a doctor.
Planning to become a doctor. What, did you ever meet Atatiana?
Yes, I did.
And when did you first meet her?
I met her, the first time I met her, she and Zion's mother, Amber, came over to my granddaughter's birthday party. And we sat on the porch and watched the kids play on the bounce house.
Did you ever see Atatiana taking care of Zion or teaching him how to do things?
Yeah, she taught him how to cut the grass. It was rather comical because he would run with it when she was trying to teach him how to walk with it.
So he would just run as fast as he could.
It was comical. I was doing my yard, they were doing theirs, and it was comical.
Well, if I may, I'm going to show you some pictures. Is that okay, sir?
Sure.
I'm looking at State's Exhibit 6 up here.
Robert, can you put it in presentation mode on
Yes.
yours? I have it on mine, but it's not working. It's not translating over.
Should we let the bot stay, y'all?
Like,
I mean, we can start with State's Exhibit 6, Your Honor. Well,
I know, that's what I'm trying to explain is, Judge, it's almost as if it's stuff. Can I just use the screen to do it?
yes.
We have it on some sort of.
We're having technical problems.
Lawyers and their ability to use tech.
It's showing on the computer, but it's not showing on the board.
Your Honor,
It's PowerPoint, y'all.
anything unadaptable. Now, approach witness, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, James, or Mr. Smith, I'm sorry.
James is fine.
James is fine. Okay, James, this is kind of hard to see, but this is State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is this a picture of?
In my neighborhood, my street,
All right, and what house did Yolanda Carr live in?
this one.
All right,
Math.
and let the record
It's
reflect the
amazing.
witness has pointed to the home in the middle of State's Exhibit 6. If I may just walk in.
That's fine, Mr. Smith.
Now, James, which home is yours?
This one.
This one over here, there's three
This
homes.
attorney's
the
name is
bottom
Dale
right hand
Smith.
Photo, and yours is the middle of those three homes. in the
Been in
bottom right
ADA,
hand photo.
same office for like
So
20
I'm
years.
pointing it right now.
Correct.
May I publish this, Your Honor?
He's one of the deputy chiefs.
So, James, what is this big building that's just to the west of Miss Carr's home?
Please explain
And
that.
I'm pointing to this green highlighter, and it, in State's Exhibit 6, it has kind of a white front in the building.
I've been waiting 6 hours for this answer.
It was a mosque.
Back in
Oh, it's a mosque.
October of 2019, was that building in use?
It's in use, but they don't have a congregation there yet.
So there's not a lot of traffic going in and out of that building?
No.
And what about this big, long building that's kind of behind Miss Carr's home and that mosque? What is this?
There used to be a community center, the Maddox Community Center.
Is it in use anymore?
No, it's not.
And Your Honor, if I may, I'm gonna do one pass showing the mosque. And then another pass showing the community center behind this car. So, James, when we're looking at State's Exhibit 7, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a view of Miss Carr's home in the middle of the picture from the east looking west?
Yes, it is.
So what's this street that's going right here, horizontal of State's Exhibit 7? Horizontal State's Exhibit 7 with, let's see, just next to the mosque.
Mississippi Avenue.
Mississippi Avenue, okay. Now, yes. Now, James.
After you did all that work, we fixed it.
All right, now, James, I'm gonna take you back to October of 2019, okay?
Okay.
And that's not, you kind of lived over and over again, haven't you?
Every day.
So let's go to the daytime of October 12th, October 11th, 2019. What did you do that day?
I worked in the yard.
And what was going on? Did you notice anything out of the ordinary while you were working in the yard?
Working in the yard, nothing out of the ordinary. Like I said, I was cutting my yard. Atatiana and Zion were cutting their yard.
Was this another one of those times where Zion was racing with the lawnmower?
When he really wanted to be across the street playing, but she had him working.
Maybe that's why he was racing, so he'd get over with the play?
Could be.
So about what time did you finish up with your yard work?
Not really, maybe 5:30.
And what did you do after you finished up with your yard work?
I went in the house to watch TV.
And
Cracked a cold one.
what happened while you're watching TV in your home?
Later on in the day, there was an automobile accident.
What happened with that automobile accident?
I guess, well, I live on I'm gonna call it a dangerous curve, which it is because cars come across my yard.
This prosecutor does a lot better job of asking open-ended questions.
And
Was it daytime or nighttime when that party?
I believe it's like nighttime, going toward evening, dusk, not dusk.
Well, did you see it happen or did you hear it happen?
I heard it. I didn't see it. I heard it.
What did you do after you heard it?
I went to the front door to see what the noise was.
And what did you see when you got to the front door?
I saw Atatiana.
Sounds pretty much like it. And the crazy thing to me is how close the two structures are built to each other.
People just hit the light.
Like the eve of
dash straight to the car.
Miss Jefferson's house is like almost touching the other building.
State's Exhibit 7 up here on this board.
What I do? She ran east toward the other end of the lot to the last clump of trees. There's a light pole there that the car hit.
Okay, so I'm going to give this pointer to you, James. So you see this button right here?
Thanks, Knight. Have a good night, man.
Why don't you show me where that car is? Can you see where the car accident would have been from this photo? Right there. And he's kind of pointing to the middle. For the record, he's pointing to the middle of State's Exhibit 7 to a tree almost. It's where the curve is going into the bottom of the photo.
Right.
And so, did you point to Miss Carr's house again?
Okay.
And so you saw Tatiana run from that house all the way over there to sit with those people?
Yeah,
And how long did she sit with those people?
until the paramedics came.
Is everybody okay?
They were fine.
Okay, so after that excitement, what'd you do?
I went outside, back outside. It was dark, all the lights were out, the street was totally dark. And I thought then was standing outside talking to my son.
Okay, and did you eventually go back inside your house?
Yes.
What'd you do once you got back inside your
Man,
house?
I hope we get the cross on this guy today. I think there's gonna be some fireworks.
You watched TV all night?
I need a little fireworks. It's getting a little dry.
Not all night, I usually watch the world news. But I eventually went to sleep.
So you went to sleep, was it still October 11th, or did you stay up past midnight, or do you remember?
October 11th.
At some point, and after you went to sleep, did you wake up?
Yes, I did.
Who woke you up?
I got a call from, I'm not sure if it was my nephew, but I guess it was like on a conference call. But my family next door called me.
Without giving what they said, what was the nature of that phone call?
They're concerned for my neighbor.
And were they concerned about this car's house?
Yes.
Man, this ADA is so much more professional in his questions.
Yes.
So what did you do after you became concerned?
I listened to them give me their concern. And when I got up to look out my window, my dining room window faces Miss Carr's home. And I noticed the front door was open. Both the doors were open.
Okay, so now we're looking at State's Exhibit 5. Are you talking about the front door that faces the street and that sidewalk and that little side door that comes out to the driveway?
Yes.
When you say they were open, was it dark inside the house?
No, it's light inside the house.
So the living room lights were on?
Living room and dining room. The living room, dining room kind of combined, so yes.
What about the porch, front porch? You remember?
I love how the lawyers get all the chat's questions asked like an hour after you all ask them. You're just ahead of the
I was
curve.
looking through the window and it was like, I guess 2 something. I don't know the exact time. It was after 2 o'clock.
So what were you thinking when you saw these doors wide open and the lights on?
Well, when I saw the front door facing the street open, I was concerned because that door had never been open for the duration of her living there.
Oh shit!
That concerned me.
I've never seen it open before. That's kind of wild.
We used the side door.
And both that front door and side door, in fact, open up in the same room of the house, right?
Correct.
So, you've known Miss Carr for about 3 years. Was she in good health?
No, sure.
Had she spent a lot of time in hospitals before October 2019?
She'd have frequent bouts of coming to the hospital, yes.
So, you see,
It was possible she wasn't there.
Open out your window. What do you do next?
I go over to the home.
You left your house and walked across the street?
Yes.
Walked across East Allen Avenue?
What?
What did you see whenever you got to Miss Carr's home at
When I got to
403 East Allen?
when I got to the back of the car, I didn't see anything.
Back of whose car?
Back of I don't know if it's I think Miss Carr. No, Atatiana's car.
There was a car that's normally parked there?
Right.
Did you hear anything inside the house?
My math is about 12 hours before the incident.
So, did you knock on the front door or anything?
No, I didn't.
Again, this is after 2 in the morning?
It was 2 in the morning.
So what'd you do?
I went back home and called the police.
So,
What the hell?
what was going through your head that you thought it would be a good idea to call the police at that time?
Well, because I didn't know what was going on. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't want to startle her. I realized that she's in the back of the house.
You sent.
She had to come from the back to the front. Her front door was already open, so that would have been concerning for her for someone to be at her home at 2 o'clock in the morning, and she not know who it is.
Were you concerned about her medical condition?
Her mother's. I didn't know her mother was still in the hospital.
How about your Honda car?
Yes.
I don't want to be critical on this guy,
No, I dialed the non-emergency number.
but I didn't want to startle them.
Because I wasn't sure. I wasn't
So I
sure
sent
what was going on.
folks with guns to startle her.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, James, you've come to me.
Doesn't make much sense.
Here to meet with me and Ashley before, haven't you?
Yes.
And in one of those times, did you listen to your call to the non-emergency line?
Mhm.
And did you initial it?
Yes.
And is that your initials right here?
Yes.
Have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's new information to me. I had no idea that he walked over before walking back to call police. It's kind of interesting. It looked suspect to him, even after walking over.
Exhibit 2, which would be the phone call, the non-emergency call from James Smith, Fort Worth Dispatch. Underneath defense counsel board meeting.
Judge, I have to just assume it's the same thing they turned over to us, if it is, we don't have any objection.
All right.
It is the same turned over through the discovery process, Your Honor.
All right. State's Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Permission to publish the audio.
Yes, sir.
Fort Worth Police Operator 873 with the address.
We have the audio.
Okay, what's the address?
3 East Allen Avenue.
Okay, 1203 East Allen Avenue, what's going on there?
Well, the front doors have been open since 10 o'clock. I haven't seen anybody moving around. There's nothing wrong with them now. The doors open this time, man.
Okay, you know if anyone is inside?
I'm not sure. Most of the calls were there.
And they're in the driveway?
Most of the calls in the driveway, yes.
Okay, you need a description, like a color of the vehicle?
One's white and one's dark.
The white one is a sedan or a SUV?
They're both sedans.
He's quoted as saying they're like family.
Okay. And what's
Very
your
good
name?
James Smith,
And what's your telephone number?
817-609-9158.
Hey, 176099158.
817-609-9158.
Okay, and, are they usually home at this time?
They're usually home, but they never had both of the front doors open. We have lights on, like I can see straight through the house. So my sister will be there, she stays across the street, and I live in the house, so sister.
Okay, and the address that you gave me, 1203, that's their address, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We'll have an officer come by, they're already being dispatched now, okay?
Okay, appreciate it. I mean, there's not normal to have both the doors open, this gate, that long.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Nothing earth shattering in that.
Yes, sir.
James, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 22. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And is that Yolanda Carr's house?
yes.
And I know that it's got some crime scene tape on it, but is that, other than the crime scene tape, is that truly and fairly and accurately reflect Yolanda Carr's house on the night of October 12th, the early morning hours of October 12th, 2019?
Yes, it does.
This time, Your Honor, State offers State Exhibit 22 for all purposes.
So this is after the police are there, though, because there's crime scene tape,
No further objection.
obviously.
All right. State's Exhibit 22 is admitted.
So, James, when we're looking at State Exhibit 22, I see a white car in that driveway. Is that one of Yolanda Carr's cars parked there?
I hope the defense asks him this.
That's Atatiana's car.
I really do.
And I see
Let's send it over to him.
back there to the garage. Whose car is that?
That's Miss Carr's car.
And those are the two cars that you identified in that call we just listened to, right?
Yes.
How close did you get up to that white car when
Just the passengers back into the car, the white car.
Did you notice anything about the lawnmower and weed eater?
I saw the one lawnmower and the weed eater.
Are they still plugged in?
Yes.
Did that strike you as odd?
It was odd, but I remember them using it, yes.
Because they just used it earlier that day.
Correct.
Who uses electric lawnmower?
Let me bring lights back up. After you made that phone call, what did you do? Did you go back to bed?
No, I was gonna wait for the police to come.
Where'd you wait?
I was gonna wait where I was standing, but then I thought I could be construed as a perpetrator, so I went across the street to my sister's home and sat on the stoop.
Sat on the stoop, and who sat on the stoop with you?
Myself and my older sister and several other family members.
I think that was a good idea.
Arrived at Yolanda Carr's home?
I didn't realize there was the police, but I remember I was standing in front of my sister's home, and my nephew, Julian, said, "Uncle James, who is that?" And I looked to my left, and we saw two silhouettes coming from around the corner toward the house.
Were they coming from Mississippi?
Yes.
And were they running through somebody's yard or in the middle of the street or something different?
Well, there's a vacant lot around the corner, but they were just crossing the street.
Because they were out on the asphalt.
They were on the street's asphalt.
Sorry?
The street is the asphalt.
Yeah. Were they on the street or the sidewalk?
They were on the street.
On the street, out in the middle of the street. And whenever you first saw these two silhouettes, did you have any idea who they were?
No, I didn't.
Did you figure it out pretty quickly?
I really didn't figure it out till after.
Did you ever see, was it clear to you from where you were sitting, did you see badges or anything?
No, I couldn't make out what they were.
Did they say anything to you as they went by your sister's stoop?
No.
Where'd they go, these two silhouettes?
They came across from the Mississippi, from the west side of the home. They crossed the street. They walked up to the front door. At that time, I thought it might have been the police. But when they passed that door and went to the right of the home, we were all wondering where are they going.
Did one of the officers stay at the front of the house, or they both go around the side?
They both went around the side.
I'm sorry, the silhouette.
Covering each other because you call it an open structure, man.
We saw one around to the side.
Did you lose sight of them after they went around the side?
Yes.
What happened next after you lost sight of them?
After I lost sight of them, I heard some yelling, and then I heard a gunshot.
Did you see those two silhouettes again? After you
I
heard the gunshot?
saw them running to go in the house.
Did you see those two people go inside the house?
Yes.
You said running.
How long before anybody else showed up at Yolanda Carr's home?
It was rather quickly. The street was filled with other police cars.
How many police cars showed up there on scene?
I started counting over 10 for sure.
Were they all going inside the house, or were they out the street, or something different?
They all went to the
Yeah, I think it said 13.
Were there other officers kind of out in the street checking on things?
They were all around the house, all of them down the street.
What were you thinking at this point?
What had happened?
Did you have any idea what happened?
Not at that point.
When did you figure out that something?
Should be the last question.
I believe the officer came across the street and took a statement from me and advised me that there was a fatality, but she wouldn't tell me who the fatality was.
Who did you think the fatality was at first?
At first, I thought it was the officer.
Oh.
It was 9 hours later, I learned it was Atatiana.
At first, I thought it was the officer. So you thought that the officer could have been shot?
How many times did you get a statement to the police that night?
I think I gave 2. Well, I gave 1 statement, but another conversation was recorded.
That was not good testimony. Truthful, I think, but
You said you live with this every day since.
Every day.
Have you felt responsible?
Somewhat.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon.
You mind if I ask you a few questions too?
Sure.
Thank you. In your 50 years of living over there, has it been a quiet, calm 50 years over there?
On my block, it has been calm.
You said that the neighborhood was a pretty good neighborhood?
It has its problems in different sectors of it, but where I live, it's no problem.
So what do you consider the neighborhood to be?
Excuse me?
What do you consider the neighborhood to be?
A neighborhood is where you live.
Well, how big is your neighborhood?
Well, if you want to do it in sectors, I live in a two square mile area of a neighborhood.
Here comes the hostile.
In a 2 square
It's
mile
not gonna
area
look good.
on the east side of I-35, correct?
Yes,
South of I-30,
yes,
located here in Fort Worth,
yes.
right? And in that 2 square mile area, had you ever heard of there being any crime?
Yes, I have.
Okay. It's pretty plain that there's quite a bit of crime over there, isn't there?
I don't know the stats, but there is crime over there.
Are there burglaries?
I'm not sure. I don't know the stats, but I know there's crime over there.
Okay. Well, what do you consider crime to be?
I think this is the first time we're hearing from Bob Gill a question.
A murder.
Former judge.
I can't remember the date, about a few months ago.
Okay. Is that the first murder that's ever happened in the neighborhood?
I'm not sure. That's one I know about.
Yes.
Is there a little bit of crime or a lot of crime?
I'm not sure. I don't know the stats.
You've only lived there 50 years.
Yes.
Okay. What's your opinion?
My opinion? Could you rephrase that? My opinion of what? The neighborhood?
What is your opinion about the amount of crime that occurs in your neighborhood?
My opinion, it could be less. It should be less.
But it's not, it's more.
I wouldn't say more, but it should be less than what it is.
Dude, answer the freaking question.
Are there any crimes that occur at night over in your neighborhood?
It probably does, but I don't keep a record of every crime that goes on in the neighborhood because I'm not privy to every crime in the neighborhood.
You couldn't.
Absolutely, Jay. Yeah, but
Every crime that happens over there, could you?
No, I couldn't.
I hate the idea of calling
I'm quite sure
state-sanctioned gun holders, but
Probably quite a few of them, right?
I wouldn't know.
he was trying to do the right
I
thing.
wouldn't know if there's quite a few. I know we've had burglaries. There are burglaries in every neighborhood.
There are, aren't there?
Yes,
And there are robberies in every neighborhood.
yes,
And there are car thefts in every neighborhood.
possibly.
And there are murders in every neighborhood.
Not in every neighborhood.
Name a neighborhood.
I hate that they sit down the question.
Well, sir, I don't
This
know.
defendant is not in
I don't know
custody. There's no
the
reason
neighborhoods, so
for
I
it.
couldn't give you that answer.
So you live in, what is the address of your house on East Allen Street?
1208.
And then, so looking out your front door, does your sister live to your left?
Yes,
And is there another house to the left of her?
no,
And when the police came out that evening to the car home across the street, there were a number of your family members that were out there on that front stoop waiting to see what happened, right?
yes.
Who all was there?
Julian, my sister. I think both
This
of my
neighborhood's up late.
and some nieces and nephews.
This was 3 o'clock in the morning.
Who is Julian?
My nephew.
You were actually asleep and got a call from one of your sisters that she was concerned about what might be going on over at the car house, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And that woke you up, and then when you learned about what was going on, you became concerned, right?
Excuse me?
After you were woken up by that phone call, you became concerned about what was going on over there, right?
Yes,
Because you could look across the street from your house and see that their front door was open.
yes,
The door that faces, there's two doors on that corner, isn't that right?
yes,
one of them directly faces the street,
Correct.
and one of them faces the driveway, right?
Yes.
And I believe what you said a little earlier it was a door that faces the street that you had never seen open before.
Correct.
The first time you'd ever seen that door open.
Yes.
So it was highly unusual for that door to be open, right?
Correct.
Not only was that door open, but the other door that faces the driveway was also open, wasn't it?
Correct.
And you were concerned enough where you got up out of your home and at 2 or 2:30 in the morning, you walked across East Allen Street to their residence, right?
Yes.
Ask him a question.
You got all the way up to where that white car was parked in that driveway.
Yes.
And you were able to get a good look inside the house from there. Isn't that right?
Not a good look, but I could see inside the house from that angle.
Well, you didn't
great
walk
look.
up any closer to the house, did you?
No, I didn't.
So you saw all you needed to see, right?
I walked across the house hoping that I would see someone in the living room. I didn't see anyone.
So having not seen what you hoped you would see, did you back up across the street or did you call the police from a cell phone?
I think I called him on a cell phone, yes.
Were you standing right out there in the driveway when you called the police?
I don't remember.
Liar.
Were you across the street at your house when you called the police?
That's possible.
It's possible that you had backed away and gotten over to the safety of your home before you called police, right?
The safety of my home?
Yes, sir.
Did you call my home safe? Yes.
You're the guy that called it safe. You said that you didn't even lock the doors over there.
I don't lock my door.
Did you consider your home to be a safe place?
Yes.
So then why are you arguing with him?
And you made the call to the police, right?
Yes.
And you told the police what you wanted to tell them, isn't that right?
Excuse me?
You told the police what you wanted to tell them.
Yes.
No one told you what to say, did they?
No.
I like this alert.
And then you presumably walked from your home over to your sister's home and sat with them on the stoop to see what was going on, right?
Not to see what was going on, but to wait on the police.
To wait on the police. Make sure the police could go over there and take care of the issue that you saw, right?
To take care of the issue?
Yes, sir.
If you want to call the issue, yes.
Well, what would you call it?
I wouldn't call it the issue. I would call it the concern that I had.
2:30 a.m., you had a concern that something was wrong at your neighbor's house.
It's dangerous to
right?
say, what would you, to ask questions after that, like, what would you call it? But that one works.
While you were across the street, standing on your neighbor's driveway, you didn't go up to the front door to knock, did you?
No.
You didn't holler out, hey, this is James Smith, what's going on?
No.
You didn't walk around the back of the house?
No.
You called the police?
Yes.
Now, after all this happened, the press and the media did a number of interviews with you, is that right?
Oh.
Yes.
And you answered all their questions for them, isn't that right?
I believe so.
And told them what was going on from your
You
perspective,
said a lot.
right?
Yes.
And you were honest with them about what was going on, weren't you?
Yes.
And do you recall telling the press that you didn't get any closer to that house because you didn't
Yeah,
have
but I
a weapon?
agree. The one thing though is he's become an activist
In the car, yes.
for this case after,
Recall telling
which
the
is going to
press
hurt him here.
that you didn't get any closer to that house.
But I agree.
Because you didn't
He
have a
feels
weapon.
responsible.
Yes.
It's ruined. From what he says, it's really ruined his life.
Now, at first, when you heard there was a fatality over there, you thought it was a police officer?
Yes.
What gave you that idea?
Because he was the only one that went in the back of the house.
When those officers, the officers interviewed you around, well, not long after the events that occurred over there, like within an hour.
You asked one too many questions on that
I'm
one.
not sure the time, but they did in fact interview me.
It was pretty quickly afterwards, wasn't it?
I don't know about the time is not factoring in my memory at the moment.
Before the sun came up.
Yes.
You had been interviewed.
Before the sun came up, yes.
Yes, sir. And you told the officers that interviewed you that you heard a noise, you heard a loud bang. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you thought that loud bang was a battering ram.
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't say that.
I don't remember saying that.
You didn't tell Detective Heisey and Detective Harrington at 3:41 a.m. that you thought that loud noise was a battering ram?
I didn't know. If I said it, I didn't understand the question they were asking me. That it didn't sound like a battering ram.
So if they asked you what you thought you heard, you didn't understand the question?
No.
Did you ever use the word battering ram while you were talking to them?
If I use it, I don't remember it.
They have bad witnesses.
Did the prosecutors play the recording of that interview give you the benefit of that?
I believe I heard that, but I don't remember hearing battering ram.
Play it for
There's
him.
no back door to that home, so I wouldn't be using the word battering ram. There's nothing to batter.
Okay, you knew there was no back door to the house.
Yes.
You didn't tell the call taker when you spoke to them that there wasn't any back door to the house, did you?
No.
See, I really hope he asks your question.
This Mr. Smith be excused subject to a potential recall.
We asked Mr. Smith, that Mr. Smith, please, I'll stay here.
Can we swap him for you?
Sure can, Judge.
You're free to leave, Mr. Smith.
Judge, the rule still applies.
Be sure, I forgot to tell you that there is a rule of procedure, rule of evidence in effect that says once you testify, you're not to discuss.
Yeah, I think the defense had him.
Thank you very much.
Let me
ask
the question. I wish I wanted more questions, but they got what they needed from him. You thought it was a cop that was shot. You went to the house backed up because you thought it was dangerous. What they could have done is gone harder at him in terms of some of the things he said to the media. But as Deb is pointing out, this guy's life is clearly has been destroyed by this. And again, it's kind of like Zion. There's not a whole lot of need to beat up on him. Yeah, they've been, AK, the rule was invoked at the onset. This gentleman has been talking a lot. Like I think I said earlier, there's issues with him protesting outside of the courthouse. It was determined that nobody could really tell him that he couldn't, but that's not a great look. So the defense was iterating that he needs to not talk to witnesses, and there's probably a gag order on it too now. Well, it's in trial.
You tell her to leave me alone.
All right, everybody. That was the first full day of trial. My second live stream and my first full live stream. I want to thank everybody for being here. If John was here, we'd probably go another hour talking, as most of you all know. But I got a couple things to get done. Another member of the chat has been so gracious to say that I can jump on a call with him and work on some of the bandwidth issues that I've been having. So I think I'm going to do that. But again, I want to thank everybody for being here. I will be back on at 7:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time tomorrow morning. covering it again. I'll tweet up the link. And if you haven't, please hit the like button. Please hit subscribe. And I'll talk to you all tomorrow. Thanks so much.